Hello, everybody. Hi. Well, all right, I'm back after a long time of not being here. Well, actually, I don't know how long ago my last stream was. It was like a week ago-ish. I've been really busy, as I keep saying, like every time. Oh, wait, this is off-centered. Hold on. Let me fix things. And yes, you can hear music in the background. I will explain in a minute. Actually, this music that is playing is one of the things in my random video game music playlist, but I have a reason and explanation. It's not overpowering my voice, is it? No, it's fine. Okay. We good? Okay, that's proof that it's not just random level music. So, okay, what are we doing here today? How do I intro? I don't know. Okay, it's been too long since I've streamed again. I've lost my touch. No, oh, wait. This is showing the wrong screen. How are you showing the wrong screen? How'd that happen? Wait a minute, hold on. Oh, I did, if I do, no, hold on. 1 second, I'm sure I think this should be showing this screen. No, this one? Why is that one 3? Oh, no, I'm gonna have to, hold on, 1 second. Let me just do a thing. No, you're fine. I change what? Okay, whatever, it's fine. Let me just double check that. Real quick, let me just see that all my scenes are fine. Yeah, they are. Okay, I don't know why this one was different in showing the wrong screen. I must have changed that at some point and didn't change it back. It's fine. Recently I unplugged all things in my computer and had to, those are sound effects. Ignore that for a second. No, recently I had to, I moved my computer, then came back here and had to set things up, and I thought things weren't at the right monitors. It's fine. Everything's all good. Anyway, so yeah, I've been gone for a bit, doing school things, being very busy, doing a lot of things that I decided, I was on the fence of whether I'd stream certain things, decided not to with most of them. But yeah, now I went from being a lot more stressed about oh no, I have a million things to finish, I don't know if I'll finish them all in time, to being ahead of schedule. So that's really nice. I have my sort of calendar of all the things I gotta finish and when I gotta finish them, and as it's looking right now, other than, wrapping up the tail end of some group project things, most of what I got left to do is just 2 big projects due next Friday. Not this Friday, but next Friday. So yeah, I'll be working a lot on those, and I don't think I'll stream too much of that, but for now, being ahead of schedule-ish, I wanted to stream again and do some Unity things that aren't, they might be for a school thing, but kind of not. Okay, rather than being generic, how do I just explain what it is we're doing today? So, you may notice this is the Handman with Unicycle. We are actually not doing Handman with Unicycle stuff today, but we're doing stuff that's going to maybe be used for it. So, sort of like a mini project on its own that is successful, might be applied to this game, but isn't for this game directly. But I wanted to work in the Unity project of this game because it probably will be used in this game. But we're going to sort of open up a new scene and sort of start fresh. Kind of, sort of. So it's for this game, but yeah, like a mini project on its own. Doing some procedural animation things that I think will be cool and will hopefully go well. Which, procedural animation. That leads me into, what exactly I have open. What am I doing here? So this is oh wait, hold on. I should say spoilers of this game. Massive spoilers. Actually, the thing I'm showing is probably the biggest spoiler in the entire game. Yeah, I suppose. So, I mean, this is a game that's, I don't know how many years old. It came to PC way later than, when it actually came out. But this is Crash 4, It's About Time, a game made in the Unreal Engine, actually, which is cool. Any game made in, the Unreal Engine or Unity, I appreciate, especially when it's Unity. But, no. But, I do actually I want to dabble in Unreal at some point, eventually, but keyword is eventually, not now. So, okay, so actually let me finish actually a bit more of my beginning explanation. So the main thing I want to do today, or attempt to do, is a type of procedural animation thing that's like a car antenna thing. As one use of it, I basically want to make something that's generic enough it could be used for a lot of cases that are very generic that I don't know how to describe other than just through examples. So basically what I want is to have, like, you have, like, something that has a rig, maybe, that has, like, a base and that has, like, a top, and you move the base, and the top, like, flicks back to being up. And it happens, like, whichever way it's moving, right? That's the sort of thing that I want to try and program, and we'll sort of do it in different levels of difficulty. Like, we'll start off doing it in, like, the most simple way possible, and then sort of add complexity to it and see how that goes. But different applications of such a thing could be basically anything that we want to get to sway, possibly. Like, might be able to apply a similar system to, like, a tree that's, like, blowing in the wind, or like a tail, if a character has, like, a tail, like my dinosaur in that dino thing. I mean, I could also use a tail as the example of what we're making here, but I kind of want to move away from the dino thing a bit. We've been doing a lot of that for the last many streams, so I wanted to, well, yeah, car antenna works as another example. It's also something that's not character related necessarily, but could be applied to a character. Although that'd be its own whole mess of, like, applying such a mechanic to, like, part of a rig and doing stuff with that could be complicated. But that is some more things that I want to experiment with. Basically, so today I'm going to be doing some of this, and then I'm going to be getting back to some of my other school projects. But eventually, kind of like once summer hits, or my summer being university being at the end of April or start of May, I want to just dabble in more procedural animation things. Basically, I want to propose the challenge to myself to basically see a lot of the common things that I do in animation in Blender, a lot of the tedium that sometimes comes with some of the animation stuff I do in Blender, mainly with characters or even just with some background things. Seeing how much of that I can automate or just make less tedious. I'm not going to be able to remove the tedium entirely, but just seeing what I can do programming wise. I want it to just be more enjoyable. I'm more of a programmer than an art person. Eventually I do want to learn some things more Blender side about removing, about making some of that less tedious. I know there's things that you can do that the professionals can do, like something like with like pose libraries and like things with shape keys and yada yada. But I want to experiment with Unity things, because also Unity things, like things on the Unity end, could be more dynamic, which could be cool. Although one thing to keep in mind is if we're applying some procedural animation stuff onto a bunch of background elements that could eventually eat up on performance. And I have an idea of how to combat that we'll experiment with if we get the car antenna thing working. And my basic idea is to sort of, I have an idea of how I could implement it, and then hopefully we can figure out how to make it more optimized. But I have an idea, and we'll see where that goes, of basically trying to, once I have this thing working to sort of bake an animation, or sorry, once I have this thing working to have this like antenna like animation, if let's say for a background element that isn't going to be dynamic and moving all around, I know it's going to have like the same motion that's sort of like on loop. If I could try to bake the animation, like do some editor programming and a thing where like I go into play mode and then it does whatever animation stuff that it's doing and then records all of that to a text file. And then I can go out of play mode and then swap it out to use the text file as like saved animation stuff, basically saved like positions, rotations, and scales and stuff like that. I think there could be that could just be an interesting thing to try. That could then make that procedural animation then not be using a bunch of calculations every frame and instead just reading in from a text file, which still has its own performance stuff, but would be, in theory, better on performance overall. But then there's the space complexity of storing all the text files and what that's going to look like. But I think it'd just be cool to try and just see if it could work. And maybe we can find ways of then optimizing it, making it better and more customizable, yada yada. But anyways, so with procedural animation things, the thing that kind of sparked some of this actually comes from this game when I was playing it ages ago. And I'm bringing up first a bit of gameplay, and then like a cutscene that I quickly just played through a certain level right until a cutscene's about to happen. That is an example of example of the thing that I'm talking about, except like this sort of car antenna thing, but not applied to like a tail or like other examples I said, but applied to hair. So massive spoiler warning of, as I said, probably like the biggest spoilers of this game and like the end game of a cutscene. So yeah, here we go. But again, game's been out for a while. But anyways, so this is Crash 4. It's About Time. Specifically, this is a level where you're playing as good old Cortex. And mainly, okay, so yeah, his hair, mainly his hair at the back. I don't know what you call that. I don't know hairstyles. If you could even call this a hairstyle. I guess you kind of can, but it's hair at the back there during some animations is what sparked this. You see how, like, okay, better example of like the cutscene that I'm about to go into of like when he turns his head, the way his hair kind of like whoosh, or whooshes, whoosh, like it's just, being moved and like turning realistically. That could be done through animation very meticulously, or if you just programmed it to like, you turn the head and have the end of the hair like catch up and sway. If I could do that through programming, it would just save a lot of time, especially if, like with my unicycle game, I want to make a bunch of different animations and a bunch of maybe like background things. There's just a bunch of potential uses. This is different than like my dinosaur thing where I was just making a few animations, so I tried to do like the minimum possible to just get that to work. Whereas this case, I want to make a bunch of tools to make animation easier. In theory, sort of going forward with this game and maybe some other projects that I end up working on. But hi, yo, hello. Yeah, basically just started the stream, and I'm going on a tangent about basically what we're about to be doing and why we're about to be doing it. An example of something that's probably not done through code, like probably it was done just through like someone who's really good at being an animator. But I want to try and replicate such functionalities through code. But basically, so Cortex's hair here as an example. Okay, there's a better example in the cutscene that I'm about to walk into, but like just the way that it like bends as he moves. Now, the jumping here is definitely like a pre made animation thing, and during the moving, like it doesn't like sway back, but because when the cutscene happens, I can only say it once. I don't even know if you can pause mid cutscenes, but anyways. So as an example, it was about to be plot. You can ignore the plot. Just watch Cortex's two hair things at the back. Is mainly what I'm referring to. Yeah. Everyone needs good tools. Yeah, especially custom-made tools. Yeah. See the way that they just like jiggle, like doing that sort of through programming. So just like as you. Like, if I could do that more, like, get programming to do that kind of for me as it naturally turns his head, except, in my case, like, through, like, an antenna or, through whatever similar things I could animate with such tools. Yeah, it could save me a lot of time, and could just be cool to just attempt to program, even if it's not successful. Oh, and then, yeah. Woo, also, cool thing in the game that, yeah, woo, is a thing. I'm not getting all the boxes. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Have I got all the boxes in this level more? I haven't 100%ed this game. I would like to try to 100% this game at some point, but that's not why we're here today. Oh no, I died. Oh, the spring effect? Exactly. That sort of springy hair effect that, you can do that manually. In fact, that's what I did sort of on my T-Rex. A lot of the tail movement, and he even had like a big tongue that like, yeah, was done the same way. Or it was done, like, very manually is what I mean. That took a lot of time and effort and tedium and yada yada. Okay, I'm talking more than I'm thinking. I don't even have to, I don't have to actually beat this. I just wanted to show off that cutscene. I went through before the stream started and just, like, played through that level, which in my opinion is one of the hardest levels in the game, which is, unfortunately, that's, like, the barrier to seeing that cutscene again. This game doesn't have, like, a thing to replay cutscenes. Actually, some of them. All the cutscenes that I'm pretty sure are, like, pre-rendered cutscenes, there's a thing for that. But, like, that was definitely, like, an in-level cutscene. And you can tend to tell when, like... Okay, I'm just not doing good. When, like, a cutscene uses a lot of, like, hey, it's part of the level assets and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Or more specifically, I know that I've dug around in the code of this game, and I've found the files of a lot of the pre-rendered cutscenes, and that cutscene was not one of them. So it's yeah. Anyways, am I gonna beat this? I'm gonna try. Yeah. Wow, I did the thing. Wow. Actually, there's another cutscene right after it. Is the cutscene gonna play? I forget how, like, on repeat. I think, actually, yeah, there'll be another cutscene that plays that has Cortex in it, so, yeah. Oh, I mean, okay. Cortex is not the only example. That was just, that cutscene specifically was what sparked me thinking about this So that's why yeah. Another example would be like the top of Crash's hair, his hair thingies. Like, hair is being a good example when we're talking about humans, but this does not have to always apply to humans. I can apply to whatever background things I want. Whereas I said, like, cool, like, futuristic-y antennas on, like, moving platforms. Like, that would be an example of such thing. Or even maybe, like, ropes or... And let me also extend off this. This is not the only type of procedural animation I want to play with. This is just one of them. I want to experiment with all kinds of different procedural animation. Like, I want to experiment with doing IK, which is inverse kinematics, manually in Unity. That's another thing I want to play around with at some point and see how that goes. That'll be a lot harder. If I was doing that completely on my own, that would be, like, impossible. Hopefully, with the power of the internet, we'll be able to figure out all that. Oh, the fear of height sets in. Yeah, yes, it does. Anyways, other cutscene to show as example. Yeah. I guess Coco's, like, back of hair. Oh, also spoilers, again. Huge spoilers of the game. Just warning. I think also the stream's making this lag slightly, so don't let that say anything about the performance of this game. This game actually usually runs, like, really fine. I've never had any lag issues, but I notice it's lagging slightly now, but I would bet that that's because of the stream. Also, I set this from being in full screen to windowed... borderless windowed, or whatever it's called, because I find that I have less problems with that with streaming. Anyways, I wasn't even paying attention to the cutscene myself there, but there's more examples of micro movements, I would almost call them. A lot of making a character animated look good is having a lot of little, like, micro movements, which is another thing I want to experiment with. You remember how, like, before when I was making that dino, for that dino game thing, with a lot of animations I did for him, a big part of sort of making it look good, just making it going like, okay, here's a little idle animation, taking that and then making it look a lot better, was just adding in a whole bunch of little, like, micro movements, just like tweaking, like, some of the bones at every, like, keyframe, just making them slightly different than the last, and it really helped make it feel like it was moving more, making more dynamic. I'd also want to experiment to see if I could do something like that through code, because that would be a huge time save. To almost, like, take an animation and inject randomness to it, with some seed so it's, like, consistent. If I do any procedural animation, I would like, ideally, some way of making it, like, maybe, like, tied to a seed or whatever, so that it can be, if I get it to look nice one time, I can have it then play out the exact same way, just so that it's less likely to go wrong, I guess. If, like, you know, with one amount of randomness, it just completely breaks it. Mainly, I'd have this in mind for, like, a cutscene. If I have a cutscene where I have some procedural animation, I want to make sure that it plays out the exact same way every time. One, for consistency, and just just to make sure, like, okay, it works, cool, make sure it happens the same way, with the same amount of randomness, so that it doesn't, like, break the next time. Like, that'd probably just be playing it safe to a degree. Inside a level, it's different, like, a character's animation, different, but, yeah, then, randomness with animation sounds interesting. Exactly. It could be, like, I don't know, no, again, like, me saying I want to do this is different from me actually doing this. I don't know, how good my programming skills will be in actually implementing such things. Maybe I will fail spectacularly, but I think it would just be cool to try. And at the very least, I would learn some things about animation. And I said there's a bunch of things that I want to try, even if am not able to do all of them. Even if there's like one or two things I'm able to do and make, as I said, slightly less tedious for when I'm doing animation stuff, that would be worth it, I think. Yeah, levels of animation and what amount... Levels of animation and what amount of random animations they would receive. Yeah, I'd have to, like... We're going to do a lot of playing around with such things. But, anyways, that was all I wanted to show from this game. I don't know if there's any other cutscenes. Be like, look at this cool bit of animation. But, I don't know. Anyways, yeah, we're gonna quit out of this and shabam. I'm gonna put this over here. Hey. Okay, everything's good with not breaking. All right, and with that gone, let's bring back the music. Sure, that's what we're starting with. Pac-Man World 3. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Again, I just have this this playlist of 622, and I have a website that that takes the YouTube playlists I made and plays them in random order, because shuffling a playlist in YouTube has weird quirks that I don't like. Where I just found a website that does YouTube playlist but better. I just have 622 random bits of random video game music, usually a lot from older games. And as I remember games exist, I take their OST and add individual soundtracks. They're not all bangers, but they work as just subtle background music that's like not the like chill hop or whatever that is a lot of people have in their streams that I'm not a fan of necessarily. Or when I just Google stream music, usually I don't like most of what I find. Or at least this I have like nostalgia of like, oh, I remember that level of that game, and it's more enjoyable for me. I also like prefer the playlist being longer over every video or every single thing of music being good, because the longer it is, the less repeats we have. If I'm listening to all this over and over and over, let me just get a random thing here opening so Visual Studios can be opening up while I'm talking. Like, I do think there's some tracks in here that I would remove eventually, but I'm like, nah, I'd rather have more. Maybe if it crosses 1,000, then I'll start removing some. Mainly, I think one thing I'm like, I think the songs I'm most on are a lot of the music from the Crash like racing game, Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled. A lot of the OST from that is a little more than I'd. Yeah. Anyways, so those would be the first to go. There's also definitely a lot of songs in here that, like, without any context, just any context sound really weird. And I think the biggest examples of that are a lot of the OST from Crash Twinsanity and Crash, especially Crash Tag Team Racing. There's a lot of the OST from that that's, like, sounds fine in context, but then I, like, hear it on stream, I'm like, oh, that's what that sounds like. Right. And, like, mainly it's a lot of the acapella combined with, there's, like, one area of that game that's, like, fairy tale themed, and some of like the music from that is a little strange, but I'm gonna keep it in because it's also mildly funny. Anyways, I just saw print statements that I think I meant to get rid of. Where were they? How did that happen? Wait, where in the where? Oh, these are supposed to not be there anymore. That's accidental. That's code that's called very rarely. Very rarely at the moment, a lot more commonly in the real game. Cause yeah, also, so we finished the Handmade the Unicycle for what I needed to finish for the school project, where I had a lot of creative freedom, but now I have more creative freedom to, turn the game into more of whatever I want. And there's going to be a lot of changes when we get back into this. But as I said, we're not actually working on the Handyman with the Unicycle today. We will be eventually. Although, we're doing work that could eventually be part of this game. The procedural animation stuff is kind of experimenting on its own to then maybe, use for animation purposes in this. Like, especially for random background environmental stuff. Which is why I'm going to be making some of that stuff in the same Unity project as this game, but temporarily separate. So we're actually going to just make a new scene here. Sure. And I guess we'll just save it as... I was going to call it, like, animation testing, but now I'm like, am I going to make a bunch of different scenes for different types of animation testing things? Or just have one giant scene that has all of it? Let's have one giant scene that has, like, all the things that I will eventually mess around with, because that'll just look cool. So, yeah, we're just going to go procedural animation testing. Yeah, sure, that works. All right, so first let's set up some environmental things. Oh, dang, I closed the game too early. There's I forgot that there was one thing I did want to show. Yeah, you're gonna, no. I'm actually gonna reopen Crouch 4. There's one other thing I wanted to show, which I could just, find a YouTube video. Oh no, my email. That's fine. No, that email I have publicly available. That's fine. Just don't get my passwords. I'll let that open in the background while we just set up some random environmental things so we're not just looking at whiteness. Also to actually make the antenna. Oof, get rid of Hotmail? No! I refuse. I actually did switch to a Gmail for like a tiny bit and then was like, no, I prefer the layout of Hotmail. Thank you very much. Wait, can you send me that link, please? Oh, can you send me that YouTube playlist thing? I made it. It's like my own, here, let's see. How does I do? Hold on. Like, I made it, and just added random bits of OST from random games, but here, I can try and shabam. Un momento. This is all of what's in it, which will be added to and removed. A lot of Sonic games and Mario games and Crash games. A few games for Jack and Daxter. Zelda games. One single thing from Portal 2. I had a few things from Overcooked, but it turns out quite a few tracks from the first Overcooked game get copyright claimed, so I removed some of them. I also had the Cuphead soundtrack in this at one point. That also... Oh, hold on. Let's not have the double bits of music playing. Cuphead soundtrack also... YouTube no like that. Which is fine. I don't know. Is this what you want? Blah. Hold on. Have you ever checked out YouTube-DL? I don't know what that is, so no. I might know what it is, but not know what that's called, but, yeah. Also, Will You Snail, game that came out recently. I have some of the OST of that in here, because that's a great game. I actually, just earlier today, I, finally did a run where I got 0 deaths. I beat the whole game on the easiest difficulty, getting 0 deaths, because there's an achievement for doing that. And I did it, so nah. Then oh nice, you compile the video games OST playlist. Yeah. Chemical Plant from Sonic. Yeah, that was in here somewhere. Is my fave. Is a program for downloading. Oh, is DL downloading? So you could have that playlist offline. I'm perfectly fine having it as it currently is for now. Yeah, because I also will continue to add things and remove things and yada yada. It's whatever. Yeah. Also, yeah. So there's a few SpongeBob games that have decent music. That's also a thing. Games from my childhood. Actually, the very first video game I ever played was SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom. So that's a thing. And I still believe that there's another one. What's it? SpongeBob SquarePants, the movie game, is still a really hard game that I've never 100%ed, but I haven't really tried in recent years. So we'll do that eventually too. Anyways, there's a thing I wanted to show off here, but I like the YouTube web thing you made. I didn't make a thing. What YouTube web thing? You mean this? This is some random website I found. I didn't make this. It's just a random website. You plug in a playlist ID, you hit shuffle, and it's just meh. No, I didn't make that. But yeah, no, it is cool that it exists. But it just came from a Google search. So, because YouTube's stream thing has some problems. One, when it shuffles, what are you doing? When it shuffles, can you not do weird things? When you shuffle it, it only goes, like, chunks at a time for what can be the next video. And also, this has some weird bug where it will repeat the same video very frequently, and it's weird. But, oh well. Yeah. So anyways, more spoilers as I quickly find a level that I wanted to show off that has another just really interesting thing that I have no reason to not spoil it, but you'll see it in a second. Also, yeah, cool hub, very detailed. Very, very detailed. Very cool. Okay. It's like near the beginning of the game. Well, actually, I could have gone the other. The whole hub like loops. The beginning goes to the, or the end goes to the beginning. So I could have gone the other way around. Maybe it would have been faster. The level is this one, and this entire mode being a thing is what I wanted to show off because I was also thinking about a thing today that just is cool. That's the link I wanted. Lol. Yeah. Oh no, oh yeah, I sent it in the chat. I have to make some more coffee to keep up with you, sir. Yeah, no, look, I'm talking about, like, we'll get to the actual, like, what I've been doing just all this rambling for the last half hour of it. Like, I want to get into the actual coding stuff we're going to be doing eventually, sometime today. Anyways, though, take a look at this. So, this game basically has, like, hard modes of all the levels. Are they actually different? I don't remember if they're actually much different, but they look visually different, and then they're, like, mirrored. I'm not going to grab my controller. I'm not going to play through all this level. Oh yeah, I forget you can move the camera around. But the fact that this can look really good despite having no color is cool, and something that I want to experiment with at some point in Unity. It's mainly it's a combination of like good lighting. Okay, not everything is black and white, but like mainly all the stuff that is black and white I'm talking about. Like the lighting, like ambient occlusion, shadows, all that stuff. I want to experiment more with all of, like, yeah, getting things that look nice despite being black and white, and then give it color. I think if something can look really good black and white, then it would look good in color, probably. Anyways, so that's just a thing. There's more examples of it. I just remembered that this, yo, that's racist. Is it? Because there's black and white. It's not just white. No. But no, it's yeah. But, oh, so another thing, just with this level, it's not all black and white. Every time you, I don't know the spin button on keyboard. I played this whole game on controller. I don't know buttons on, I don't know, there's a spin button around here somewhere. I don't know the, okay, I pressed it. When you spin it, like, makes things in color, which is also cool on its own, how shaders make that do. But just the black and white version of everything. Yeah, it's cool that it looks cool despite having no color. It has, like, textures and normal maps and all that. Yeah, anyways. Yeah. I'm not going to play through all of this. I need to actually do things. Yeah, anyway, so we're gonna get into actually doing stuff here now. We're not doing that black and whiteness right now. Just wanted to point it out because we will have maybe eventually. Because I still am not completely sure what I want out of the art style for the Hand Myth Unicycle, and it's largely gonna depend on what I can make, but yeah. Anyways, and also the making sure, you know, it's good performance-wise. I want to have really big levels, and the lower quality every, like, individual model is, the less I have to worry about extreme optimization and yada yada. So I don't think we're gonna go for, like, a low poly art style per se, but trying to have things be optimized so that there can be a lot of things would be good. And also, you know, low loading times would be a plus. Anyways, let's have enough rambling. Let's get into actually doing things, shall we? So what do I want to start with? Let's just head up, like, some quick environment stuff. Environment. I can't spell. I was like, wait a minute, that's not right. Environment. Center you. Make some floor. This is gonna be floor. Eventually we will have to deal with some IK, inverse kinematic stuff. What? Oh, that's not. Oops. Yeah, eventually we will deal with some inverse kinematic stuff when it comes to making the human guy that we make for the game actually be on the unicycle. Like, or having his, like, feet match the pedals. That is something that we'll be dabbling with how we're going to do that eventually. Because right now the pedals move in a procedural way. So, yeah, we'll have to figure that out. But, in due time. Oops. Okay, let's do just a quick, I don't know, you get to be green. Sure. Now, antenna. We're going to make this in Blender real quick. And we're going to make a few different variations, is my plan. To make this is going to be complicated. We're going to make it go from being simpler to more complicated to more complicated. So the very first thing that we're going to do, I think, is start with just we're going to start with a cylinder. I'm like, how do I want to do this? We're going to, yeah, I think for now we want it to have a lot of vertices, and then seeing if we can have it still look good with less vertices later. Maybe, or I don't know. Actually, the number of vertices isn't going to matter as much. Like, we're going to be doing this with rig stuff. We're not doing, like, vertex manipulation yet. No procedural geometry here. But, so we're going to have the base of the antenna is the idea. There's going to be 3 parts to this. The base, the part that turns, and then I want a little ball on top. That's, yeah. So let's just make this really tall. I'm going to call this antenna. Is that tall enough? Sure. Do the measurements make sense? You're 2 meters tall. That's okay. You're gonna be 0.1 on all those. You're gonna be pretty thin. Smooth. Shade smooth. And shade smooth. And then, oh yeah, apply. And then have just a little ball on top because we can. And then this will also test the fact that we can have swaying stuff while also having a thing that maybe doesn't deform on the top, where, yeah, we can dabble with all that. And yeah, I'm not worrying about the topology. This is all just, yeah, messing around. I'm just gonna call this ball, but okay. Am I gonna color this? I might as well. Gotta have the little bit of graphical fidelity. I'm also just gonna make that a little taller. I'm pretending this is the ground, and I'm purposely having it go sinking into the ground just a little bit, because I can. New. Should be quite tiny. Okay, let's go. And also, we're not worried about like texturing or anything. I'm just coloring it so that while we're staring at this for the next few hours, it looks more visually interesting. And 10 base. I really should start. Like, I started to do this with the dinosaur game, and then didn't. Like, I kind of dropped it. All material names should be prefixed, or I should have some kind of naming scheme with the materials, so that when I have a million models, it just is easier to work with. So I think what I'm going to try and do is have all the materials be prefixed with the name of the Blender file or something along those lines. The base will be like a, I don't know, like I mentioned like a yellow, and then this being like a gray. Even I might make it even thinner. Well, it's gonna be antenna-antenna, but what do you call the like the metally thing of like the bendy part of the main? I'll call it antenna-main. That's, I don't know. Sure, make it like a gray. We're not caring in the Blender side. We're not caring about the shininess because we'll worry about that in the Unity side. I'm just giving it color at the moment, and then we're gonna call this ball. Except antenna-ball, and we'll make this like a red. Sure. I'm not entirely sold on the sizes of things, but we'll worry about it more when we get to the programming of it. So first, I gotta go find this project again. It's over here. Oh, I'll move this out of here eventually, into like my more general Unity projects folder, because it's not gonna be a school project much longer. Actually, it kind of already isn't. Anyways, but I won't worry about that right now. Models, levels. Oh, right. Oh yeah, I did decide. Right. I'll have to go. I'm still figuring out what I want out of the workflow for making all the actual levels. Whatever, I'm not gonna worry about it right now. So this was gonna be like every single file was an entire level's geometry. I don't know how much I'm gonna stick to that, but we're just gonna go and actually, you know what? No. I'm gonna temporarily make a folder called procedural animation testing. I'm just gonna separate all this procedural animation stuff for now, because like this random antenna, I don't know if it'll be in the final game. It's more just the temporary thing to test the coding. I don't know. Antenna. I want some. I'm gonna make I think 3 variations of it. Antenna-1 bone. You'll see where I'm going with this in a second. Where I want to have an armature that is a single bone, and we're gonna make like 3 versions of it. Well, maybe more after. But I want to have a single bone version of, so that we're just basically messing with turning 1 bone, which isn't really gonna make it bend, but this is like the working towards the bending, right? And then we'll make a 2 bone version, and then a 3 bone version, right? Or like an amount that works for any amount of bones. But I just imagine it'll be nicer if we reduce the complexity of what we're trying to do to start off. We'll see how that goes. Now, now Blender does have this bendy bones thing, but that doesn't really translate to Unity. And also, it wouldn't have the proceduralness that we're going for, because that would anything we do Blender side has to kind of be baked, unless we do some extra funky things. But the point of this exercise is to not do those things. So just this and wait. Now I'm trying to think of how exactly I want to do this. With the one bone version. So the base shouldn't move, and I'd like the ball to not experience any stretching. Maybe the ball's like the wish list item. Like it'd be nice if that works well. But we're mainly just focusing on getting the antenna to move. Which also that reminds me the fact that I didn't actually give this any extra vertices, which kind of it needs if it's gonna bend. I guess for the one bone version it doesn't need that, but I will just kind of go like this. I'm tempted to basically go overkill on this test, and then... maybe not that overkill, but we're going to go really overkill on this test in terms of the number of vertices, and then, like, for real scenarios, we can cut it down. Yeah, go from there. Okay, so what am I doing? I need to go... so first of all, this thing, I need to X-ray... how do you... I stopped using Blender for, like, a week, and I forget how anything works. This is what I'm looking for. But also, stick. We're gonna go stick. Okay, so I need to go then ball and antenna, and not the base, and no, hold on. This and this. I'm clicking things behind my head, but it's fine. Don't want to do automatic weights? I mean, yeah, sure, for now, yeah. Except I need to make sure, yeah, so we will have to still manually do the setting up the rig and the, like, weight painting and whatnot, but I don't think we really got a way around that. So this, right, you're a single burn. A single bone. Do I care about naming the bones? I should. I'm gonna call this... so if I had 3 bones, I'd be like bottom, middle, top. I don't care about naming the bones. I'm gonna call this antenna. I was calling everything antenna. Antenna bone. I don't know. If I had more bones, it would be easier. So I'd just go like bottom, middle, top. But whatever. I guess actually everything is being influenced like by one. So I'm trying to think ahead to like the 2-bone version. But in this case, it's going to be, yeah, like we're just gonna do this. Am I fine with the fact that it's gonna like go into the floor? I'm actually gonna change my mind on the thing. If we do this, the base of this should be like here. No. Where are you? Oh wait, I'm not even in pose mode. Of course. yeah. I just like, yeah. So I should be able to turn this and have the base still like make sense. So I mean, from the top, I mean like it works, but not how I would like it to. Hold on. Well, I'm just being indecisive. This is more now to be indecisive how I want this to be. Actually, I do want it to be slightly in the ground. No, I don't. Yes, I do. No, I don't. I'm like, it should, so that it, like, there's no chance of it clipping out of the ground. I'd rather be slightly in the ground than slightly out of the ground, but nah, we'll just make it exact. It's... but then the base should be, like, there, but then the model also should be... hold on. Don't mind me. I'll delete these, let that be the base. It doesn't even need the... because the top and bottom, it doesn't need these faces, so I guess I'll delete them. Less to worry about, less to go wrong. I will keep the... I might change the size of the ball, so I'll keep those ones. Which also means that there's not 50 cuts anymore, but that's fine. Okay, so quickly... because basically all I'm doing through programming is bending the bone, right? So I'm making sure that it works as it should in Blender. Now, this I don't like. I would prefer that, you know, even if it bends like this, it shouldn't be coming out of the ground. Now, when I have more bones, that won't be as much of an issue, but I'm trying to think of it, can I do anything about this right now to have that not be the case? I guess if I did leave the extra things, it would just be coming out this way, which I guess is an improvement. So maybe I will go back on what I just did. where I deleted those. What if I... Or... What if I had the bone just, like, not at the very top of the base, but, like, here. That look better? I mean, I guess it's, like, sure. Or, I mean... Wait, hold on. I want to just dabble with a few more things. And then we'll get to the Unity stuff. Which I'm still not even 100% sure how I'm going to do. So, like... Don't think we're going to get to Unity and have immediately just do this in, like, 2 seconds. This will be complicated, but that's what I've signed up for. So if I did this, it still comes up. Okay, so it needs to bend nicely in its current state. It needs just more geometry below. I just don't know if I want geometry touching the exact bottom like that. You know what? I will do this again, but then go SZ2. And then that being like there, being, you know, that's fine. It's fine. I don't care about really how it is below the surface. This won't really affect the programming of it that much, because it's going to be abstract enough, hopefully, to be able to apply to like a tail, or sorry, yeah, like a tail, floppy ears, and which actually that's another thing. It'd be cool if we could like, so have this work where if I now were to move, the idea is that if I were to move the armature around, oh, I would like to move the base, but I don't want the base to bend, so I want that armature under the base. That's a little strange, but I guess sure. Cause just making sure this is how I want this. Or I don't know how I want this. We're gonna figure it out in Unity. But whatever, actually, I won't do that right now. I'll figure that out on the Unity end. Basically, I move the whole thing around, and the top should like, right? But then it would be cool if maybe we could throw in gravity somehow, and like simulate wind to like, even if it's not moving, have it act like it's being pushed in a direction. That would be cool. And then maybe able to maybe, you know, change the direction of said wind. Now, I don't know. There's 2 ways we can apply that. Through, like, a wind zone thing, which Unity has for, like, terrain stuff. But, having a big, giant game object that, like, when something's inside of this, it'll experience wind. Or we apply it on, like, an object-by-object basis, where then we could control the strength of the wind per object. But, I don't know. We will figure it out. Also, I'm going to make this, like, a blue or something. I'd like it to maybe be... Do we still have that, like, checkered pattern? Oh, we have the tinted one. We're gonna duplicate this. I'm just gonna make a quick, like, checker that's not this. You know, BW for black white. Open up in the Photoshop. That's not the Photoshop. Hold on. Show and Explorer. You open on this screen. Okay. Open with. Open with. Open with. Open with. No, wrong button. No. Hold on, 1 second. Open with Photoshop. And we'll just make a black and white version. Can I just do this? And then have it tile and stuff. We'll get to the actual thing eventually, I swear. So this, if I'm going to actually tile it, it shouldn't just share this material. I'm going to duplicate this, call this animation testing floor. I don't know. Put this on here. Give the albedo, the one we're about to make being black and white, but it isn't yet. And then set the tiling up to like 10. Wow, it's floor. It'll be brighter in a second. This, I just want to make it black and white. Which, yeah. Let me click. I can't. Excuse me. Photoshop. Still kind of... I see spinny wheel stuff that implies things are happening in the background, so I'm hoping that eventually it'll just decide to respond. Until it does so, I would like to put this somewhere that's not in this basic colors thing. I'm going to put it under here, under procedural animation testing. Sure. I will, while I'm waiting, extract the models of this antenna. Make a folder for it. New. And I can type words. Antenna. And do a little bit of that. Now, I'm going to uncheck... actually, I don't know what I should check and uncheck. Uncheck import animation because it has none. But I guess I won't uncheck import rig. I don't know what that does when I actually have a rig. Change the normals to calculate. Uncheck blah, blah, and blah. Apply. Yeah. I do the same kind of steps every time with this. I should make one of those. There's like a thing where you can set up like defaults. Okay, if I just go hue saturation and just go meh. I mean, yes, but not. Hold on, should I do that? Let me try a thing. I do, and then bump up the saturation. I'm trying to basically have more contrast. I'd like the white to be quite light in the. I just do that a few times. This is not the way to go about this, but whatever. No, it's not saturation, it's contrast that I basically want to adjust. Where do I... Vibrance? I know I could just take out the paintbrush, like the bucket tool and just... But... I can do that. Fine, I'll just do it this way. Excuse me? Tolerance, let's... Yeah. Do I want this to be pure black? Maybe like an almost black. Try that. Okay, now I just have more control over it here, I suppose. Actually, it doesn't look that bad being, like, basically black and white. Feels like a yellow. And I think of testing, you think of, like, testing, like, crash dummies or whatever. It's, like, yellow and black. Sure, why not? Yeah, it doesn't really matter, but, can also dabble with... Ooh. Okay, this is not, like, that's fine. I don't care about that. This is all just kind of a test anyway. Kind of. I want it to look nice because I can. I could also dabble with... I would like to maybe also not do this thing that I've been doing. Well, do it differently, where I've been giving, like, usually what I've been doing with some material stuff is I give things slight emission that kind of acts like ambient light, but like colorized per each material. Might try to stick like do this kind of thing with like a shader. Hold on, let me just also do a thing. Actually, if I did this, then I can do things. Well, I don't think that really helps. This. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it here. Anyway, it's fine. I don't need to be worrying that much about lighting, but here we are. Ooh. I'm gonna actually make this a little bit whiter. You know, you could do one. That really helps. Let's make the floor match with the floor. Give me back the grid. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's bring in our antenna. This is our one bone version. Do I make all three of them right now? I guess I just get all the blendering out of the way. I guess I could. Got our little antenna. It works. I think it's just it'll be thinner, perhaps. It's hard to really... yeah, we're gonna make it just thinner. Just a little thing, and yeah. I gotta just keep making adjustments. Like I could do this. I guess it's not that important, but because I can. Yeah, it's like practice for when I make the real deal. Light's coming from this side. Okay, let's make the other two versions quickly, which is just not changing the model, but changing the bone setup. So I just have to go into edit mode and go like, we have to do, well, I might have to do some vertex or some weight painting, but we'll see maybe what automatic weight painting can do. So subdivide, just have two, just have them be the same distance-wise. Actually, almost... Nah, it's fine. Okay. I was gonna say maybe I want this like to be perfectly like there for the sake of the programming and the testing, but we won't worry about it for right now. So now though, this will not just work right away, will it? It'd be cool if it did. No. Okay. So call this antenna bot and antenna top. I don't even think it. I don't even know if it really should be prefixed. Yeah, I don't know. That's fine. So now I do have to re-parent these, but I'm just gonna drag these out. Nope. Oh wait, no, that worked. Okay. No, not like that. Don't. No, hold on. This, blah. Oh, I'm in ed mode. That's why it's being weird. Okay. Automatic weights again. Mainly just the ball. It's gonna be, if anything's gonna be a problem, it's just will it. Yeah. Okay. So I see this happening, and I would prefer if it was not. So here, let me, yeah, put that like that for a minute. Bottom there is like fine. I'm not caring as much about the base. Weight painting. Weight painting. How do I do anything? Auto normalize, and this on, I think smear is what I want, and then X-ray, not mirror. Well, I guess kind of, sure. You're not painting through though. How do I get you to do that again? Because you're not gonna do that. Wireframe, will you? How do I get you to paint through again if it's not, if X-ray isn't gonna do it? Or like this X-ray up here is like a different thing I gotta do. I don't. No. Opacity, is that the opacity of it relative to the, what the colors were? Yeah. Okay. Is it this? Front faces only? That's not checked, which means it should, in theory, do faces that are behind, but it's clearly not doing that. So how do I get it to do that? I doth not know. I gotta figure that out real quick. I gotta do Blender things. I don't know, or this guy gotta do Unity programming things. I don't know what I'm doing on the Blender end. How do I do anything? Also, why can I not select the other? Why can I only mirror on the X? That seems a little bizarre, but I haven't preserved volumes a thing, but that shouldn't be a thing I have to check. Blur. But again, you're not actually. Oh, are you going through now? I'm trying to make sure that it's going through. Does just like if I were to draw, go like, eh? Is that going through? No. How can I can just Google this and I will have the answer to my problems. That's also, that's it. That is an option potentially. Blender, weight, paint, through mesh. But front faces only is. But has to be kind of with 2D fall off. But checking front faces only would do not what I want. But it is not checked currently, correct? Here, let me. I want to do this with smear, I believe. Where was that button? Over here. Fall off. Front face fall off. But was it projected maybe? Oh, ooh, okay. Wait, I think that may have been doing it. Still being still behaving weirdly, but it's seeming to be consistent. Okay, wait, now how do I actually... I was hoping that this would do what I wanted. How does one do anything? I'll try to just average it. I'm trying to get this bend to look nice. Like, I should. It's just it's a single bend. Surely it can't be that hard to get it to look decent. Like, this is like the simplest rig imaginable. I'm trying to... Why is it only blending down? I'm trying to move it both ways. I don't know what I'm doing. Average. Why is it looking so weird? Like, I don't know what I'm expecting it to look like, but not whatever it's currently doing. Yeah, yes, it's turned on like an extreme angle, but gradient? Oh. Weird. Why does it not want to remove? Oh, it's because I'm on... because of what's selected. Wait, is it normalizing? It is, okay. Well, I should be able to, like, select... Oh, right. This is a thing where you go, like, shift this, shift that, weight paint, and now I'm free to, like, go back and forth between them. I mean, it's like, it's something. So, like, a hard cut seems to be doing bad things. Here, maybe smear will be better now. One can have dreams of all, like, why is it just not? Why is this looking so bad? I don't understand. I can programmatically get it to do this for me, too. Just program all my problems away. That's how this works, right? Here, I can do it manually where I go like that. Shift select this, go like assign weight. Let's try 0.5. It should, in theory, be selected, or should be affected half by both of those. Oh, right, you're bent. I was like, wait, that's not the one that goes there? No, of course not. Here, let me go blah, and then I can actually see what's there. In theory, it should be symmetrical, both sides, like, blah, 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 blah. I just go blah, but then also go blah. Like, yeah, now you're fine, but, like, these aren't. Shouldn't be that hard. What if I actually did 0.5 on both? Now that's not good. Because then you're going like... Then now it's curving weirdly. But like this was closer here. What if I did this? I can lock this, right? I can lock the vertex groups. I can't lock... Make this one stay being at the 0.5 that I know it should be. Like, I could try to manually be going like 0.499, 0.498. Like, but I shouldn't have to. And that'd be, like, really tedious to do very far up. There's gotta be a way to just do this, like, cleanly. Nicely. Like... this shouldn't be this difficult. I must just be missing something obvious. Maybe like multi-paint would help. Display bone deforming groups as if... Wait, locked relative? Display bone deforming groups as if all locked deforming groups were deleted and the remaining ones were renormalized. Oh, yeah. Okay, I don't think I want that. I do have settings to maybe mess with. I'm pretty sure smear is the one I want, because I'm pretty sure it smears, but it doesn't seem to be smearing. Good. At all. Symmetry, I can try to have them be symmetrical. That doesn't seem to help me too much. Near vertex tropes, options, auto normalize. Maybe this is also like not supposed to be going like I'm rubbing it like back and forth about. It's supposed to be more just single strokes. No. Like, come on. If you were really big, does that help? Bigger. No. No help. Also, I don't know why now it's not letting me do those. It should be the easiest thing in the world. I don't know why it's not be. This has become more like not just me trying to get this right on this antenna thing. It's more now me just trying to figure out how to weight paint in general. Try average. Like I've done this kind of thing before, but on a more humanoid thing. Like you'd think it would be easier on something that's a straight line cylinder, but I don't understand why it's not being that way. And every click I'm doing is just making it worse. A blur. Like, it shouldn't... I don't understand you... Or, like, I don't even know what... yeah. Ah. Like, I can put it kind of back on it was a minute ago. I kind of make, like... I don't know. Clean. What does clean do? Please help. Ooh. Oh, you're weird. Okay, wait. Buttons might do things. No. Okay. What about smooth? I don't. The way that it's getting like squished in is weird. That's like, I think the biggest thing that I'm trying to avoid if I can help it. Like, I don't know if it should bend like that, but I mean maybe. Actually, yeah. How did this just happen? Oh, selected. Oh. Okay, that actually could work. Okay, hey. It's a little weird that it's bending like out and then in. I would prefer if maybe it did more of a... Well, for this specific thing, if I was using like Bezier curves and paths, then I could get that kind of result, but it's almost... It defeats the purpose of what I'm trying to do just a little bit, where I am trying to like treat this like... Oh, that's kind of weird. Like it's a, you know, more person-y thing. But that is interesting. Actually, okay. I like this, but I think actually for now though, I do actually want to stick with the, I want this to kind of, now that I also give this more thought, it maybe should match the bones a bit more, just because I'm doing programming specifically to affect these bones, so having a better visual result of how the bones specifically are moving might actually be better now that I think about it. You know what? That looks fine. Wow. Yeah, okay, I'm fine with that. Let's move on. It's still just weird that it goes out and then in. Can I not, like... I mean, okay, I can't just, like... You know, move this over. Because that's going to affect, like, the main thing. Let me double check something as well. It still works if I... Let me just double check that, like, bending it differently does still, in fact, work. Okay. And, yeah, there's a point where bending it, like, a lot, it still is weird, but I think that's only so good we can do. And the idea as well is that the more bones we have, this will, like, be better in theory. Hold on, let me not do that far. Okay. I also haven't really been doing, like, 3D bending. I think for now we're gonna kind of stick to the flat and then try to do the 3D later and hope for the best. I imagine, well, yeah, just 2D be easier than 3D, so... Oh, shoot, have I been saving this whole time? Oh, no, I meant to save as. How do I save this now? How do I rescue the old one? Welcome back to Unity. Are you gonna try to re-import this? Actually, well, actually, I can, here, do this. So, do this, go save as 2-bone, and then turn this back into the 1-bone version. Yeah, oops. Where I should be able to just, like, can I join so I could, how do you, or if I just, dissolve? Yeah. And your name will be bot. I just saved again! Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. No, do this and then go save as 1-bone. Which, yes, overwrite that one. And then, back to this version, because well, to do the 3-bone version. Actually, no, we will start with a 1-bone, because yeah, I've had to do it again anyway. But divide again. And then I will quickly name these bot, mid, top. Okay, and then pose. And I'll just reset these up, but that's okay. Oh, that's fascinating, but not what we want. We want it to stick more to the bones for the sake of our test here. But that is kind of neat. Okay, so I go into the weight paint, and first of all, I think I'll have to do it'd be faster if I just redo the whole, so taking them out and putting them back in. I need to make sure that the ball is still like 100% the top one, because that just is how it's meant to be, and then the ball part won't deform. Actually, even this is fine. It actually deformed much better than the other one. And okay, I'd like to fix maybe up here just a little bit. I think that one's like fine. It doesn't need to be perfect. Oh my god, I've been saving in. Ah, how about I don't do that? I should do the save as before I make the changes. Okay, save the 1-bone. And then go. Wait. Did you? Wait, me control Zing and going forward, I'm not seeing. So normally you see like a little apostrophe at the top of the Blender file that shows that something's been changed. It doesn't like control Z, like the saving and the resaving. I don't think that's how that do. It should be fine. Okay. 3-bone. Okay. Now weight paint, and maybe if I just select those two and then do my smoothing thing. I'll actually, well, no, I'll do that, but I don't think I need to smooth it as much. Actually, hold on, there's a level thing. I remember that being a thing. What does that do again? It does something similar. Make sure. Nope, hold on. I keep clicking off of it by accident. No. Let me select the one I want. select that. Quantize was also an option too. It does not seem to be doing what I would want it to be doing. I don't know what level it's supposed to do. What does quantize do? Oops, come on. Quantize. Select a, yeah. I know it has a quantize has a definition in both like quantum physics and music theory, which I find funny. That didn't, yeah, also not do any of what I was maybe hoping it would. I don't want it to ruin down there. Actually, it's funny that smoothing out that better than the one I'm trying to do it on, kinda. What if I just did this on active group? It's because the way it's, and maybe I yeah, have that be just on that one, and then now I try it again on this one or something. Like, how did this one turn out fine, and this one just like, nah, I'm good. Maybe now I try some manual things. Ah. Smear is just not in my favor. Really? Why would you even... Oh, because the gradient thing I think is going off of how like the original model is. I still just don't like the way that's curving out and in. Again, this one turned out fine. It doesn't do that. So give me a break. Blur is just kind of making them further apart. Okay. Okay, that didn't break things. Maybe, okay. Okay, maybe smearing on like from low to high does better for some reason. That's... Okay, I don't know why it's working now. I didn't do anything differently. I'll take it. It's... Yeah, it's kind of working better. I should have this be mirrored. Yeah, to have it more likely to work in any direction. Okay. Didn't expect to be spending this much time setting up the model, but... oh well. Sometimes that be how it be. What? How are you getting more? I was smoothing. Okay. I'm trying to make you be less. How and why and how? Again, this one's also turned more than this one is, but like, I don't understand. This is an antenna. It shouldn't be hard. I don't. Like, part of me's like, I just want to say that it's fine, but like, I would like it to actually be how I want it to be. Maybe this just... Oh, never mind. It's also doing weird things on there, which I would prefer if it was not doing. The problem with this is I still need to be symmetrical, so it's fine bending now, and if it was bending like the other way, preferably. Why is that any of what that is doing? This does. Let me double check this. Oh, what? What? How are you? That can't be. That's not allowed to be a thing. If the bone not being, like, everywhere not being fully like affected by something, because that can cause issues, I believe. Okay, like, well, okay. I don't know if trying to smooth again would help at all. You know what? It's I want to say it's fine, but I keep then looking at it and being like, no, it's not exactly fine. Okay, maybe having the strength so high is the problem. Now that I think about it. Oh, wait a minute. Did I just solve the conundrum? Was it really the strength? Really? Okay. That actually, makes sense now that I think about it. You also are supposed to be checked, which is... Okay, this actually is now... Now it is kind of being better. Have it, again, be a little less compressed. Okay. Is that fine? Ah, oh no. No. Not what I want. Okay. Okay. If I have that much trouble with, like, every model we make, we'll be here for a million years. But okay, you know what? It's fine. Okay, now it's... We're gonna move on. Let's do the whole programming it thing. Okay, so... Oh, wait, hold on. It needs to... Like, the default should be it being straight up. I do need to do that. Okay, now for the fun part. The, like, actually, like, no sarcasm fun part. Hold on, let me actually... Well, before that, let me do the thing I said I was going to maybe do. I should remember what it is, but there is a way to, like, basically have defaults. Is it here? Or preset. Save current. Oh. Let me just go make it its own folder. We're just gonna go call this import presets. Presents? Presets. Yeah. And this is gonna be, we're just gonna call this model default preset. Which it, yeah. And actually I want to change what the preset has because there's one difference here that I, yeah, want on the preset. Hold on, where are you? Actually, first, I want to use it exactly as it is. Can I just select both of these and then go... You did? Okay, then apply. Except the materials, I don't want the materials to be part of whatever it just did. Oh, well, they did, but that's actually fine in this specific instance that they're all three of them are using the same Unity materials, which is fine here, but here, let me now go import presets, and I want to change what the preset says. So materials, oh wait, what? Or maybe just because it found ones with those exact names or something. Okay, whatever. Maybe actually it's fine. That's fine. Okay. This should be a none. That's the one change I wanted to make. Everything else here, I think I want to be the same. Yeah. The default will be no rig, no animation, and blah. Yeah. And yeah, okay. But no weight assigned. You have some things with no weights. Hmm? I mean, how can I, like, double check that? And actually, I don't even know what... I cleared that message before I even saw what it was on. We're gonna hope that it's fine. I will see whether there's problems when we're actually programming it. Here, let's go antennas. Put this one under here, and then we got 2 and 3. No, stop it. Well, yeah, actually, I think no, I won't close that just yet because we might have to do some modifications as we're doing things on the Unity end. Because even once I'm programming this, I might find that I want to make some changes or whatever to how the mesh is, but we'll see. All right, so we have, if I 2D this, we're, yeah, if I 2D, yeah, it goes from like that view. Just for, because we're gonna look at it from this view, and then we'll go 1, 2, 3. Okay, so our goal now will be, we're just gonna have the same code on all 3, but we're gonna focus on the first one to get it so that if I go into play mode and then I select this and I go like woo, the top will like bend as I move this around. It'd be nice, especially if I can get it to specifically work off of like me moving it like this, like rather than like moving it through code. Like whether I move it through code or me manually like moving it around, it'd be nice to see it do its swaying thing. And we can also start by focusing on just like one axis. Actually, I don't know how it should behave if we do snapping, but we'll see. Yeah, so let's do that. So, scripts. I'm gonna make another, just to have things gonna be more separated. We're gonna have a script here that is well, actually, not the script, the folder that is procedural animation testing. Procedural animation. Actually, we're not going to put testing in the word of that. This, why are you out here? You're going to be in level, even though you're a thing to enter a level, you're still level related. Yeah. Oh, okay, it's, yeah, re-importing, because I moved the script. And then this is going to be, so I would like to call this something more generic than antenna. What's a like a more generic term for what I'm trying to do? It's like when it move, like when you move. So something you attach to a parent game object, like to like a series of bones. When you move one part, the rest like follows along. It's like a sway. We'll call it sway. And if I decide to change the name later, then we can do that. All right, let's see how complicated this is actually going to be. This might actually be really hard, but we'll see. I'm also fine with closing all these other bits of code for now. So, in terms of the sort of interface of this, it would be nice if I could basically attach this to the parent game object, and then it found the bones and knew what to do. Now, well, or would it actually? So thinking of like doing this in a way that can easily apply to other things easily. I might actually want to have better control over what bone specifically I apply the thing to, because that would also be nice. Is like I attach it to a rig and say basically only do the thing on these bones. I might basically... Oh, you're bot and bot end. Why do you have an end? I didn't, like, make that. Interesting. This here is the actual, that would be from the rig. So that's interesting how you have that. Does this have that? You bought top end. It's interesting that you have that. Like, Blender would have generated that, and that's interesting that it even did. Fascinating. Anyways, but yeah, so actually I think it would be nice if basically, so we attach the code to the base bone to sway, and then it looks at its child objects up to like till the end of a bone, or maybe we given like an integer as input that's like how many bones deep to go, and if it's 0, then it's like go all the way, like until it reaches an end. Because that way we could control, for example, I don't know if we'd want this, but let's say like we have the antenna here. If like let's say for some reason we want the swaying to affect like the bottom 2 bones, but not the top, or wait, or do we want to attach it to the tip and go down? Actually, that would also be an option. So just thinking of this like generically, like going forward, like to have it be as easy to apply to other scenarios. Mainly, I'm thinking of a tail. If we had a tail on a fully rigged, like my dinosaur thing, would I rather attach this code to like the base thing of the tail and then tell it to go to the end of the tail and that's all that should sway, or do I put it on the tip of the tail and then say go back until here's the base of the tail? Or let's say as another scenario, let's say I had, because think of it has things on both ends. If we had like a robot with like a claw arm for some reason. No, let's say normally you might move that with RK, but let's just say it looks like a claw arm that's gonna like sway or something. And the base is attached to like a body, but then the end of the arm is attached to like claw hands, and we don't want those claw hands to sway, let's say. Would we rather attach the code to the base of the arm and say, go until the end of the arm, but stop here? Or do we want to say, attach it to the end of the arm and then say, go back until we reach... Like, I guess it doesn't really matter. I mean, it matters, like, a bit. I'm just trying to think of... Just trying to make sure, like, because it'd be easier to like do the right thing now and not have to change it later. I'm thinking of. I think attaching it to the tip would be better. Yeah. Yes. Attach it to the tip of the thing that I want to sway, and then have it go back until it finds whatever the base is. We'll see. Maybe once I'm actually programming it, like the code will work out better if I start at the base, but... well, actually, no, wait. The base is the actual thing that's moving. I will need to basically calculate, like, the velocity of the thing that moved for then the top thing to... But the top thing basically needs to then move in the other direction. Or bend in the other direction. It might actually be better to, coding-wise, to start at the base and then sort of like bend this bone, go to the next one, bend to the next one, go to the next one, bend to the next one. That might actually be better. Okay, so from a programming standpoint, it might be better to start at the base. Okay, I'm decided on the base. So we're going to put it here. And I will preemptively do that on all of these. And we're starting on the, not the armature, but the bone that we want it to be on. Like, in this specific case, we could start at, like, the top of the antenna and then get the child game objects. But thinking ahead, if we had, like, a fully rigged person with a tail, or, like, you know, my dinosaur or whatever, we want to attach it directly onto that bone. So I'm coding it for that kind of scenario. Yes. Okay. It's important to make sure I have this stuff good now, so I don't have to change it later. In fact, I might have to change it later anyways, but at least I've thought about it. Okay, so thinking about some of the inputs that we're going to want. So public, int, basically, how many bones forward do we want to affect with the sway? Because if it's 0, it'll just go until it can't go anymore. So that could just be easy to set up to just not have to always count the bones. But that can just be like, sometimes we maybe we have something that we want to sway, but not like all the way to the end of whatever bone structure it has. Like if it was going to a hand and we just want it to go to the end of the arm, but not do anything to the hand, that would be a scenario for that. Either for like hands, I don't think we'd have this kind of swaying thing, but it's just the easiest thing that comes to mind with what I'm talking about. Right? An appendage that has something on the end. So what do I call you? Iterations? Bones to effect. That is a long name, but that's okay. And it's important. I'm putting forward in the name because it's going like a long. This is almost like a reminder of this object should go on the base, and this is how much we're going forward, as opposed to being on the tipping going backwards. I guess I could have that maybe be a toggleable thing, but we're not going to worry about that. That is, yeah. We need to get this to work first before we go overkill with the options, the customizability. We'll need like variables about how much it should sway and stuff like that. Okay, let's maybe start like trying to code things, and then because now we're getting into the part that I'm not entirely sure how we're gonna do, but I'm hoping that we can kind of figure it out. And we're gonna just focus on for now we're gonna focus on the one bone version, and then see how it propagates to the rest, and then try to continue to just make it work. So the first thing we need to do, if we are on the base game object, we need to get our velocity. Now the other thing as well that I'm gonna try to avoid, we could use rigid body stuff for this. But I want to purposely try not to be better on performance if it was more manually calculated, rather than, if we have all these background things that are all using rigid body stuff to sway, that would be a decent performance cost. No, maybe sometimes we would want some procedural animation that actually has a rigid body, so that, like, the player could, like, actually hit off of something and then, cause it to, in this case, like, bend back. But that'll be a different thing. For now, we're going to assume that this is all for visual fluff. So we're going to start by having a private vector 3. We're going to I'm going to kind of, to a degree, focus on like imagining it was 2D, just swaying left and right, but I'm just going to do things of the fact that it will be 3D. I would like it to be 3D. But I might start by just thinking of it in like the left-right kind of thing. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, so private vector 3, base velocity, and you're gonna start being vector 3.0. We'll also potentially have variables for like wind if we want to basically introduce a force that's gonna be pushing stuff along, and I might have to basically take out some like like high school velocity and like acceleration equations, but we'll see. We're not actually going to be moving any positions. We're only affecting rotations, which might be even more complicated when we're dealing with quaternions. But yeah, we're going to see. So we have this base velocity. Let's just first calculate the velocity of the base. That's a good starting point. So on update, base velocity. We need to keep track of like the last frame's velocity. Maybe, I don't know. Base velocity equals, we'll need the position last frame. So actually we will need that. Private vector 3 last position. And you know what? For the sake of being easier on future me, I'm gonna like have the variable names be lengthy and good on explanation, as opposed to like last pause, which I mean I probably understand if I look back at it, but just making it easier to, like, this is gonna be really complicated, just making it easier to look back on and actually understand what I did, and how to interact with it, right? So base velocity is going to be our curb position, which is going to be transform.position, minus this divided by time.delta time, because that is how you calculate velocity. Blah. And we are doing this in update. Would I want to do this in like a fixed update thing, even though it's not a physics thing? Nah, we're going to do just normal update. So base velocity equals bleh. We also need to, at the end of the frame, after we do our calculations, then last position equals transform.position, so that basically at the beginning of the next frame, it'll be whatever position we had last frame. Yeah, so first of all, I mean, I'm just doing this one step at a time. Let's just see if this even works. Thus far. Mainly I want to see if this is going to work. if this works with me moving the game object physically in Unity. On this and like, and I'm gonna see if I can. It'd be extra nice if I could move the parent game object and have this work. Actually, in theory, that would be the best scenario. Is that rather than having to move the bot bone for this to work, I can just move the parent game object, and I would get the velocity change. So I didn't actually. Okay, I need to be on this and lock this, and let me have the console be back behind my head as it once was. Yeah, you can kind of see it. So I see base velocity. Okay, I do see it moving. Wait, wrong thing. I do see values that are changing, but it's a little sporadic. But I feel like I think this just has to do with the way that it's updating here. If I was printing the value to the console, it seems like it would be printing more sporadically. So let me double check. If I just go print this, and because I'm probably doing a lot of printing values to test things, and I want to just not have 3 different things printing values, I'm gonna go if name dot contains a 1. There's 1 bone was in the name. Do that so it's only printing the 1, and then I'm fine with making this private again. But it seemed like it was working fine. I just want to make sure that it's updating as frequently as I want it to. And not, like, it looked like it was only updating every once in a while. I want to make sure it actually is going, like, all the time. Wait, now it's... I'm looking at the console behind my head. It's not it's not printing at all. Name contains a 1? No, it doesn't. Oops. Right. Because it's not... Okay, now I'm just thinking, like, how do I differentiate this? Can I access parent directly? Let's go transform.parent. Transform.parent dot... That'd be the armature.parent dot name dot contains 1. I'm gonna go 1 bone, just like, yeah. Yeah. Temporary just printing the value so I can see that it's actually doing things. Okay, it is being very sporadic. Good. I haven't really thought about... I don't know how I want it to behave when we move up and down. I mean, in theory, it would maybe just go down and then go up, but... yeah, we'll see... Yeah, how the behavior... How complicated we get the behavior to be, because, yeah, it will be complicated. And we're gonna hope that it, actually works. Yeah, it will be hard to get it the way that... It to work how we want to. Yeah, so that worked nicely. Yes, now what? So we have the velocity, and not just that, we have the magnitude and we have the direction of the velocity. So let's just like do this one step at a time, and hopefully we can stumble our way through what we want to get to happen. We need to go through every bone, or children, I guess, starting at the base. Oh, shoot. So in this case, yeah, because it's on the base bone, that is what's going to turn. Like, because we don't actually want to turn the base thing that's on the ground, but that's, yeah, so we can start on the bone we're on currently, and that gets to bend, and then keep going up. Yeah, okay, so let's start by basically going through for each bone, which isn't just going to be a for loop. How can we go through each bone? So starting on the one that we're currently on. So we're basically going to have to go like, us dot transform dot rotation equals blah, and then go like get. I guess I could do it like, I don't know if I could do it recursively. Yeah, maybe. Because I could look at like the velocity of each bone. I don't know. Maybe I will just focus on turning, like just focus on the bottom bone, and once that's maybe working, then I'll figure out how I want to translate it going perpetually up. So our transform.rotation, Equals what? This is the grand old calculation of what will it equal? So basically, so this will be kind of similar to our unicycle, right? Where in that one, it's like, well, when we wanted to move in a direction, we, you know, leaned in that way, except that was done through physics. But when we stopped moving, we like almost like applied like velocity going towards the top, and that allowed it to sort of swivel back and forth. So it's almost like applying acceleration. It's almost like what I wanted, well, not like angular acceleration, which I think has a term. Angular velocity thing, like torque is angular velocity, right? Or no, torque, wait, no. Torque is like angular force, right? Anyways, but so I'm just gonna say angular acceleration, angular velocity, angular force. It's fine. There's terms for those things, but it's whatever. It's fine. So basically, we want to apply angular acceleration to accelerate our rotation towards facing up. When we're not up, how do we get to not being up? Because otherwise, like if we move, we're gonna be up all the time. I need to get like this part to happen. Of whichever way we move, we move in the opposite direction. By the amount that we moved, and also some speed or some like stiffness. Public float stiffness. I don't know. Basically, how rigid it should be, or maybe like be more like a rigid body. Go rigid. I don't know. it's fine. So just looking at we've moved away from being upright. I almost think that we should basically have like if base velocity is not equal to vector 3.0. Or maybe I might change to have like because it's in flows, it being like close to 0. And also, actually, I don't know if this is better to go. The magnitude is not equal to 0. I think that's slightly better on performance. We want a lot of this to be really good on performance if we can help it. Yeah, yeah. So if it's not equal to 0, do things. Otherwise, do other things. And this is basically going to be like, so move away from center. Try to move. Well, okay, I didn't need to copy the comment for this, but try to move towards center. And remember, this is like a relative center of having a rotation of all zeros. I think. Yeah. Also, just thinking ahead, one thing that would also be really nice to have eventually is, actually, I'm gonna mess with our environment to do a thing. Wait. Turn, you. What? Oh. Oops. On the wrong things. Also, just notice that bottom thing was not rotated to be all zeros. It was at, like, 90, which, if that's the default rotation, then, like, sure. If I quickly just make, like, a wall real quick. Yeah. Actually, it looked kind of nice when this was, like, going in. Or... yeah. Whatever. I do want to see if this could work on... Wait, hold on. Let me actually... Because I just made that stiffness variable, I need to go make them not 0. Wait, you didn't compile... Oh, gonna go do this for a minute, just temporarily. Yep. We'll just say it's like, wait, rigidness is how rigid it is. If it's 0, it would be completely swayy. I almost want like the closer it is to 0, to more stiff it is. The closer, like the higher it is, the more it sways. I'd almost have the numbers work that way. So what do I call it? Like swayiness? Droopiness? What's the word I use here? Because I just like, the higher the number, the more it flops. Am I gonna just call this floppiness? I can't think of words, so we're just gonna call it floppiness. Okay. I don't like that, but that's alright. That's apparently what we're doing. But just then, the higher the number is, the more it doesn't just stay perfectly still. And we'll say, I don't know what number we're gonna actually need here, but just putting in something that's not 0 for now. But what I wanted to do was just eventually, thinking forward, I would like to then see if we can get these things to work if they were on a wall. Maybe even upside down. Well, actually, upside down should, in theory, work the same as right side up, with the exception of if we introduce gravity being a thing. But seeing if we can have this be like this and still also work, you know, on different axes. And then if we introduce a gravity thing, having these be kind of like drooping by default would be cool. You know what, I'm also just gonna, because I can, set up the camera. Come on. Okay, well, can we just put this down here for a minute? I should switch to a different layout, but nah, it's fine. I don't even know what I want out of this. I just kind of wanted to mess around. Oh, you're supposed to be like this. Like, yeah, that works, and I don't really need to do this, but I'm just going to replace the skybox for something that's not the default. I kind of like that random, just perfect blue. I don't know, sure. Ooh, with the fanciness. Am I gonna turn the light? Actually, this is the 1 version, and this is the 3 version. I actually, now that I look at this, I want the examiner to, I want the camera to be on the exact opposite side. Just because I want the best version to be the one that's most in view. Sure. And then I guess we could do some lighting things. Mainly just looking at the shadow there. Sure. Whatever, it's fine. I mean, I could do stuff with point lights, but nah. Whatever, it's fine. Okay, let's get this to actually do bending-y things. Actually, here, I'm gonna... one quick little thing just to separate these even cleaner. Just go floor and wall. Okay. Call this wall too. I said call this wall as well. Also fine with closing this for now. Okay, so how are we gonna do this? I don't know. So if the velocity is not equal to 0, we need to, just looking at this as a 1 bone thing, turn the bone away from the direction of our velocity. Right? So, how do we do that? So, just looking at it, doing this kind of 1 dimension at a time, sort of. If we are moving this way, we need to rotate this way. So moving on the x-axis here is translating to turning on the z-axis. And I don't know if we're going to have to get into quaternions here. We might. contrarians tend to be more of a problem when we are going like over 360 degrees a bunch, which in this case we're kind of not, so maybe we'll be okay. So how do we convert the x-axis to the z rotation axis? There's things with like dot product and cross product that can be done. I don't know if we need to get in that complicated of math here. Maybe we do, but I don't know how much I'm gonna try to do on my own before I start Googling a bunch of stuff, but we shall see. Okay, so first of all, we have the direction of our base velocity, and we'll want it to multiply by the magnitude a bit, where like the faster it moves, the more it bends. Multiply by our floppiness. And it's probably not going to be setting the rotation directly like this, will it? Or are we going Quaternion.Euler? Bleh. In this case, the x-axis corresponds to this. Oh, right, yeah, that's how this works, right. The, whichever axis you're moving on, like, the rotational axis is perpendicular to that. Or, like, rotating on the x-axis, yeah, that's how that works. Yes, that be a thing. So, how do I say, yeah, rotate that way? Can't I, there's a rotate towards function. I could, I also need to, not like rotate to that way right away. I need to, do ideally like some, lerp things or, things that make it all smooth. But as a starting thing, we can start with just getting it to, as we're moving, say, yeah, go in that direction. Let's see here. I know there's rotate around. Rotate around a point. Around a point in world coordinates. Okay, that's, well, not what we need. Because we need to not touch the position at all. Why is there a set position and rotation? Why is that even a thing? Okay. Wait, is that vector to quaternion? How is that any different just going, your transfer dot rotation equals blah, and transfer dot position equals blah? I mean, I guess, sure, if you want to do it in one line, sure, but okay. What would be the best way of going about this? So rotation equals, you got quaternion dot things. Angle between two things. Yeah, it's dot product stuff. Well, dot product just gets you a single float. Cross product is usually how you get, like, yeah, you put in these two vectors. Well, cross product is you put in two vectors and then you get a vector that's perpendicular to both of them. But I mean, I guess actually to a degree. Oh, if I cross product the way that we're moving with the up direction, which I do know what our up direction is, and I don't know if that should be the world up direction or the relative to the base up direction. So let's see. If we moved like this, it should turn like that, I guess. Well, no, I think that maybe should be the world's up direction. If we move like this, I think it should still kind of go mostly that way rather than being on a curve. Probably. So if we cross product did the way we're moving with the global up direction, that would, give us the z-axis, and then rotate along that axis negatively, maybe. Yeah. Or like I'm saying, like in this specific case, it happens to perfectly be the z-axis would be more, local, and yeah. Then rotate along that axis. Now, we're going to have to also figure out how we're going to get, like, the different bones to turn by different amounts, but one step at a time. Okay, so I think we will go... So we'll do this in steps. We need to get the, like, axis to turn. Is going to equal vector 3 dot cross product between The way that we're moving, which I think yeah, it's just it would be the velocity, and then the global up direction. We're gonna try the global up direction. We'll see later if we want it to be the relative up direction, but we'll just try global up for now. So cross those together, and then that's the axis we want to turn along. I mean, I could just go transform.rotate, but I'm hesitant to do that because transform.rotate, you can't really lerp or slurp and any of that. I prefer to basically almost do what transform.rotate does, but through directly modifying the rotation, so we can do more smoothing with it. So quaternion dot, but for now I'm going to just do some exact setting. Yeah. Wait, Euler. Could we just pass in? What happens if we just pass in axis to turn times floppy? I hate that name. If I can type in what I'm trying to, especially because this is like cranked out to 10, probably won't do what we want. Although, well, let's just see what happens. Ready for things to just spaz all over the place? Because also fascinating. Oh, that's just weird and wacky. We also currently have nothing set up for them to go back to being upright, but that's okay. Okay, it's actually like, it's working better than I thought it would. Kind of. Almost. Yeah. Not really, not even really almost. I don't even know if I can say almost. Let me just get rid of this for now, so it's just like less. Just so it's less. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's actually kind of working. Oh my god. Ignore how, I don't know why all these break on the first frame, but, oh, something with, well, in theory, on the very first frame, here, well, like, on the first frame, this shouldn't run because the magnitude should be 0, but testing floats like this is not usually a good thing to do. I can also, another thing I can set is like the minimum, like a minimum velocity before it's allowed to turn. So like that could be a thing I could do. I don't know when I'd really want that, but I imagine it just could be something. But anyways, yeah, this is great. Now I don't know if this would actually look smoother already if I was using, oh right, I forgot this is, it's turning based on the velocity. So as the velocity slows down, it already kind of turns back up. It shouldn't be doing that. As the velocity makes it turn down only. Because currently the code to make it go up is not there. This should only make it be turning down, and then very soon it should be flat, based on the current logic that's here. That's how this should be right now. So actually that's a thing I didn't really consider, is that, well, actually, rather than this being like set the rotation to this, if instead it was take the, like, basically I did transform.rotate this amount. Here, let me just try this for a second. Oh, maybe they should also be given a maximum amount that they can turn. Because, yeah, I imagine that would be useful. Wait, I thought you were... What are your inputs? Oh, you just take the direct vector 3. Yeah, okay. But again, I can't really smooth that number, but yeah, I mean, maybe I don't need to. Okay. So yeah, it's gonna do wonky things. I might actually need to... Is it even going in the right direction? Doesn't seem to be. Now that I think about it, gimbal lock might be a thing now, which wouldn't be what we want. Or sorry, actually, correction. Because it's spinning like 360, it might introduce some weird things, weird behaviors with that. Where if it wasn't doing that, then it maybe wouldn't. Also, it's gotta be something I can do so that on the very first frame it's not all wonky. Let me just maybe go like these should be vector 3.0 by default, but let me just, I guess, make sure of that. And also I'm gonna say this is greater than or equal to like 0.01. So it needs to be like the tiniest bit of velocity for it to actually do things. Or for it to do this movement, just, yeah. So in theory, on the first frame, it shouldn't do anything. Like, all of them should be... So why are they? That's more like a, it's a separate issue, but it shouldn't be a thing. So why are you? Also turn this up a tad. Okay. But actually, like, we're already actually making some decent progress. So the ran happened 6 times. Once per each of the things. So why? Oh, right, because I get base velocity here. Is time at delta time? I mean, this should be 0 minus 0. Oh, because it moved away from the center. Got it. Yeah. So this should be this on first frame. Okay. Yeah. And if I eventually want to calculate whatever change in velocity, yeah, I can do that too. Like, as if I want to do something with acceleration or anything like that, I can later. Okay, so I mean, yeah, that is the behavior I guess I called for. Yeah. Okay. So, I would like to, though, introduce back that, like, number that I had. Here, make this easier. I just go watch. All of these are currently down. I could also, if I wanted this, make those even easier to change, I could have the script be on the parent game object and have a drag and drop reference to the bone to effect. But if I do a lot of these little procedural animation things that I'm staking on game objects, I just imagine it could, if they're all on like the parent game object, I could just imagine that parent game object then getting really, really long, which I don't know if I want that. But maybe that would end up being cleaner down the line. But for now, we won't worry about that. Okay. Yeah. What was I to do? I changed that to 1. I don't know if we should have like basically 2 numbers for like how much to sway and then how fast to snap back up. Because maybe there's one that's like very loose to sway. Or I was going to say like loose to sway, but then would like snap back up. I don't know. Or one that could be like just like very bendable, but then very quick to snap back up. Versus one that's like I don't know if we want those 2 values, the sort of down speed and the up speed to be different. It would allow me to change this variable name. Speed? Oh, and then also when we get to dealing with the multiple bones, I don't know to what extent we want to deal with like sort of the percentage that each bone bends or what have you. For now, we're not going to worry about it. Kind of just need it to work in a very, like, to some extent, we just need it to work in a very rudimentary sense, and then we can improve it. But I do like the idea of having sort of the down speed and the up speed. Straight 10. Straighten speed and, no, it's called up speed and down speed. I don't know. Names don't matter. I mean, they matter a bit, but in this case, it works. It's fine. Okay, so down speed, up speed. Okay. What do we do now? Well. So we got them moving away from the center, sure. Actually, before I go any further, now's a good time to do it before we have the going up. I want to make sure that going down, it's limited. I want to make sure that it's constrained. Because currently it's just not. So rather than going transform.rotate, this is where I'll need to... I mean, I could do transform.rotate and then go back through and clamp the rotation. But I would still have liked to go, rather than transform.rotate, be able to smooth it, maybe. But transform dot rotation equals how do I even clamp, what do I want to clamp the rotation to? Let's just say it can't, for now, let's just say one individual bone can't rotate more than 180 degrees in a particular direction. So I could just say if any of the three numbers are greater than 180, then make them 180 flat. Is that gonna have any problems? I guess, well, negative 180, positive 180. Just making sure that's what I want to do. Yeah. Okay, but first though, how do I translate transform.rotate into transform.rotation equals blah? Transform.quaternion dot Euler this will directly set the rotation rather than adding to it. I basically need to take what the rotation was and add to it. Can you add quaternions? I don't think you can. How do you... Let me just Google... This I'll just Google real quick. So unity add quaternions, which is something along these lines. Oh, is there a quaternion.add? Or the effect of two quaternion rotations, you multiply them. You'd apply... That would apply quaternion 1 first, then quaternion... Oh, yeah. Okay. Doesn't... Angle axes? Okay, turn that angle... Interesting. Okay, I see how this do. I've dealt with, like, linear algebra stuff where you, like, multiply affine transforms, homogeneous coordinates together. You multiply things together in, like, the reverse order of how you want them to happen. Yeah, so you multiply these together with in reverse order that this is. Yeah. I was reading up on quaternions earlier, and I know that, like, so there's the four values that are actually, like, if you have an angle, it's like sine the angle times something, like sine the angle times something, sine, and then, like, cos the angle times something. Like, I was looking into somehow the quaternion math, like, why quaternions exist. I know why they exist, kind of. Like, and, like, some of the problems is just traditional having a 3-axis system, how that causes some issues. But I do also know that, quaternions, like, the four values have to add to 1, and that's, like, a thing. So, yeah. Apparently. Anyway, wait, did I even do what I meant to do here? Yeah, da-da-da. So, actually, this just did the same thing. Like, this didn't do the clamping thing, but I just want to make sure that this is going to work first. So, I can't even go times equals if I need this to be second. But that's fine. Okay, so now on all of these, down speed, we're going to go 1, 1, and 0. I'm going to, like... Yeah, 0 will mean go forward until you can't go forward anymore. Just, it'll be, yeah, easier that way, I predict. I hope. Okay, so that's not the thing I meant to move. Okay, so you are working again. Yes, you just aren't. Then I still need to clamp it. Yeah, maybe I don't need to smooth it. I don't know. We'll see. If it just had a smaller value, then. Like, I was going to do, like, a vector3.lerp or a quaternion.slerp or whatever, but maybe I don't need to. And maybe it would be redundant to, like, or unnecessary to do so. Okay, let me close these windows. Okay. So, that worked. now let's clamp this. So is there an easier way other than just going through each axis? Again, I want this to work. All right, I need to make sure that this works regardless of the angle. So even if this is turned like on the side, it should all be like relative, right? So this bone turning. Oh, right. You're also weird that you start on 90 degrees. It would probably be in my best interest that not only does it clamp to relative, but I should be able to start with any starting numbers that I want, and then it will clamp back to that. Not back to that, but like right now I'm basically just putting the hard rule that a particular bone can't turn more than 180 degrees past its original position, and then that maybe could be a public variable of how much is allowed. That should be fine. Overall, I think the whole bone going down might be fine. You know, if you know, in our 3-bone system here, we might. Hold on, let me just find a thing. We might want this kind of action going on, where this rotates so much that it actually goes down. If we had, like, no floor here, right? So I could see that, like, we don't want to cut that off entirely. In fact, that would potentially be harder to cut off. I guess you could add up these rotations or something. I imagine that gets way trickier on not one axis, because in theory it'd be cool if, you know, these could rotate different ways, right? That's what we're going towards. Ooh, except they don't. This is a problem with the way that, like, caves in on itself. It'd be cool to look into preventing that on the Unity side. There's a way to kind of not have that happen in Blender, but it doesn't translate to Unity well, especially with this procedural stuff we're doing. Like in Blender, it's a checkbox here, preserve volume, that tends to help, and other things. Anyways, though, in due time. So, what are we doing now? I wanted to clamp, do the clamping thing. Yeah, we'll say that each bone can't, we'll make a public thing for it. So public float max bone turn angle. And we'll say it's like on all 3 axes. If we decided that we wanted like one type of antenna thingy to, like, it can only turn on 2 axes, and it can turn a little bit on a 3rd axis, but not that much. If we want to make it like relative to different axes, we could do that, but it's fine. I think we're also then gonna need to store the start rotation of the base, because that's what we're basing it off of. That's what we're basing the clamping off of, and also what we need to turn back to. So, yeah. And eventually we'll need the start rotations of all the bones, but we'll get there. So this probably will be a quaternion, or what? It'll be, actually, this needs to be a quaternion, but it'll need to be a, no, it doesn't. Well, it depends on whether I want, like, I'm fine destroying the angles or whether I want to store quaternions. It'd probably be better off if I stored the quaternions and then went quaternion.euler. I'll probably have cleaner and, like, less likely to break math things if I do it that way. But this will probably need to be an array eventually, is what I meant to say. So, start rotation equals transform.rotation, right? And we're not doing anything with scales right now, anyway. What would be really cool is if I could have, like, these antennas, but also stick, like, my spin script on it, or, like, the hover script, or the, like, some of the other, like, getting some of these procedural animation things to stack would be cool to make that work and exist nicely. Okay, so clamping, yes. So we got the starting thing. I turned this. So I do have 2 options. I can either, you know, set the rotation and then clamp it, or now that I think about it, it's probably nicer, cleaner code to sort of calculate, here's the rotation we want to have, clamp it, and then set it to the transform. That's probably the cleaner way to do this. I don't know if that's better on performance to do it that way, but probably. So we'll make a new quaternion. And we'll, yeah, do the rotation stuff in quaternions, because, again, less likely for problems. So we'll call it new turn angle. Well, it's not really an angle. It'd be an angle, like, if there's a float, it'd be, if there's floats, I'd call it angle. But, New turn direction. New turn rotation. I'll call it just new rotation. New turn rotation. It's fine. So new turn rotation equals this stuff. And then we clamp this stuff. Which is gonna be... first, I guess we'll test if we even need to clamp it. I guess we'll do it... I can't think of a better way to do this other than doing it one axis at a time. So we're just gonna do it like that for right now. Dot Euler angles dot x is greater than or equal to... I was about to say just going... Oh, and also I would want the absolute value of it. Right. I need to make sure that this isn't gonna... If it flips around to 360, that's also a pain. I basically need... No, it's not its X rotation. I need, like, how far away is it from the starting X rotation? But if it's like the starting rotation was 1 degrees and then it flipped around to 360 and now, oh, it's at, 350 degrees, and then I subtract those, that's a problem. There's a dot angle thing, isn't there? This ain't Python. I was programming in Python earlier, but not anymore. Okay, I got this. This angle axis creates a rotation, rotates, returns an angle in degrees between 2 rotations. Well, that's not what I want. I want to measure an angle. That rotates around a float angle around an axis. Okay. I mean, I have the axis to turn. I wonder. No. Probably a better way. Okay. How about go vector 3 dot angle? I think it has an angle measuring thing. Yeah. Is this deprecated? Yeah, it's the same thing. Signed angle, make sure that it's positive, which in this case I want. I just want to measure that sort of distance. So, but then I need 2 vectors. Right, well, I need 3 if I want that. Which I don't... I'm trying to think of not just a way of doing this. Ideally, I want to do a way of this that's like not too much math going on, because big performance hit on every bone, every frame. How? Let me Google things. Something like Unity clamp rotation. Just do that generically and see if I can find anything. Just generically about clamping rotations. Yeah, you can. I am aware of mathf.clamp, and that's what I'm expecting to use in a minute. But the main thing that's throwing me off is the whole 360 thing. Right. What am I? Yeah. Negative 90 and 90. Clamping just returns a value that you set. Yeah, see that understands angles. Okay. Okay, so I don't like that all this is broken. But whatever, I can try to decipher. So you take in an angle, and then if it's greater than 180, then you invert it. Inverse equal. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's just like hard to read with a how broken that is. Is this one maybe less broken? How old is this? This is 2014. All thread problems never solved. 2018. Better. See, this is still like requires me to get these angles, which I guess I can do. What is the point of that? Okay. And rotating frame, yeah, cause new. I also, as I said, I want to clamp it based on the starting rotation, so I need to also kind of do it relative to that, but I can just subtract and then add. Yeah. Okay. I'll try just copying this for a sec. Changing things. Yeah. No, this ain't Python! Just paste some things down here and... Yeah. Be just indecisive. You calculate a rotation by adding onto the Euler angles? I mean, I guess so. I guess I always worry when doing math with Euler angles just because of the weirdness that happens when you go above and under 360. Some wonkiness that can happen. Okay, so I still need to go and get these angles like from to, or like that. Or no, this is the angle, the 180, like, or whatever. I still, yeah, need to get that, which is going to be... Actually, I still didn't even, like... is that just going to be, so vector 3 dot, well, Turnian dot, new turn rotation dot Euler angles. Let me just pretend that they're all 0, 0, 0 to start. Get that to work, and then add on the offsets. Might just be easier to comprehend. So that's not how that works. So getting the Euler angles, dot x is going to be... Let's just pretend that it's going between negative 80 and positive 180. Because it would be if I wasn't adding an offset. Or... Even then, I don't know if it goes between 180 and negative 180. I think it goes like from 180 to 0, snaps to being 360, and then goes down again, which, yeah. Okay. So if the x is, but if it, if it's greater than, I'll go math F. Let's just try this for a second. I'm making a lot of assumptions based on things that I don't actually know if are going to be problems. I just take the absolute value of that. If it's greater than max bone turn angle, then I would clamp it between whatever, well, it's clamped to whatever side it's on. So, can I actually directly set the X here? I don't think I can. I don't think you'll let me. Right? Like, I just set it to whatever. Yeah, you're a read-only thing. So now I need to figure out how I actually change it. Oh, if the new rotation was a vector 3, if I did just have the angles like that. Maybe I could just leave it like that. Maybe I don't need the quaternions as they are. Do I? Why do I? I said I thought it would make the math easier, but if I'd never used quaternions in the first place, then it wouldn't be a problem. Maybe I'm going about this wrong. Maybe I'm overcomplicating it for myself. Yeah. Well, we try this. Which then means that this doesn't need to be this math, but instead... Is it just access to turn? Plus our old rotation? Well, but not that. And then that could do like that. Maybe this actually would be easier. Because then I can better control the numbers. Huh. Oh, hey, I'm here. Oh, hey, Francesco. Hi. Sorry, my friend was at my house. I saw you started to trade. Nah, no worries. But hi. Hello. We are experimenting. Here, let me show you what we're done with. Is everything going to break yet? If I come out this line, it won't break for now. Oh, and I think I'm fine actually not having... Well, at least this. I'll leave this here for a minute. I don't think we'll need it. We are doing some procedural animation things, which... not working currently yet, but we have some antennas here that we're experimenting with getting this sort of movement, this sort of swaying movement. Basically, when you move the base, the top kind of flops back into position. With, degrees of how we can control that. We have 3 versions here that we made in Blender. A version with a single bone, so it's like you turn the thing, it turns the whole thing. We have a 2-bone version, and then we have a 3-bone version. Just for different levels of complexity. And, ideally we have, one script that works for any n number of bones, but we're starting small and working our way up there. And it's being interesting so far. It took a while to even just make the... I had some troubles with just setting up the bone structure here. It's just being weird, but got that. Currently what we have is this, which will look weird. Oops, not if I move the right thing. It was working a second ago. Well, it wasn't working. It was working, it wasn't just doing nothing. I think because I'm in the middle of coding. Oh, because I commented out this, of course. Yeah, because I commented out the thing of that was making it work. One moment. Equals quaternion dot Euler this. Yeah, then we'll see it work. I have 3 on the walls there because we'll also experiment with how it works if these antennas are on a wall. And we're doing this as one just because it's interesting to experiment with and learn animation stuff. Okay, so this is what it's currently doing. There's no snapping back up, but we do have, if it's, okay, it breaks once it goes over 360 degrees. That's not going to happen for realsies. But in a very basic sense, whatever direction it moves, the antenna is moving in the opposite direction, and that's the first step here. And the antenna is moving all as one unit. That's also a work in progress. That eventually it'll bend. Well, this one will be straight. This one will bend halfway. This one will bend by 3s. Yeah, it's a progress. It's a process, but this is a good starting step. And also, how much it should bend, it should be controlled by well, it is actually controlled by a variable. Just that variable is too high right now. Which, yeah, I think I'm gonna just change it real quick for now. This down speed, make that 0.1 and this be like a 0.1. Max turn angle being 180. Forward bones to effect, certainly 0. And not only are we doing something like an antenna thing, we're making this being generic enough that we could apply it to anything that we want to have this kind of swaying motion. Like a tail, perhaps. Or if a character had long ears. Or as I was mentioning I was showing an example earlier on stream, right at the beginning of the stream, in Crash Bandicoot Cortex, he has hair that comes out the side, and that kind of is the same kind of he turns his head and the hair kind of whooshes. Yeah, that would be another application of such a thing. And yeah, okay, there we go. Oh, yeah. Again, we're kind of ignoring what happens when it hits the ground because it's currently not meant to handle that. But it actually is kind of, it's interesting. but yeah. intended behavior is coming. So now what we're doing is making it so that we're clamping the rotation, so it can't bend past a certain point. That'll fix some of it being weird right now. And then we're gonna get the it actually going back up, preferably. And then we'll figure out how we propagate this onto the other bones, which might just be some recursive function stuff. We'll see. We shall see. Anyways, though, so what I just did just now was I was dealing with some of the rotation math in quaternions and then realized that I was overcomplicating things by doing so. And when I thought I would be undercomplicating things by doing so, I guess that's a word now. But yeah, I just converted to doing stuff as vectors, and yeah. Anyways, new turn rotation is blah. In fact, like, I don't really need these to be two vector 3s. I could just combine them into one, but for now, we're not going to worry about it. So, to clamp the rotations. If the absolute value of this is greater than the max turn angle, it is going to equal the max turn angle. And then do this directly on, like, do this on the other two. I feel like there's maybe some fancy way of doing this to all three at once, but nah, I can't think of how such a thing right now. That's not gonna do weird things. Okay, but this is fine. So, clamping the three numbers, except no, this is wrong because I need to know whether it actually needs to be positive or negative. I guess actually, if I just went math f dot clamp between, I guess, this and negative max blah 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 and positive blah blah blah. I guess so. Yeah. We're also trying to a degree, do things that are going to be decently good on performance. If you imagine we had like 100 of these antennas in the background, or 100 different things swaying back and forth, we don't want that to be a complete kill on performance. But yeah, I do have some more ideas of how we can have a huge performance reduction with that, but we'll get there eventually. So okay, so with that, actually setting these properly. I know that I'm pretty sure there's like a vector. Is there like a vector 3 dot clamp? But that's a bit different. Oh, clamp magnitude. Yeah. Never mind. That's fine. Anyways, it's fine. Okay. So yes. And then set that directly into there. I'm just deciding if I want to. I think I could combine these. No, wait. Couldn't I? I was about to say, no. I was about to say, this is like our current turn amount. I was about to say, couldn't we just clamp that? No. Because also this isn't done yet. I need to, this only works if the thing starts with an angle of 0, which it doesn't, and I want it to be able to, you know, start sideways and still clamp accordingly. Because also I just realized that we've been getting local stuff. This should be dot local. I should do all this based on local rotation, shouldn't I? Right? I think so. Yeah. I think that'll cause less issues. The position should be global because we're moving the whole antenna around. But I think the rotation should be local. But even, well, let's double check a thing. Yeah. I mean, I could. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, all these have rotations of 0 except the root. The root has like a 90, 0, 0. It's just the waves imported. I could manually fix it on everything. It'd be nice if I didn't have to. So let's try to make this work with any rotation. Which should be a matter of, well, I already got the start rotation. I just need to actually use it. So if new turn rotation, not dot x is greater than, would it be that? Let's see. So if it's the 90, would it just be the max? It's like 180 minus. Why can't I think of the math that this needs to be? It should be simple. It's not that... Like, I just need to subtract the offset of the original speed somewhere. Not speed, starting rotation. Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't just subtract, like, start rotation dot Euler angles. You're a vector dot x. What do I want? Maybe. Except I do want to actually, I want to make sure to add it back in when I actually do the clamping. Does that mean I want to go plus? Oh. No, clamp it there and then plus it at the end. Yes. Just making sure I'm doing this right. I don't like that there's all the additional operations going on here, because I did say I wanted this to be decent on performance, but... I guess... Well, I guess this only happens if this happens, so I guess it's maybe not that bad. I'm also actually just going to... just because I can, I'm going to actually make the turn amount like 1... On these, it'll be like 170, perhaps. Okay. Play. Yuki. So what are you going to do now? Okay, you immediately snapped to what you weren't supposed to be. So you went to a -79, -10, -10. Instead of a 90, 0, 0. If I change this, are you... Imagine that's going to have some effect. Okay. That's not intended behavior. You have a -90 instead of a +90. But I... Wait, should this have been plus? Maybe this was supposed to be plus. Just kind of trial and erroring this rather than actually doing the math. And hoping for the best. But even still, it snapped to being, like, down, which it shouldn't have, but... Like, it's still not intended behavior. Even if it was snapping, it shouldn't be snapping to there. So, okay, so you're snapping. Where did you get the -10 from? So, this just must not be right. So, it decided it wanted to clamp, let's say the Y, which should have became 0. Clamp that between -170 and +170 by... Whoops. Oh, between -70 and +170 plus start rotation.y, which was 0. Or it should have been. I did do local rotation. Let's do a bit more print statements. I have this thing here that's basically gonna just only print on like the first one. Oh, wait, it's gonna print on the wall one too. I'm just gonna do that for a second so I can just do just that one. Whatever. So let me print out. Well, I mean, yeah, this. Just do it like, this is the one that should be 0, so it feels like it'd be the easiest to like track down where the math is going so wrong. Well, I wanted to print this, but there's also something else wrong with it. You should, oh, you don't exist, there. I mean, I had no reason to have that not up here. Let me also just get rid of this and put this in here. And yes, it does clip each of the 3 values individually. And that's fine. Okay. It did get to turn a little bit, and sometimes it decides to snap up. So behind my head, I'm seeing nothing currently. Oh yeah, it's only when I'm moving that I'll see things. I'm seeing it print a lot of 170s, which is actually what I think it should be. Which is means that I think there's some local global shenanigans going on here. Like there's something where I'm not using. Apparently, I'm setting the Y's rotation to 0 or to 170, but that is making it under here. It's being -10. It shouldn't be a matter of if I set this to global, it would set the global rotation to 0, but like it shouldn't. That's because it happens to be facing up. If I then turned it, it would then try to be always up, I would think. So, what am I doing wrong here? Start rotation. Let's track this from the beginning. Let me just double check that, I don't know, this is what I expect it to be. Maybe it's not. Let's just start there. I could, yeah. So 9000. Okay, so that's correct. And just to double check, if I made it not the global, or if I now instead of being local, now it is global. Let me just make sure that's now printing the wrong thing. Yeah, see now it's 27000, which is actually technically. Actually, that would say it was -90. So that would actually be wrong. So that's proof that that part's at least what I want it to be. And then maybe down here go and print this. The rotation that you're trying to set it to. Except, wait, not like that. Hold on. I'm gonna get spammed with all of the antennas that are trying to now print things. Just do this. Okay. Wait, hold on. You should have been printing things even before it started, which I guess would have been all zeros. Wait, you're not? Oh, because you only call this when you have that. Yeah. Okay, it ran a few frames. It'll be paused. And since I'm looking at the console so much, I'm going to move it back down here so you all can actually see it rather than, yeah, being behind my head. So it started as like a 90 and then a 0.2. Sure, seems fine to me. So all these values start off being fine, and then, oh, here it quickly becomes not fine. So the Z like, calculation here was wrong. When did, even still though, so right now it's the Z value that's all weird, and then now it's the Y that's weird. So, okay, which one is being weird is definitely being different, but, okay, you're being set to 170s. Okay, that is definitely not what should be happening. Because they shouldn't even go to 170. Well, actually, no, those should. No, those are fine going to 170. Oh, this is some weird, like, gimbal lock situation, too, isn't it? Kind of. Maybe setting the 3 axes individually isn't what I should do. Here, let me look at more manually, more directly in the inspector what those values should be in certain situations to double check. Oh, wait, the Z value shouldn't even be changing, now that I think about it. Because it's just this. Well, I mean, sorry, the Y value shouldn't even be changing for the bone. I mean, once it's... It actually... So it could matter for the bones up top of how this one turns, which actually might be another issue. Huh. Didn't think about that. But so the local Y-axis, now that I think about those, should not be rotating at all. Again, one thing I could do is just set that to 0 and set this to 0, and then I can just assume that every bone always has a rotation of 0. Oh, how are you off-center now? Well, that made you off-center, which means I shouldn't even do that, but if I had tail, like, on the side or something, it would be nice if it did just work regardless of the starting rotation. But yeah, let's see here, though. This axis shouldn't change, which is... Oh, I'm turning the whole armature now. It's like it's turning the x-axis. That is, why are you doing weird things? You would be the local y-axis, though, would you not? No. Right, you're weird. Ah, you totally are doing weird gimbal lock things. That right there is why I started this in Quaternions. So unless I can differently clamp... Basically, like, what I'm trying to do currently is making it so it can't rotate, like, all the way around like this. Try to prevent it so it stops, like, here, for example, or ideally by some amount that I set. Which... I could know the vector of how it started and then the vector of where it is and then do the angle thing. Maybe I just do that way. And then... But I'm just trying to think, like, if that is the case, then it's like, how do I sort of stop it? Unless I just don't allow it to rotate more. Maybe it is actually better to go back to Quaternions because of that. Yeah, you know what? Okay, we're gonna try going back to Quaternions. Maybe I had it right from the beginning. Still should be local rotation. That part should still be a thing. No, yeah. I mean, actually, I can still calculate... Well, no. This should... Yeah, Quaternions. Which then means this should be multiplying by that. Again, still... I think I still want it to be all local. Axis to turn being... Oh, hey, Ravier. Hey, hi. Hello, people. How are you with a party of 13? Hi. And also thanks for the follow. Thank you. Hello. Let me show you all what we are doing. That is currently actually not working, but we're getting there. We are attempting to do some procedural animation stuff, and actually I can show you more interesting actual working thing in a second. But basically, if this is gonna work, we are attempting to make a, we have different versions of it that we're going to be working on. But, basically, that's not the thing I'm supposed to be moving. Okay, it's still not working. We're getting there. It's a work in progress. Still very broken. But basically, we're moving a 10 around and having it, like, sway. Except not being super straight like this, having actual, you know, bendiness, but it's a work in progress. So, like, you know, like, blah, and... Blah. And I'm basically trying to do this through code, is the sort of challenge that I've given myself. Now, even, you know, in an actual scenario, it could bend even more, but having this kind of swaying effect. Howdy, hi, hello, oh, cool, very, very cool indeed. And then this could be applied to more than just antennas. It could be, like, on a tail, on, like, a character's, like, floppy ears. It was like a bunny or something, like, I don't know. Different applications that could be, yeah, interesting to apply to. Let me show you all, though, something better. Something that's actually working. Bam. This is for a game that I'm working on called The Handyman with a Unicycle. This is a... Ignore how this does not look very good texture-wise. This is all very temporary. That's not actually the scene I meant to open up. Nor is that one. Here we go. Let me top that for a second. Okay, that's a lot quieter in comparison, but... No, hold on. Let's do a little bit of that. Alright, so this is... Nope, I can... It's full screen. This is the Handyman with a Unicycle. There will be an actual person on there one day, eventually. So basically, it's a game I'm working on for a school project that actually I'm done what I was doing for the school project, and now I want to continue working on it as its own, my own personal project thing. Yeah, it's coming along very nicely. Actually, all of the unicycle there, or like most of it, is procedural animation and some like rigid body physics stuff. None of this is in, other than the model, none of the movement here is happening from any Blender animations. The only animation that currently is a thing is this. But, yeah, that was hard to attempt to even do the procedural animation stuff. But, yeah, very, very cool. The leading looks accurate and fun. Yeah, the movement, something I put a lot of work into, and I'm happy with how it is looking so far. And eventually, hopefully it'll look cooler when there's an actual person on there, and, yeah, more animations like that. We also got, like, these tight ropes that do tightrope things. You have to like balance on them. That actually, I'm going to be changing eventually how some of the interaction, like how the balancing kind of works. But anyways, yeah, very, very cool. Then you fall off if you lean too much. Now you notice all of these things off to the side. These are supposed to be circus rides. The main, what the game is that you ride around and have 6 different circus rides before they break. Actually, like I've been doing a lot of planning, and the gameplay is going to be quite a bit more than that now. Eventually, but right now in its current stage, you're riding around having to fix rides before they break. Currently, they take forever to actually break because I didn't want to be failing my tutorial, like my test level all the time as I'm building new functionality. But we got quite a few cool things here. We got speed boosts and hazards, where like the functionalities there to turn that into a bunch of different types of hazards, like things that like flash on and off, and like projectiles, and you know, a million other things. We also got some power-ups that actually stack. There's 3 kinds: a speed up, invincibility, and being able to repair stuff twice as fast. Very, very cool. There's like a clock over there that's like how long until you are done the level. Except I'm actually gonna be, I also plan to completely redo how that is eventually. So I made this game for a school project, and since doing that, like, I've been doing a lot more planning for what I want to do with this game, and oh boy, do I have plans. Oh, by the way, this is like a collectible. This is like my form of a hidden collectible, where you have to find thing A, bring it to thing B, repair it, and then that acts as a collectible. And then this balloon card thing now, balloon power-ups last twice as long. You see they're all golden and stuff. Yeah, there's also a mini-map down there. I actually don't know if I'm going to be keeping the mini-map, is another thing. Or I'm going to be implementing it differently. I might implement this. Oh, and also, Mike Ray, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I greatly appreciate that. Okay, also, this ride broke, so now it's all woo, particle effects. Also, pause menu is a thing that exists, so that's cool. I can also, on the other side of there is how many strikes you have. That's like how many rides can break before you die, before you fail the level, before, whoops, you got sued. Yeah, very cool. Want to see another cool thing? Let me go back to this thing. So, when you restart the day or any loading screen, I currently have this cool system. Shabam. Loading. It's cool. It, yeah, it's a nice curtain thing that masks loading screens, and very, very cool. Even, like, if I go back to the hub that currently exists, not much of a hub, but it exists. Yeah, and then actually there's a tutorial thing that I made for the school project thing.
Welcome to Peter Avian's yesteryear universally shifting car.
That is me doing voice acting. I'm going to talk over it for now, which actually...
Let me show you.
We're just going to mute that for right now. But there was music and also expert voice acting of me giving the tutorial of how you play the game. And I made this like linear environment that sort of shows off all of the different things that you interact with. This was more for like the school part of my project. I don't plan for the real game to have this meticulous of a tutorial. There'll be a tutorial to some degree, but, you know, good game tutorials are like blended into normal gameplay. You don't necessarily think of them as tutorials. That would be how I would like my, like, the actual thing to be. But, yeah, we shall see. But I have a lot of plans for where I want to take this game. And actually, we're not going to be working on this right now. This is just, well, right now we're working on that procedural animation stuff that will be potentially used for this game, but is, you know, kind of an on its own thing for right now. And then potentially dealing with other types of procedural animation past that. Like, for example, when I make the actual human character on this unicycle, I want to do some IK, inverse kinematic stuff to get his legs to follow the pedals, and different things like that. Yeah, so we're going to be dabbling in all kinds of cool things of the sort. But yeah, this is what we've got cooking up so far. And, oh, by the way, also, when you have this thing, if you get hit, then you have to pick it up again. That's a thing that makes that more difficult. Also, you, like, blink when you take damage, as some games do. So, yeah, cool little bits of polish here and there. I look forward to when we get to polish this a lot more. Of course, this is all very, like, leaves a lot to be improved, but we are going to get there eventually. Part of the procedural animation stuff I'm doing is to help in eventually, like, improving the graphical fidelity of this whole game. Also, yeah, there's a face in the side of the mountain. And this is the end of the level, and whoosh, that be how that be. Yeah, so very, very cool there. And awesome. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, very, very cool. One of the many projects that I'm working on. Turn this back on, and oh, that's kind of loud. Sorry. Yeah, so currently I'm in university right now, so I don't have all the free time in the world with, like, a lot of personal, like, things I've been working on. But this unicycle game started as a school thing, and now that I'm wrapping up school, I plan to keep working on it as my own next game that I want to do. In the meantime, though, okay. What am I trying to say here? Right now, though, we're, like, doing this procedural animation stuff, but then soon I'm gonna be getting back to some other school things that I'm doing that I don't know how much I'll be streaming. Some of that stuff might be streamable. A little bit ago, we made a dinosaur game. Actually, want to see another bit of expert voice acting, and actually, I think I made that's that turned out quite well. Over here, yada, not there. Builds. This, not that. This. Okay, let me just make sure the audio will not kill our ears. This also has expert voice acting, but even better this time.
Let's have a race. Choose your character.
So this was having to take a kids game and remaking it to be way more user friendly. So we found this as part of a group project thing. Found this, like, kids game that teaches Division, but through, like, being dinosaurs on skateboards for whatever reason.
Skitch, Burly,
I remade it in Unity,
Ripper,
and made it a lot more, just better.
Get ready
here's
to
what
do
that's
some
currently
Division.
looking like.
Try to beat the other racers.
Dinosaur model I made myself.
Set.
Great.
Go.
Go.
Click on the number to complete this equation.
Is it this
Correct.
one? Yeah. Got environmental stuff. Got, like, stuff here.
Click on
There's
the number to complete
first, second,
this
third
equation.
behind my head. Pause menu. Volume slider, all this stuff. If you get an answer wrong,
Oops. Try again.
he face plants, which
Try
I think
again.
is mildly funny. Actually, I think it's really funny.
Try again. Correct.
Fun to animate. Yeah, so that's what this
Click
game
on the
is.
number to complete this.
Wow.
Correct.
And this thing's done now, I think. So
Click on the number to complete this equation. Correct.
I've gotten great division from playing this game.
Click
over
on the
and over.
number to complete this equation.
Is that off? No, it's not. It's fine.
Correct.
Yeah, say you're just beating other racers, and yeah, this was another project we were
Click on
working
the
on for quite a
number
bit.
to complete this.
But this is
Correct.
done now, so now I'm moving on to other things.
Click
I
on the number
think.
to complete this.
But,
Correct.
which is mainly going to be my unicycle game.
Click on the number
Yeah.
to complete
I have
this
plans
equation.
for what I want to do with that.
Correct.
You'll see them in due
Click
time.
on the number to complete. Correct.
Anyways, just getting to the end of the race here because
Click on the
there
number
is an
to
ending
complete
sequence.
this equation. Oops.
Oh, no.
Try again. Correct.
Am I gonna lose? I think I am. Yep. Oh no! Yeah! Yeah!
You won.
Barely won!
Congratulations. You're a division master.
Yep. Wow, amazing division skills.
Let's have a race.
The other
Choose
characters
your
don't actually exist.
character.
The original game we stole
Slash.
all the art from had, like, different looking
Skitch.
dinosaurs.
Get
I only
ready
made
to
the
do
one
some
and then colored it
division.
differently.
Try to
but
beat the other racers.
that's fine.
Ready. Set. Go.
Anyways, I just want to show that off. So that's cool. And, like, we just finished that recently. Anyways, with enough of that, mainly, like, right now what we're doing is a bit more on the boring side. That's why I have the increased viewership, I was trying to show off some of my more interesting content. But yeah, now we're gonna get back to this, which was working and then just broke, and we're in the middle of doing more functionality of it. Yeah, basically we're trying to get an antenna to do antenna things. Starting with, I have 3 versions of it, like a single bone one that's just gonna, like, do this, a 2-bone one that has, like, a single bendy point, and then a 3-bone one that just has more. That would be more, like, the coding would be recursive to some degree to be able to be applied to any number of bones past that. But we're sort of starting simple and getting to the more complicated as we go. So currently we're trying to, like, our immediate goal is making it so that, well, first of all, I have to just unbreak what I had a moment ago. So actually let me start there. Is the local rotation stuff what's messing things up? Are you not supposed to... No, I didn't change this before. This should be fine. Let me just temporarily get rid of all the clamping stuff. Oh, this ain't... Wait, this ain't VS Code. Okay, it's fine. I was also just doing Python programming earlier today, so... Got Python on the brain with, like, keep trying to use hashtag for comments. Okay, so that... Why was this not working again? Oh, wait, I uncommented too much. No, I didn't. Right, no, yeah, no. Okay. So, let's also... Nah. And nah. And nah. Also, I don't really care about the game view right now. I'm just going to kind of tuck the game view away over... just somewhere out of the way. I could switch to a different layout, but nah. I'm mainly just caring about, like, well, I'm just moving it around all in the scene view. Oops. Yeah. Okay, so... Currently, we had this kind of working. It just recently completely broke, and I'm not entirely sure why. I have a theory, though, that it's to do with the local rotation stuff. Let me kind of put that theory to the test. So if I just, like, move it along one axis, this should be moving it. Uh-oh. Hold on, let me fix. Okay. Oh, it is just code that's not working right. Oh. Now that's interesting. It's like working on a single axis. What happens if I, like, moved it up? Are you gonna... No, interesting. Okay, that's weird. Oh, and now you moved a little bit to the side. Huh. Very strange. Okay, let me try one thing. If I go back to this being global rotations, is it going to immediately work again? Because that's the thing I changed, but... let's double check that that is the problem and not something else. That yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Okay, perfect. It doesn't snap back up yet. That's a separate thing that we're gonna get to. But yeah, okay, this is the behavior I expected to happen. Now, I mean, I guess it's fine, but I want this to be able to work regardless of the rotation. So let me just see if, in its current state, does the wall version work? No. You don't even work left, right. Really? Oh. Oh, okay, yeah, so... that ain't good. Yeah, ideally this would... Yeah, the wall version should work. I could just focus on the one and then change the code later to make the other versions work, but I kind of almost want to do it like one functionality at a time. Like right now, just this current moving, I would like to get to work even on the wall ones, because I imagine it'll just save me time down the road. It'll be less things to change later, right? So currently, I do a cross product that decides sort of like, based on how it's moving, that decides what way it should turn. I did it based on the global up direction because I thought that would be what I'd want. Should it be based on like the on the object's global, like relative up direction? Let's try that. That might be what I need. But I'm just thinking, is that going to cause me problems later? I'm not sure. I would eventually, like, it would be cool if I could make gravity be a thing eventually. So that will also potentially present its own problems. Okay, actually, maybe that does work. Why did I think I needed global gravity or global, the universal up direction? There was a reason, but It wasn't that bad of a reason. Okay. Oh, hey, it's actually... Wait a minute. It's all, like, turning better. This isn't freaking out as much anymore. Huh. Alright, I'll take it. Didn't realize that was causing that many issues. Okay, that's, like... That's perfect. Now, actually, I almost don't know if I need the clamp. I kind of want it just in case. Or, like, because I would probably like to be able to limit it if that's what I want to do. Like, if I want something to be like, you're only allowed to turn 10 degrees, I probably would want that functionality. I could see that being useful. So, Okay, so for clamping, I guess if I'm going to try to do this globally, but I can go off the starting rotation, which might still be fine. Basically what I want is I want to put it in an angle, and maybe like we'll focus it on one axis for right now, and basically say at its starting angle, whatever it is. Like right now it's like it's pointing straight up, which is 0, but it's global rotation is 0, but its local rotation is like negative, or it's like 90. But yeah, we're just going on global, then it's 0. If I put it in, let's say, 170, then it should be allowed to turn... Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. 170 is this much. Why did I think... In my head, I was like, oh, yeah, from here to here, that's like... No, it should be... I just realized, like, yeah, it should be, like... The number should only be, like, 80. It's 80 from the top, not, like... It's not the total amount of how much it can turn. It's fine, okay. So let's say that it's 80. It's allowed to turn this much, and then it should get locked. Even then, actually, 80's like there. But for the sake of the test, I'm going to put it at like, let's go 45. And I'm changing all of them at the same time just because. So 45. Okay. So then, let's just, yeah, make it work globally, assuming they all start at 0, which won't work on the wall ones, but yeah. Do it one step at a time. Bring back this bit. Well, actually, if I'm doing it globally... Just the one thing is that it shouldn't turn on this axis. It's local y-axis. I don't know if I want to basically clamp that to never turn, but, you know, when it's on the side like this, it's a different axis. Especially because I'm treating things globally right now, or locally, because that just seems to be making things actually work the way I want them to. I don't know why the local one wasn't working, but whatever, it's fine. I'll see if I can get to work like this. If it does, that's okay. So maybe I'm also just going to make this one... Wrong buttons. Just do it one axis at a time. Nice if there's like a one-line thing, like do it to the whole like kind of vector of how it's rotating, but it's fine as is. So clamp between Okay, let's just see if this works as is now that I fixed other issues, and also realize that it should have been 90 and not, or should be 80, or like less than 90. Yeah. Now there might be times where I want something to rotate extra. If I want it to go like, you know, if there's like a bit of wall, like a cliff here and it rotates like over and down, maybe I want that sometimes, but not now. Oh wait, I don't want it turned manually. Okay. So, I mean, you just didn't even try. What are you doing? Oh, you're the Z. You're the Z. Okay. Well, I mean, okay. If I were to just bring back specifically this one for the moment. So you should rotate to be, you should get clamped at the 45s. Still not doing it. That doesn't look like 45 to me. It should be negative 45. I got the absolute value of whatever this is. So this would be 70. Is greater than... do I actually need this now? This will be all zeros, so this should effectively not do anything because it should be all zeros right now. Or I mean, like, this. So this should be, like... So this should be true. So it should be just not clamping correctly? You are, though. Oh, wait, you're a quaternion now. Right, you're a quaternion, so I can't just set the Z value like that. Ha 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 ha. Yes, so you need to be quaternion.Euler of... Or... I can't just set the... Like, dot Euler... you can't just go, like, dot Euler angles dot Z. There's gotta be a better way I can... What's Euler rotation? Oh, that's just different. 2 Euler angles? Is that, like... Okay. I'm just trying to think of the cleanest way of doing this. I mean, this would be a way that would work if I'm changing the Z. Clamp this. I mean, these shouldn't all be zeros. These should just stay whatever they were before. But I don't like this. Oh, right. It's dot Euler. Yep. If it works, just get it to work and then can try and make it more optimized after that. Alright. Oh, Maj, hello! Hi. Oh, welcome back. We are doing procedural animation stuff on a, like a car antenna sort of thing. Okay. Still? I don't even remember what I'm printing to the console. That is the new turn rotation. That's the quaternion. That's not very helpful. I know it goes off of like sines and coses and all that, but you're still not even being the values you're supposed to be. Why? Okay, let me go that Euler angle is just see like... Well, that's not going to print anything different than what I'm seeing in the inspector, I don't think. Right? That doesn't look like a 45 to me. I don't know about you. And I get the absolute value, so like... If it's greater than this. So, okay, let me just see... Is this even running? My guess is that it's not, and I'm just not seeing something right with like some things like a less than or plus the, like a less than or greater than or a plus or a minus. Probably just missing something obvious. You are going. This is the okay. That right there is the concern that I was having with the whole Euler angle thing, because of the way it flips weirdly above and below 360 degrees. Either way, this should still be making the if statement be true. But that's a separate issue. Max turn angle is... Am I just blind? Oh, you're a quaternion. Oh, you're not even supposed to be there. Oh, you're probably throwing off the whole... Throwing off something. But you should only be a value between 0 and 1, so you shouldn't be throwing anything up by much. Very confused. Let me just double check what this is. Oh, I'm an idiot. Yeah, it's Euler angles. It's quaternion. I forgot I changed that from a vector to a quaternion. That's the problem. It's part of the problem. It's not the whole problem, unfortunately, because we still got the weirdness that comes with quaternions. Okay, I mean, it's doing something now. Of course, it's not doing the right thing. That's because of the way that it's snapping between 0 and 360 as opposed to just being either positive or negative, which I could try to, like, convert it. Or if I could just get this to work with vectors, then it wouldn't have this issue. Wait, why did I keep having a bunch of different problems and fixing them and forgetting why I had certain problems, and I'm like, I want to change it back to how it was before because I don't remember why that was an issue, but I'm going to do it and then be like, oh yeah, this was the problem. Why did I make it back into a quaternion? The rotation stuff? Was it just because it just wasn't working and I was like, I'll just put it back to a quaternion because just to make it back how it was to make it work again? Or something with the local rotations or something like that. Okay, well, I'm just gonna do this again, and maybe I'll have better luck this time. Making this a vector again, going off of this guy, staying global this time around. Yep. This changes to being addition, I believe. And then get rid of you, and I guess I'm going to keep going off of the one axis for now. And then new rotation equals bleh. Well, actually, as we do new vector 3, which, again, I'd like to make that calculation better. Although it used to be very... I think it'll be rare for the clamping thing to run, and it'll be rarer for it to run on, like, multiple axes at the same time. But, you know, we'll see how things work out. Why are you not liking this? Wait, what happened? Oh, wait, this shouldn't be, that, not that. Something along those lines? New vector 3. Print that out because why not? And then this is going to be equals quaternion dot Euler. Okay, try that out then. See if it just decides it wants to work. Nope. Okay. I mean, it's not. It's So other than the clamping issue, it's working. So that's good. Like just the bending was working. So I think it's just something with doing things locally instead of globally that was being weird, but still might be a problem when I get to the wall antennas. But either way, the clamping is still not actually doing what it was supposed to, and I need to find out why not. Or I mean, like, the 0 to 360 thing shouldn't be a problem anymore? Or maybe it is. Oh. I have another idea if this continues to not work, but we'll get there. Okay. So when you hit 45, you continue to want to be 45. Okay, so how come when you go negative... Here, let me catch it. Yeah. See what it was doing the frame when it flipped. It went negative, so it did actually register as being negative and not 360. And yes, I get the absolute value of this, but there should be like still like 0.2, not negative 45. Unless... So rotation.z still should also be... That's still going to be 0 in this case. But that's what's going to potentially help with the wall version. I guess I could just print out this. Hold on. For that Again, this if statement is basically going to make it so, like, it's very specifically, like, the one that I'm working with, it's only going to print the information on that one rather than on all 6. Yeah. Oh, right. This is happening after the clamp. So, Python, or not Python, C#. I know how to do coding things. Okay, so how about? Well, it's still not working, obviously, but like I need to see now if the print statements are going to be more helpful. So my theory is that it's a frame of it being it is. Why? You were supposed to not do that. That was the whole point of the thing I just did. How did you? Because I get the Euler angles involved directly, and that's what's having the same problem. So if instead I control the do I really want to do this? I also just to let's go last base position so that I know that that's the base thing and not any of the upper bones. Yeah, okay, I have an idea. If I have a vector 3 that is looking at the 1 bone, it'll just be like it'll need to be an array eventually, but for now just looking at the 1 bone. We'll call it bone rotation. And then we're going to start with this equaling like this, which is also this, but whatever. They both need to start with that value. And then I do all the math on this here rather than if I never read from the Euler angles, then I never have the 360 flipping problem. Yeah, I've done stuff like this on the with like camera pivots before. So I do this, but then this number to actually get updated. So I go bone rotation equals, I guess, new turn rotation, and do both these together. So these kind of are synced without this accessing, like reading from the Euler angles that is that. Makes sense? Maybe. So I could do math to like, if the number's above 360, then subtract it by 360. I'm trying to just avoid doing that. I'd rather not, if I can help it. Okay, so, please. Hey, it's doing the things. Yeah. Now, it's only working on the one axis. It still moves on the other axis, in theory. It just doesn't clamp on the other axis. But look at that. Haha. Antenna, kind of. You know, it's progress. That is definitive progress. So now I'm doing the same thing on the other angles. The weird thing is, well, one thing is I don't like all the wasted calculations there, but for now we're not going to worry about it because it is. There might be a way to like combine all this into kind of like one thing, but won't worry about it right now. Okay, so now I gotta make sure the two lines are the same. Something. Just make sure it's. No, this one's a lot longer. Why? What's the difference again? Oh, it's new. Dot x. Oh wait, I can just set the x directly now because it's a vector. I can just. Oh yes. Because so with quaternions, I think. Can you just set the quaternion values directly? I don't remember if you can, but the Euler angle representation, you can't just set those directly because they're read-only values. But with vectors, you can. Huzzah! Another reason to use vectors. All right, that cleans up the mess that I wanted. Perfect. I'm gonna keep the y1. I'm gonna enable this one axis at a time because I also the axis that's like how it's like would be pivoting around should be stuck to 0. But I need to figure out how that should translate to when it's on a wall, because it's different axes that we're talking about. And it needs to be local and not global. Anyway, so, but currently, though, this works. I can, all right. And then we can still mess with, like, speeds and all that. Is that working as it should? Wait, hold on. Also, look at it when it's like this. Okay, so when you're That is not the way you should be swaying. So this, it might be fine. But in theory, it should go perfectly straight up and down. I don't know if... Oh, it was gimbal lock. Right, I was having gimbal lock issues before, I think. And I think that was part of why I switched to... yeah, I don't know. But I'm going to... That's probably why I switched to using quaternions. But I'm going to try sticking with this for now. Because, again, this isn't actually how this is going to move. When it stops, it's going to flick back up to being straight up, and then it might be fine. And, yeah, it seems to be fine for, like, most of how the movement is. It figures itself out eventually. This is cool, though. This is quite cool that even this is working so far. Right, now, before I do anything else, I want to see if the wall ones are even working. I'm going to predict there's going to be problems, mainly with the up-down. You do not... No, wait, no, what? So that's going down endlessly, but this one it wasn't. How? I'm just going to assume that there are reasons that make things make sense. This is why I'm trying to not have it, go down 180, because it just then has trouble getting back to being up. Which, it might not be a problem when it actually does the whole swing thing, but we'll get there. Okay, so will this actually just work? We're going to just... I hope so. Okay. I would still like to try it. I would have liked to done some... thing to present it from turning on this axis, because I just feel like that might cause problems later on with more bones, but maybe it won't. Yeah. So let's just see if this just suddenly decides it wants to work. No. Why not? But actually I'm very much not sure why. Okay, is it working on all the other axes? Just not down? Oh, it's not acting as it should on the walls. Okay. That was my kind of worry. Especially, like, that was the worry with making all this be global. Yeah, that is not working how it's supposed to. So that's why I wanted to make things be local and not global. So let's see if... try another round at doing that without breaking everything. Not the base. The base still gets to be global. Or, like... Does it? Yeah, because it's... Yeah, yes it does. Okay. Then... Let me just get this out of here for the minute. Oops. Wrong buttons. All the wrong buttons. I did change... Yeah, these guys are the same, yeah. Okay. Why? Why are things not doing as they should? So, well, I'm trying to see if there's anything I should be doing before I even try to make it local. Like, do I just make everything try to be local? Or everything with the rotation? I mean, I guess. Yes. Okay, so new turn. Okay, so that what do I need to make local? So this be the same, this being the same. This is still going off of transform.up, which I think is still what I want. That is a more local thing. Yeah, and then max bone. What do I need to change again? Why am I not seeing it? Oh, wait, it was the rotations that need to be all local? But then these need to be... No, I have the star rotations. Okay, let's just see what happens. Just... Oops, well, okay. Yeah. And then... Local rotation equals blah. And then anything else local in here? With... Or to do with start rotation? I clamped these, but that, well, the starting rotation thing should take care of that in theory. Put that up. New turn rotation is access to turn plus whatever we currently had. We're actually, frankly, I might actually be able to combine this into one variable, but I won't worry about that just yet. It's kind of like 2 steps of the same process. Okay, let's get start with the wall one. Oh, now you're just not even. Now you're not even doing the right way. Does the floor one still work? You're not clamping anymore. Okay, it all just broke now. Why? Well, here, let me get rid of... Wrong buttons. Again, you can do that in VS Code, but... Yeah, which I was, again, using earlier. Let me just turn off the clamping for a sec. And just the moving. Take your velocity, multiply it by the speed that we move down. Hook it with our up direction to decide which way we need to be turning. That should still be fine. And then... But, okay, maybe it's because... Oh, okay, maybe because this is like a global axis of how to turn. Where then this... I need to sort of convert it into being local. Okay. So how would I do that? So first of all, I think I can combine these into one thing. So let me maybe just do that. So not just bone rotation, and then what was the other one? This. Just bone rotation plus equals, and then I would do the clamping. But so let me just do this real quick. Yeah, and then just do all these. Okay, that's just a little bit less complexity that we're worrying about. So this is like the global axis of how to turn, and this is all local, which the local stuff can also suffer from gimbal lock. That was the potential worry there. But otherwise, it's trying to move. Otherwise, the wall one just doesn't move right. Like, just doesn't move properly because it's trying to move relative, like, to up. Or just, yeah, weirdly. Even though it is deciding an axis to turn based on its own transform.up. Which would be facing out. Okay, transform... there's a transform dot, like... It's like world to local matrix. That's a 4x4 matrix. That's not... I don't just, like... No. There's, like, there's, transform point? No, there's a direction. Actually, it's more... It's a vector of an axis to turn. This transforms it from local space to world space. I want to inverse that. Transform it from world space to local space, I think. Let's see what that does. Mayhaps. Oh. Oh, right, I forgot that. Yeah, I got rid of the clamping. That's fine. It actually worked there. That's... Yes, I'm surprised. Is it gonna work on the wall, though? Moment of truth? Oh my god, it's actually working. Oh my god. I genuinely did not think that would work. Okay. Yeah, alright. I was thinking the problem would be something else, or that it would just also, like, not work well and, like, look weird, but okay, let's try bringing back the clamping and, this. Do I need to convert anything about these? I am adding in the starting rotation, which should basically be taking care of making it local. Let's just try it. Oh, I don't think it's... Is it? No, it's not. Is it working on the ground one, though? Okay, so that's still... Okay, it's not proper there, but I think we're really close. Okay. Okay, this is progress. So it is... What's it doing there? It's like trying to... Okay, that seems like an issue. It's just taking a while to kind of go back around. But again, it might be fine. Oh wait, no, you rotate down. Okay, that's not fine. I was about to say it might be fine because again, when we let go, it's supposed to like spring back up. Even while it's moving, if it goes from moving fast to moving slow, it'll kind of spring back up. Even if it was moving slowly, it would spring back up in theory. But yeah, this is not what's supposed to happen. So currently, in this thing's current rotation, why does it not decide to clamp? Let's figure that out. If I look at its values, it has a local rotation of 401. Oh, you're not even, you're also, oh no, I moved the wrong thing, but that still shouldn't have. Right, yeah, I'm not supposed to move that. I mean, I can, but that's not the thing supposed to move with the base. Yeah, in theory, I can move this around. Oh, it's going down like that. That's also not what I want. So now it has a rotation of a negative 12 and 1. When its starting rotation was 90 and... So this should be trying to get back up there, but it's not. Also, yeah, the Y rotation... it's weird. Right, Yeah, this way of clamping is definitely... It is strange because of the whole gimbal lock situation where... okay, so maybe I should try to do the clamping by sort of converting to the global rotation and then comparing and then converting back to the local rotation. That might help it work. So if I went vector 3 bone rotation global equals actually, I mean, it's just... Wait, I didn't add this onto anything. Oh, right, there's plus equals, right, yeah. I mean, I guess I am just going to go transform dot invert, or transform vector bone rotation. Like, I'm putting it one way, but then, like, adding into it and then turning it back. This is just to compare with the clamping, maybe. Like, this, I don't even know if this will work. We're going to just try, though. And then this is the only part that uses start rotation. Ah, but this would also potentially be using start rotation. I haven't even gotten to that yet. We'll get there, though. But let's just, I guess, do this one step at a time. So now start rotation, though, should be global in that case. Because, yeah. Let's just see what this is gonna do. Okay. Still not doing what you're supposed to do. The star rotation is even this one, like, these should be all zeros because it's facing straight up. Oh yeah, I'm clamping this, but I'm never actually doing anything with it, of course. I then need to transform it back. Well, then this one being the global one, yeah. Let's try that. Potentially. Only my eyes, where is the dark mode? I use light mode, yeah. I just what I prefer using, but I know that most people do not agree. But also, hello, Zaray. Hi. We are attempting to do some procedural animation regarding antennas, and yeah, say still is not working. Why? Okay, so transforming it and then immediately transforming it back. Let me just see something, just to test that this should work in principle. If I removed doing any clipping, it should. Could making it global and then immediately making it local again should do nothing. Let me just make sure that that math actually works how I think it does, and that it's doing nothing. Right? It's only once I actually start moving it. Yeah. So, yeah, that is correct behavior. Not good behavior once it gets below, like once it crosses the bottom, but it's, you know, not supposed to do that. So, yeah. So then why is this causing issues? So look at the, I guess we just go back to doing it one axis at a time if that's going to help this. No, help it actually work. So we'll start with the x-axis, which is going to be forward and back in the way that we're currently looking at this. X-axis of rotation, I mean, so moving it on the z-axis. Okay, so that still is not clamping as it's supposed to. Okay, when it's getting to an X rotation of 45, it's staying as it is. Oh, this is making it go down, which... Yes, but it should be going basically between... It's at 90, between 45 and like 90. Did I say to 45? I think I did. So 45 and 135 is how it should currently be clamping with the way that values are set. But it ain't doing that. So start rotation.x, let me double check that that's what it is. No, that's not going to have the 90. Oh, wait, no. Wait, what am I printing? Oh, I'm not even printing the right thing. Hold on. So, the true sneak. Haha. That's right, Zere. Yes, I use light mode. I'm sorry, but this whatever. I even have a light mode Discord, or not. I have dark mode Discord. I have light mode OBS. Wrong. Everything. Yeah. And yeah, you have infinite me for a second there. Yep. But also, hello. We are trying to make a procedural antenna thing exist and work successfully. You know what they say about developers who use light mode? No, I do not. Would you please enlighten me? Can you give head antenna some mass and let physics do the rest? I'm trying to on purpose. Like, this is more of doing it for the sake of learning programming things more than out of pure necessity. I know that this could be done. You can even do stuff with like hinge joints and like crazy stuff like that, but I'm purposely trying to, through pure transform manipulation, make this jiggly antenna. I have over yonder in this thing, this guy over here does a similar movement entirely through physics. Hold on, let me, yeah. Hey man with a unicycle, wah. That is done through physics. I'm trying to get the antenna to happen not through physics. For reasons. But I've been here since Ravier dropped me off. I usually learn. Oh, fair enough. So you've been seeing this failing. No, we are making progress. It's just being sporadic of how we are making progress with how often everything just suddenly decides to completely break. But basically, more so, I'm trying to experiment with doing procedural animation. One, just to learn some procedural animation stuff. I mean, okay, I'm not actually, like, messing with animation components or whatever, but I am messing with rigs that I made over in Blender. But also, this would be, in theory, to put on a bunch of, like, background things. And I want to try to not be wasting all the physics. Like, I'm trying to have it be decent on performance by not using physics. As if this would be applied to, like, 100 background elements that don't need physics. So it's partially for performance reasons that I'm trying to do this. Yeah. But also for the sake of learning some procedural animation stuff. Because I plan to do more types of procedural animation stuff, assuming we get this to work. Like, eventually I want to experiment with doing manual inverse kinematics to some degree. For the sake of learning how to do such things. Where, yeah, some of this will help with that a tiny bit. Yeah. I can show you the meme as to why you don't use light mode. Is there a meme? I imagine there's many memes. I mean, sure. Something stream friendly, I hope. Okay, so what was I doing? Oh yeah, this was not printing. Alright, I need to print out this because I get the feeling that it's not what I'm expecting it to be. But I just think that perhaps trying to work more in global rotations will lead to less gimbal lock stiff. So currently, I just moved on this axis. So you snap to your 45. What was your very first value? You were a 90.2. Whoops. So you were a 90.2, which is good. And then you became a 45. This is a 45. This should be plus start rotation.x. So... Oh, wait. Oh, no. Oh, absolute value doesn't work here anymore like this. It doesn't work like this anymore. Right, because... Yeah, no, because this is not going between... Like, 0 is not the focal point here anymore. So this needs to be, just this... Actually, this just needs to be on the other side, I think. If, X's rotation minus the 90 in this case is greater than 45. Is that gonna work? No, wait, no, there needs to be some absolute value in here somewhere because I need to clamp both sides. Hold on, no. There's something I'm missing here. Oh, absolutely. And dang ads. Alright. I see Reddit post. I'll trust you. I use dark theme because light attracts bugs. Ho ho! Ha ha ho! I see. Okay. That's actually funny, but, yeah. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, no, this needs to be, mathf.absolute. That's the math. That's how this do. And if this works, then I'll apply it to the other parts, the other axes. Glad you enjoyed it, my dude. Alright, oh yeah, I also just moving the game view kind of out of the way because I'm more so caring about the scene view. And I know I could change to one of the other layouts, but I'm not doing that. Okay, so this is... Okay, so what were you at first? You were like a 87, then you still snapped to a 44. Why? But why though? Let me just test these values actually more manually. Plus, and plus. Well, I know this is a 45, but I guess I'm printing that anyways. Just what is the whole thing? No, you shouldn't be a 90. You should be... Oh, am I supposed to... You should be a, No, wait, No, I am doing this wrong, because... Right, no, because it's local again, or it's global again, because... So that's not gonna do anything with the 90. Should this be local? I'm trying to look at... What am I trying to... How am I trying to get this? That the... Oh! No, well, no, I mean, okay. This is still 0, so this is effectively not doing anything in the math right now, but it will when we're on the wall. It's needing to be, if I'm going off of the global, what's the math here? Do I just need to subtract 90 as a constant? No, surely not. Because, well, wait, no, you should be a 0 here. Sorry, no, I'm wrong on this, sorry. This should be a 0 on the first frame. Why is it a 90? That's the conundrum. Right, yeah, sorry, that's the weird thing that's going on. Why are you a 90? You should be a 0, because your global X rotation is 0. Unless I'm not getting that global X rotation correctly. Oh, I thought I hit play, but I did not. So, again, first frame, you're a 90. Close enough to 90. Okay, so you are... I'm taking that... this. Let me maybe go... print that plus in a space. And you know what? Print the whole thing out here. Oh, wait, I have an idea of why it's not happening. What's your problem? Oh. Okay, I have a theory. I'm just realizing that I'm mayhaps not doing this. Or not using, inverse vector or whatever. I'm not using that right. That's not, it doesn't go recursively up, does it? Oh. Wait, you're not doing anything. Okay, that's not the result I was expecting. So... No, what? Oh, it is off the parrot, isn't it? Okay, I'm trying to make sure I do this in a way that would work globally. Or to, like, no matter how many layers... So the problem is this parent object is rotated -90. That's the weird issue. Now, I could just say transform based off of that thing, but pretending this is, like, 10 game objects deep... is there a way to just, like, a one line of just, like, here's this rotation on this transform? Get what the fully global version would be, because that should be a 0 on... Or close to a 0. Like, a 0.2 on frame 1. So, unity, get... let's go, like... local rotation to world rotation. Because the inverse transform point thing, yeah, it's just on one transform, I think. I have to, if I do this, I have to do it recursively, which I'm just trying to see if I can avoid doing. But it might be unavoidable. Unless... Unless I just... What if I just went transform.rotation outright? This would basically be like a frame behind. Unless I did it after I did this. But I don't have to set that twice. But let me just, for the sake of testing. But then this is going to do the ugly thing where it flips around 360 degrees if it goes negative, which is also what I was trying to avoid. But basically never directly accessing global Euler angles. There's got to be... So I can think of, like, messy ways of doing this. I'm trying to think of a cleaner way. Is basically what I'm trying to do. And again, this is all to make it so that... so we got it to move all around. We have that kind of working. I can... Let me just double check that is still working. Actually, to do that, I'm gonna have to, so I feel like that's not gonna do what I want it to do anymore. If I, oops. No, just go straight into this with this. I could also try to redo the math in a way where it's all global again. Or, because, okay, so keeping things local can lead to problems with something called gimbal lock, which is just a weird rotation thing where the rotation axes kind of get, like, stacked on top of each other, and it does problematic things like that's part of why the clamping isn't working when we're keeping things entirely local. If I keep things entirely global, then it's maybe harder to get a reference for the starting rotation. Or like how to do the math regarding that. But maybe it wouldn't be. Maybe I could do it. But right now, though, we do have this. On the base isn't... read the wrong thing. We do have this. If we... And before we got it so that the clamping was working on the ground, but it wasn't working when it had any other rotation like on these wall ones, and I'd like it to. But we do have like this kind of working. As long as it doesn't rotate too far, this is technically working. And it's not, again, it's not springing back up yet. That is an eventually thing. I want to do this clipping, clamping thing first before I do that, because it's easier to test the clamping thing right now when it's not trying to spring back up. Okay, so maybe let's take a crack at trying to have all of the rotational stuff be based on the global rotation. And, well... I'm still unsure. I say that like I have a plan. I still don't know. I don't know if I'm actually gonna be able to do it though. And this is hard. Yeah. Okay. How about okay. So maybe okay. Oops. Wrong buttons. No. Wrong buttons. Still wrong buttons. So first of all, without doing anything, so bone rotation is used there. If you are a global rotation now, I forget what needs to change here to make this actually work. So this dot rotation equals beta da da da, and then this transform. It would just be that, right? Because this is global, then this be global, this be global. It's all global now. Yeah. Like, double check that that's working. Still without clamping. I think you're good. Hey, it actually, you're actually working better than before, I think. Or, no, not entirely, but like... It still is doing like a... Oh wait, are you still doing weird rotational things? What's going on with you? Whoops, not that. Yeah, I thought I was supposed to not be doing those things. Like, look at that. That's not how that's supposed to do at all. Okay, maybe I'm wrong on the things that I've just said. There's also still, if this is, if I was dealing with this in Quaternions, then we don't have, then there'd be extra not having the Gibble lock issue. But then it's harder to clamp the Quaternions. Gah! What is the optimal way of doing this? Rotations are so complicated. Especially because there's just so many different ways of going about it. I just don't know what's the best way that's, like, gonna cause the least issues. But, like... Is this one even at least working to start? Not when I moved the wrong thing. So it is moving to start. But it's like the more it spins around on itself, it then starts to just be weird. So, okay, well, maybe that's fine because in reality, it shouldn't, like when we have the snapping implemented, it shouldn't spin around on itself because it'll be snapping back to, not snapping, swaying back to being upright, which would then maybe clear out any weird rotational issues. Like if I did at the moment clear all these out, but with a 90 here. No, what? Why are you working now? I thought that would fix you. Oh, because it won't, because me setting the value in the inspector there isn't going to change the value I have here, right? So that's actually not that's not the solution. But if this tries to, like, over here tries to just, for now we can have it lerp towards 0, all zeros. Not all zeros, lerp toward whatever starting rotation was. Maybe it would actually be better if I worried about the clamping later. In fact, if the swaying it works well enough, then I mean I don't even need the clamping in the first place. I don't know. Here, let's maybe just try. It was working to start. Let's try maybe just doing the moving on to the moving towards the center thing, because that's still going to be its own issue. Let's just say that. In fact, I don't even know if this should be in an else thing. I feel like that maybe this should still try to do a frame's worth of trying to move towards the center, even if it also has this force pulling it back, so that these two can kind of combat each other. Because the further it is from the center, the more it's going to try and push back, and I probably want that. Oh, Francesco, 56k, nice, getting closer to the to my inevitable doom of redeeming, getting me to play a horror game. Fun, except not fun. Okay, so if we're gonna try to move toward the center, for now I'm gonna try doing a vector 3.lerp with. In fact, this is the main thing that should not be this eventually. To actually get the swaying like animation the way we want it to, we're gonna be doing more complicated math. I think with doing some basically calculated velocity and acceleration stuff, so copying a lot from rigid body things, but not be different. Okay, so and also better on performance in theory. So vector 3.lerp. What am I doing? Lerp from bone rotation to start rotation at it's like up speed times time dot delta time. For now, we'll just see how that's gonna do. This, of all things, yeah, is temporary. And let's just see how this works with this. Except this isn't actually doing anything. Hold on. Just doing that, and then maybe this be down here. I won't delete any of this yet, but still wanted to get that to be working, but it would be weird. Although it would be better on performance to not do it entirely, I guess. Okay. Okay, ignore that. I didn't grab the base. Wait, hold on. Your up speed needs to now be a lot higher with... let me just go times 10 for... No, times 100. Yeah, for right now. Okay. 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 Oh, hey, hold on. Wait a minute. Oh my god. Okay. Do you eventually break if I keep spinning you around a bunch? No, because you get reset. Take that, gimbal lock. Haha. Maybe local rotation would have been that bad after all. I don't know. But hey, that's working. Okay, does it work on the walls? It seems to, yeah. Right. That is something. Huh. Alright, now again, this is only with a one bone system. With these guys, we want to make it work with a two bone system, which right now this is going to look exactly the same. But then we're going to be turning the lower, like we're going to be turning each consecutive bone. You know what? Let's just put the clip, let's just put this on hold. And, you know, looking at that result, like, maybe I don't even need it. Well, no, if something moves unexpectedly too fast in a frame, like, I just worry about that causing problems. So, I don't know. I kind of wanted it, but it's, I guess, not as important as I initially was thinking it was. Now, as I also said, I want to make this, how it goes back to the center, different, because it is just going back. It's not sort of overshooting and then correcting itself. We'll get there. I have ideas on how to do that. It's actually going to be a bit similar to something I have done in the past. Because I have done some of this sort of manual physics stuff before. I actually have a quick little video over here, tether testing, where this is a time where actually there's a bit of a mix of a little bit of rigid body stuff and mostly programmed physics. But basically, so in this clip, the cube here is moving through a rigid body through add force and like gravity and like normal rigid body stuff. But the sphere has a rigid body on it for like collision and has a tiny bit of gravity. Everything else about how it moves is through manually, manually doing acceleration-related equations to manually go rb.velocity equals blah. To basically do this rubber band following system, which, yeah, this turned out, yeah, pretty well. Never ended up, like, using this in the project I was intending to, an abstract adventure, a game I was working on ages ago that I'd like to return to one day, eventually. But I got many other projects now on the go now. But yeah, that's an example of some physicsy things that I've done in the past. So yeah. Anywho, let's convert this. You know what? I'm gonna just temporarily. Here's what I'm gonna do. Convert all. Actually, I'm gonna put this all in one big multi-line comment thing rather than how it currently is. Oops. And I'm actually going to move it, but not delete it. Move it down here, just out of the way. And then we are going to experiment with the sort of recursive affecting the upper bones, which is going to get more complicated. But my first idea is to just do the same thing. But, like, recursively. And see how that goes. This is also just a print statement that was temporary. I'm just going to dump it down there for now, not delete it yet. This is just to make sure it's like, it was just specifically like one of those antennas that was actually printing things and not all of them, because I only wanted to test the one at the time. Yeah, okay, so if I wanted to do this going through each consecutive bone, starting at the base and going up until we run out of bones, where, so this int could be like, I want to use as like, if I want to cut it off, say like, if a tail has 5 bones and basically only affect the first 3, that's what that's used for. But I'm going to say that if it's 0, then it just goes until it can't find anymore. So yeah, that's the idea of how that is going to do at the moment. Okay, so then if I'm going to do recursive stuff, I'm going to make a function for it. So I don't know what to call this, but yeah, rotate bone and then as input, it's gonna need. I mean, okay, this could maybe be a for loop rather than recursion, but well, would it be better to try and make this a for loop? I will need. So just looking ahead at stuff that I'll need, I will need to have an array. Oops. An array of all the start positions, and then an array of all the bone positions. If I'm going to need to loop through, like, get what the index kind of is. Have a for loop going through all these. I mean, I could just, you know what, actually maybe just be easier to just... The number of bones, I'm not planning to change this mid-game. So I think I'm fine with, on start, it gets all the bones, and then for loops through all of them, and yeah, okay. Just do it that way. I don't need to complicate things with recursion. So private vector 3, and also then this would make it easier to like do something based on what the last bone did and what the next bone did. Maybe I can just directly access some of these values of, you know, I-1 or whatever. I don't know. Anyways, but so am I gonna directly do transforms? Yeah, transform bones. Where transform array. Where actually the first one is the one that we're on. So I'm actually gonna go child bones. That is going to, so on start we're just gonna get all that stuff. So child bones equals actually I'm just realizing that I'm not sure the order of the children matter. Do they? Well, okay, it actually might if for each child we like increase the effect of the swaying or something like that, so it might. I was about to just do a blind get components in children, but I probably don't want to do that because like that can get them in any order. Nah. Okay, maybe it would be better if I did through recursion and trying to think of just how I want to do this. Where I'm trying to not have any code on those child game objects. I just plop this on the parent and then it just works. That's the idea. I will need all of the start rotations of all of the bones, and I will need all of the what is the kind of current rotations of all of the bones. So this is inevitable. So I have to get these somehow, where on each bone I do that. I think of how best to... I'm getting an idea, kind of. But I'm thinking it might be a bit redundant. Okay, think. What's the best way that I can just... Okay, so the first thing I need to know, if I'm gonna have this be a private array, I need to go through. I can have a list and then add to it. But if I want to be optimal on performance and use arrays instead of lists, go through, and I just need to know the size of how many children there are. And actually, if this has an actual number, then I know that will be the size. If it's 0, then I gotta manually calculate. So let me start there, maybe. So if for bones to effect equals 0, do stuff, else, then I know that then I know that these array sizes at child bones equals new transform, new transform where the size is going to be this. Well, no, okay. -1 because not including the one that we're currently on. Although, I don't know if that's just going to do weird things, but... I mean, I could go bones where the first element is itself, and that might just make some for loops easier. How about I just do that and... Yeah, saves fine. So, the first one will be itself, but that's okay, because I think it might make some later for loops easier. Yeah. Just less complicated or something, I don't know. And then... I is less than bones dot length. What's your problem? 4 bones to effect is an int, right? Yeah. What's your problem? What do you mean you can't convert to a? Oh, you're supposed to be a vector 3. Yep. Wrong type. Bones. I gonna equal stuff. Start with a bit of da. Yeah. So let's say let me start here. So let's say that we do this where we know what size it's gonna be. Then I can go through and go bones at I is gonna equal So the first one I said would be this, but it'd be like so transform dot. I know it's the first child. Do I know that? Should be. Get child 0, right? I believe that would do that. And then, so star rotations that I would be equal to, instead of transforms, it'd be bones I dot rotation dot Euler angles, and then same thing on this. These two they start being the same thing, and in fact actually it might just be easier if I just go, but then this one is like a constant, this one actually gets to change. Yes, okay, so then these will be deleted. Rotations. Now this is off, like in terms of the things that's getting. I mean, actually, I guess I could just do here. May I do? Well. Oh wait. Well, wait. This doesn't. This of course that's not gonna work. I need to do. Oh wait. Equals. Here's what we do. Aha. And then calculate the zeroed ones first. Its own transform equals transform. Right. And then 1 to blah. I'm also trying to make sure that I do a solution that doesn't break if this is 1 in theory. Yeah. Okay, so this I think would work. But now I gotta, when it's 0, I want to basically calculate what that is basically gonna be. I basically need to calculate this number and then do this. And how do I calculate the number? Can I basically, I don't want to just do, well yeah, get all, I guess I just need the number of children, but like children's children recursively going down. Is there a handy dandy Unity fancy way of just doing that? Because get child count, I think, I don't know if that just gets like the first level. Unity, get number of all child game objects. Transfer.child count. Parents not include number of children. Yeah, does that do? Oh, weird. Huh. Okay, so it looks like, yeah, child count just does, like, whatever we're currently on child. Hierarchy count? Weird. That's still also very old, so. Oh, get components and children. Oh, weird. Yeah, I guess that would work. Getting all of the... But then that would be out of order. I mean, I guess I could use this to just... I guess I did just say I'm just after the number. Get... I guess I could just go... I mean, I guess I could just set this and then do this outside of the else. Right? Equals dot length. I guess that works. And I'm only doing it on start, so it's not that bad. Like, this ain't happening every frame, so I guess that's okay. Yeah. And I'm gonna just make the assumption that basically this number is not meant to be changed in play mode, and I'm fine with that. Not dynamically changing the number of bones that are being affected. I could make that a thing, but I'm not going to for now. Okay, so now I need to make this be go through every bone. And then I could use I as a multiplier. There's an interesting thing. If, as I said, for every bone deep I go, I want to, like, multiply how much it's being affected. Or how much, it's like, being affected by the velocity and how much it, like, sways. I could do that. Maybe, like, times I times some other multiplier or something, but... also, you may notice that I'm not using a for each loop. That's on purpose. I have discovered that in Unity, for each loops are actually ever so, like, very, like, unnoticeably so, but ever so slightly slower than for each loops. And because of that, I'm like, I'll just always use for loops then. But probably doesn't really matter that much. Actually, in this case where I do want to be pretty good on performance, I will do the slight change. Oh, this needs to be 0. I need to make sure I'm actually on the right thing. Okay, so go through all of these and just copy all of this in here, I think. Base velocity is for the base. That's the global thing. Not global, but yeah. The base. Not on everything. So if the velocity is moved away from the center, do I want to do this every time? I'm wondering if each bone might want to do something about, like, the angular velocity of the bone below it. Could be something that we do things with. Mayhaps. But for now, let me just put eyes on all of these. And then beta. Last base position, that should be out here. And then rather than... No, these need to change. That's going to be bones eye. Anything else needs to change like that? The clamping would have, but it's not anymore. Uh-huh. Well, I guess the being propagated is happening already. If one bone turns and then the next bone turns the same amount, that is like a double turn already. So, like, some of the things that I'm suggesting might be massively overkill for this, which would be good. It means I don't have to code such things. But my one wonder is that I guess like this only needs to happen once. If the velocity is nothing, I almost don't need to go in the for loop, but then I might need basically 2 for loops. Which is the trade-off of that worth it? Because regardless of this, this code should still happen. But here, if I did, might just, I think that's better on performance. Like it's the same for loop twice, but I think it's better. Because then we're not testing this if statement every time. And like going through, or we are testing this if statement. I mean, we're not like having this for loop, let's say it repeats 5 times, repeating this if statement 5 times a frame unnecessarily. Yeah, let's just see what that's gonna do. Okay. Was there anything I needed to change? I don't remember. Let's just go. Probably. Okay. Let's just see if this decides to suddenly work. Okay. That's that version. Right, that was the one that was the good test that the single bone version still worked. How about this one? Doesn't appear to be turning the top bone, which is unfortunate. Is the 3 bone one gonna work any differently? See, these ones should be actually bendy if this was working properly. Are the wall ones gonna just be any different? It'd be great if they were. It's probably a reason why. I am. Should. Oh wait, wait, should this be multiplied by I? Here, let me just do a thing real quick. If I just multiply this by I, which should then maybe also be multiplied by some variable to kind of scale it. Because I forgot that I made the rotation stuff global, so I think it might actually be like turning a bone, and then this bone is being told to rotate to the same point because of it being global and not a local thing, which fair. Ooh! 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 You see that? That is an antenna. Oh my god, it's actually... Oh, now the base one isn't turning, but like... That feels like progress to me. Why is the bottom one should have turned the same amount, is the weird thing. Why did the bottom one decide it wanted like to turn less? Oh, because it was times 0. Oh my gosh. Is it actually going to work? It seems like it might be turning way too much, but like we have variables to affect that. Oh my god! Isn't this the coolest? Oh my god, that's amazing. Woo! Woo! Programming, baby. I know how to do that in animation, like manually. Oh, that's awesome. Up and down doesn't work though, right? Yeah, it would be cool if it maybe did, and maybe that could be something that we work on, is that if we move up, it like leans towards some axis, and if this was falling, that had some influence on it being more up. That's really bendy. Looks good. Yeah. And of course, in a real scenario, we can control the amount of bendiness. Like there's a public variable that has to do with that. But yeah, no, this is great. And also we can control the number of bones on this. Right now, this thing has 3 bones. So you can see that like when it bends a lot, you can see it's specific, like going But we can control that too. We just make an antenna with more bones. I just only made the 3 versions for right now as a steady progression. In fact, the 2 we didn't even really need too much, but it was also a test. Woo! All right, that's awesome. And it's also just nice that it's working like from me just messing with it in the scene view, and like in theory it'll also still work. Like it'll work nice when we have actual code things on it. I want to try something as a test on. Like, speaking of controlling things through code, I have a certain script called hover that I'm actually gonna put on the wall ones. It'll make this hover up and down the wall. And let's see what happens. So I forget what values these really need to be set to, but well, offset doesn't matter. Distance, let's go 2, speed 1. Let's see what that does. Oh, because that's the other thing to acknowledge, that when I drag it around in the hierarchy, it's moving it a lot faster than like that movement might, you know, look in the scene view like this. So it's yeah. So yeah. Like imagine something like this just in the background of a level. It's weird maybe being a tab, but like, or even like something like this attached to a moving platform. I think stuff like this can really add to the liveliness of the game, and we can, you know, make it a lot more. It's awesome. I should make this hover thing where I can like control the direction of it. Let me actually add to that right now. Because this hover script, I made it for like collectibles to like hover up and down as video game collectibles do, but this code could easily be, I just give it, if I make it so I can just control the direction, then yeah, I can do more with it. This also, I would say, would kind of count as procedural animation, where, yeah, just having stuff moves. And by doing it all through transform stuff, I think it really it'll help with the performance and stuff. Yeah. Next step is wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man. Oh yeah. I think that would be kind of cool. I think the hardest part of figuring that out would be like the bendiness of like how many bones you need to make it like be that bendy. But I mean, it's possible. In theory, with this, we could have an antenna on an antenna and have it maybe work. We can play around. We can attach bendy things to other bendy things. Even like halfway up a bendy thing. In theory. Another thing I want to add on to this eventually is wind. Because that would be another thing that could be cool. Let's say we have a level where there's lots of high wind, and then you just stick something like this thing here could be put on like a tree. You have a bunch of trees, or maybe like, you know, plants and like grass and stuff. Yeah, things in the same kind of shape as that antenna. The antenna was just like what I use as like a starting thing, like as an example of what it could be. Okay, let's go public vector 3 deer. That I'm gonna have its default just to not mess up everything else I put this hover script on. Vector 3 dot up. Let that be the default. Now I need to actually have this do I just multiply this by deer? I think I want to... No, wait. Oh, wait, no, I just, haha, this is just controlling the Y. So, start, pause. Because also, actually, this could go in, like, 2 directions. It doesn't just have to be... Like, it could go, like, diagonally if it wanted, I suppose. Start, pause, equals... Transform.local position. Let this be the whole... Vector 3. I'm trying to do this in the way that's not going to break, yeah, everything that I put this code on so far, which hopefully it won't. So then instead of this, just be start pause plus deer times this. Actually, I don't need the brackets because that's how order of operations do. And then I don't need this. And the only difference between this and this is the use of delta time. So start pause, time dot time. That's the only difference between those. Okay. Yep. Okay, so now just because I can. Actually here, let me just because I can. I shall. Wait, hold on. remove this guy, this guy, this guy, this one, and this one. Give them all the hover script, have them move on the x-axis. I could also have this be local. Right now I have this being global, but don't worry about it. For right now. And have the speed be like a 5, and the distance be a 2. Give them different offsets, but I just want to see this do. So they're all going to move left and right and do their swings. Ha-ha! Oh, this would be cool for like in like the bottom of a sea, certain like aquatic plants that are like shimmying left and right. I can imagine something like that happening with this. Yeah. Very cool, but yeah, it's working. It's working. Yeah. Now, of course, also the number of bones is also affecting the waviness. If I wanted, I could try to mess with how it gets applied so that like basically the tips of the balls are at like for different amounts of bones are like in the same spot. Basically, like in this it's like yeah, how much this gets rotated is but I don't think so. I think for like that would be if I wanted to, you know, if I wanted to, you know, put these on the same bones but have them be turned the same out, which I don't care about. That's fine. I don't think I need it to be scaled that way. That's okay for now. But yeah, it doesn't even... Yeah, it's like the more bones it has, the more it bends, which is actually fine because the more bones it has, the more it's able to bend before it looks weird. Or like before you start seeing the noticeable bendness. And even like background elements like this shouldn't necessarily have too many bones because again, performance and all that. Now let's also, I can mess with that. Here, let me go put these ones this way. Wow. Move that down a bit. No, I'm just like messing around because I'm just... It's cool. I can also change their offset, like make them be moving at different speeds, but nah. Oops. Yeah. I don't know, just messing around. Cause it's cool. Also, if these had slightly different speeds, should put them out of sync with each other. Yeah. Fanciness. It's cool. It's very cool. And I actually kind of want to now. Well, think of like if like the player, you know, the hats that exist that have little like thing. There's something on the player that could use something like this. Maybe not like a hat. I don't know. But, like little like things like this on the player could help the player feel more alive. Like I don't know what, but yeah, we'll see. It'd be cool to like. Could I apply this kind of thing onto like a cape? Maybe with some tweaking I might be able to. Have a cape kind of flow in the wind. Maybe with some work, that could be an interesting thing. I don't know how that would work. That feels like it'd be a lot harder to get right. Or a lab coat. Yeah, anything once we get to like doing human-y things, it'll be, I imagine, a lot trickier and yeah, to make sure we get it right. Okay, so let's see. I'm trying to think of now what I want to do next. Okay, I'm fine with these will like undo when I go to play mode. That's fine. Antenna on a spacesuit helmet. There we go. That's the ticket. Yeah. Yeah, just a bunch of little things like that. That now I don't have to animate manually, which would be nice. Yeah. Okay, so there's different things we could be doing next. I'm trying to think of what I want to do. So I wanted to see if I could do stuff where if I moved this up, it would bend down. And if I move it down, it would bend up a bit. I'm trying to think of how I could best do that. I guess 3 things next on the list of what I would like to do. We'll see if I'm able to do it. I wasn't really able to do the clipping thing, but I think we're actually going to pass on that for now. I wanted to do, like... I don't even know how to word what I just said. Like, moving, like, based on... Well... It's not just like gravity there. It would be like even if we moved these ones like out and in, it'd be nice if they got, like, bent in and bent out. If it's perfectly straight up, it doesn't matter which direction. It can just kind of pick at random. If it's exactly 0. So moving, like, in and... Or up and down. Bending. Something like that. Then I want to be able to be have like influenced by gravity, so that like even these ones on the walls could like I increase some slider and then they naturally bend down, like have that be like their natural state as if they're gravity is a thing. And then an extension of that, or I might do this first. We'll see. Basically. That, but in other directions, to then basically be able to do wind. And so gravity might be like a thing where it's a constant bend down and just kind of sits there. Wind, I would like it to be more like whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like rather than just moving back and staying there, it'd be nice if it still bobbed back and forth while being away. So wind. Yeah. Now, right, I also just realized that the other thing I never even did that I said I might come back to later. I never actually did, so these sway back and forth. If I stop their movement, well, turn this off. It goes back to just being straight up. I never actually did the bending back and forth that I said I wanted to do. That I actually might do first, because that was the bigger thing. That would be cool if we could get that working. So... The spring up, I guess. So actually we're gonna do that one first because that's actually that's gonna be more challenging, but it's more important for what I want out of this, I think. So swaying back to being up means just changing this math. No, yeah, this math. We're having it just lurk towards the rotation of being straight up. Instead, I want to basically kind of do something similar, or I'm going to attempt to do something similar to what I did with the, how the unicycle bobs to being straight up. And that's by basically, rather than doing this through lerping, this is actually a vector 3, which might actually make this easier. It's still dealing with rotations, but it might just be a little bit less, a little bit easier than normally dealing with rotations. Where I'm going to have the... I'm basically going to treat how far we are away from the center as like an acceleration, and then say accelerate back towards having a rotation of 0, or rotation of start rotation. Accelerate towards that, so then it'll overshoot and then recorrect and go back and and how much it accelerates is dependent on how far away it is. So actually, let's start just there real quick. So I need that magnitude. So let's go, and we're gonna, I guess, try to see if we can keep these as vectors. Well, actually, this float is the magnitude. No, I'll need to know the direction. I'll need to know the direction that I can get the magnitude. So, deer of center, I guess. Is going to be... So, is there like a... There's like a from to rotation thing. So if we're pointing this way and we want to be pointing up, I need to get the... Not a direction, really. It's the axis to turn, which is this way. Which I think means that I'm going to be doing more cross-product stuff. Yeah, I think that's just going to be a cross-product. Like this. But instead being... And yeah, it can be called axis to turn. Axis to center. Sure. Is going to be doing... Instead of the base velocity, I need to know what our current rotation is. But that's not... This is a direction. That's a direction. This ain't a direction. I need, like... what's the math here? I need, like, the direction that is up. Well, that's gonna be, and it's like relative to the bone that we're on. So if I go bone, wait, is that just gonna be bone I dot up? Because like that's a transform. Yeah, our well, no, no, these won't. Not like that. The transform dot up instead needs to be. Also just realizing that I'm not sure if this should be transform dot up. I think this might actually want to be bones dot up. Right? Yeah, I think so. I actually don't know how much difference that will make. Probably not much, but I think that's what that should have been. Anyways, start rotations yeah, so rotation from this going towards this. It might need to be negative or reversed. We'll see. It'll either rotate in the right direction or the exact wrong direction. So that's just the direction that we need to turn, which then means I should be clear to do this, except not multiply it by that, unless I want, like, as it goes up, it's snappier. Actually, yeah. And I never even, I still, like I said, I might multiply this by some value, but for now we're gonna not worry about it. Also, this should be up speed, I guess. And then... was this for again? Oh, yeah, that was, yeah. That's actually applying the rotations from both of these. Yeah. And this will also scale, like, the further we are from the center, the more it'll do. Which actually, that means that this kind of is, like, I don't necessarily need a multiplying thing here if that's basically what this is. Well, actually, no, if I had it, like, if I multiplied something in here, that would basically have to do, I think, with how much, as you go up a bone, how much additional, like, that do. Is that fine? I feel like I'm missing something, but let's just try it and see what happens. So, right, what did I do? Oh yeah, okay. So, how best to test this? I'm gonna quickly get rid of the hover script thing because I want to move manually. Okay, I don't need to get rid of it. I'll just disable it for now. Okay, try it on the top one. No. So I have no, I don't have a theory. Oh, actually, wait. Did I actually set that up speed? It's the same. Should it be the same? It should be able to be the same. Is this going in, like, the wrong direction? This is going from... Oh, maybe... It might actually need to be the other direction. Which, like, flip that. Let me see. Let's... Well, okay, it didn't seem to be doing anything, but I also did move the wrong object, but that still shouldn't have... Okay, it's like it's doing nothing. I expected it to be, like, spazzing out more from not working, to be frank. It's not even moving back up. Right. Am I just doing the wrong thing somewhere? What's your problem? So it's like it's not doing anything, which is weird. This is definitely running. And cross axis to center. Why are you weird? You're just not doing a thing. And it's not like actually, because I don't have the clamping stuff, you know, that wouldn't be messing with this. So I'm trying to cross our current up direction Should this be transfer.up? Now that I think about it. Maybe actually, let me put this back and transfer it up. Because now that I think about it, this should maybe be turning, or deciding to turn relative to the base, or something like that. Let me see if that's, I don't know, it still seemed to be bending fine. I think I'm gonna put that back, this back to this. Oh wait, no, this is Okay. No, I think it should be bones.up, because yeah. Why are you being weird? What's your problem? Because it is a thing that when you... Here, let me try something real quick. Basically, like, if I get rid of it, nothing happens, which must mean that maybe it's spitting out a rotation of all zeros? That could be a weird issue. Hey, how's it going? Hey, Austin! We are doing interesting things with procedural animation. Take a look at this. Wow. Oh, okay. That's behaving weirder because something's in the middle of being broken, but it was doing, like, it was working properly a minute ago. Oh, is it? Oh, no, okay. Ignore that. But actually, it's kind of cool on its own, but that's not what it's supposed to be doing, so... Yeah. Actually, let me just show you. Whoa, very cool. Very cool indeed. But also buggy, because that's not what it's supposed to do. Here's more of what it's supposed to be doing. Where I just uncommented a line that, like, fixed it, but also is not a thing we're trying to make better. So yeah, very cool. And also, like, ones on the wall, like, it works on even if you turn it. So yeah, and these are different versions. This one basically has no bone. This one has 2 bones. This has 3 from Blender. And yeah, very, very cool. But right now we're trying to not do that and do it through a different method. That'll make it so that when it snaps back up, it'll be more boingy getting to the top. Oh, wait a minute. This isn't even going to work. Because even if this did get the right numbers, it would still get closer to 0 as it gets to the top and then be 0. So, wait a minute. This is still not even what I want. I need to have, like, a velocity. Awesome. Awesome indeed. And there's all my emotes. Fantastic. Oh, I discovered a thing that's actually going to affect me getting more emotes. So, when I cross, I think, having streamed 60 times in the last 2 months, I'll get, like, more emotes that are, like, free. But I thought, like, oh, I've been streaming for a while. Have I not streamed for 60 days? It was 60 days after I hit affiliate, which was, like, a few months ago. So, it's, yeah. So, that's a thing. 60 streams after then, I will get more emotes. So, that'll be cool. More emote slots. So, yeah, that's a thing. Oh, Center Streams, hi, hello. Hey, Karoba, is my code that has been slapped, in the Discord general done correctly? Also, how would it be with me adding the momentum var in Austin? Oh, yeah, that's the thing. Hey, Center Streams, you have a game thing? And you're trying to figure out momentum things? Ah, I see code. I see code. In the future, may try to, like, I have a programming questions thing, but no, that's fine. var, is this, what programming language is this? The var, is that Java or JavaScript? Or just, I haven't used Java or JavaScript in a while. Up arrow, momentum plus 5, if momentum equals 65, else null. JavaScript. Vars and C# as well. Oh yeah, it is, but it's like not really commonly used, I guess. Fair enough. Is this Unity? This looks fine to me, assuming that like the tabbing would be right. Also, well, or if key press. I'm assuming like this is not a Unity thing. Not that I look at. I'm assuming that this is something that would be getting input in whatever program thing you're doing stuff in. But logically speaking, that seems to look fine. Momentum +5. That might depend on however your movement stuff. This can't be Unity. Unity doesn't support JS anymore, sadly. Yeah. Also, the key press thing is not how Unity input stuff works anymore. Or I don't think so. Or yeah, Seja, what if something's going wrong with that code, it'd be more beneficial to know what like what program or like what game engine or thing that you are attempting to make a game in, because your problem could have to do with if you're having a problem your character's like not moving at all, it could have to do with how you're registering that key press thing or something like that. But yeah, but yeah, it looks fine to me though. Anyways, what game engine's that in? Yeah. What was I just doing? I've lost my train of thought. Oh no. I needed another array of something that had to do with the velocities. That's it. It's not movement error, except me not know how to add the movement var at base speed. How to add movement variable at base speed. I'm not sure what you're asking. Add the movement variable. You're adding to it. I see you go momentum equals momentum +5. Oh, well, one thing that I'm seeing that this does is that, like, if you're holding the button, your speed will increase, but it never... basically how to make it correctly. Well, that depends on what you're wanting to make. For different, like, games, there's, like, wildly different things you might be attempting to do. But if you're talking about, let's say... like a 2D platformer, or like, well, if you have an up arrow, let's say like a guy that's like moving forward and backwards, like that kind of movement. One thing I notice here is that you don't have any sort of like if they let go of the button, have the movement speed go back down to 0. So that might be something you want. So like you have momentum equals momentum +5, then maybe there you want an else momentum equals momentum -5 or something, and then if momentum is 0, then like, you know, keep it at 0 or something like that. Also, usually, if you're wanting to cap values, like you're trying to have the momentum not go above 35, and as I just recommended, you might want to not have the move go below 0, unless you want that for some reason, or maybe for moving backwards that would work. But if you want to clamp the value somehow, then usually it's better to have like greater thans and less thans rather than directly equals. Although I guess it depends on the program, but if you're dealing with floats and like decimals and all that, it tends to be better to use greater than and less than things when you can. It tends to lead to less issues. So you probably want like if momentum is greater than or equal to 25 or something. But yeah. Hope that helps. Okay, so what was I doing? So vector 3, I need all the velocities that bone velocities. They're angular velocities, but I'm gonna call them velocities. Velocities. Anyways, okay. So what am I using with those again? First of all, I need to actually set up what they are. So this equals new vector 3 forward bones to effect, and then this in here, not like that, but like this. These are all actually, I guess they'll just start all being 0, so I guess I don't even need to bother setting them. That's fine. Yes. Okay. So how doth I do this? So I guess I need to every frame calculate what that velocity is. Do I need to know the last velocity? I think I will, because I'm going to be doing acceleration stuff now. Or attempting to. we're basically treating this as an acceleration amount. Yeah. And here's actually a good tip I learned that can help with performance a little bit. Instead of using else statements, just use return. So for example, if instead of if bool is equal to true, code here, else, code here, you can just do if bool is equal to true, code here, return. Rest of the code runs after if statement. Oh yeah, that can, if used properly, depending on how you're doing function stuff, yeah, that can be a good performance thing. It can be, well, might be more complicated, or I suppose, but like, well, no, it can be simpler. It can make your code less complicated. Never mind. But yeah, I do. Yeah, little performance tidbit like things here and there are good. Also, a thing is that division is slower for a computer to do than multiplication. So it can. I mean, it's like, you know. Usually, like, some little performance things like this don't matter that much. But it is actually faster for a computer to go, like, variable times... If you want to divide a number by 2, and that's your math, it's actually faster to, like, multiply by 0.5. Technically. So, that's a thing. And even furthermore, if you wanted to, like, multiply a number by 2, you could do a fancy thing called a bit shift. I forget if it's this way or this way, but I think it's that way. You bit shift it by 1. That's the same as multiplying by 2. This is the same as multiplying by 4. This is the same as multiplying by 8. And so on. Well, multiples of 2. Yeah, that's a thing. And then actually the other way would work for dividing by 2, because you're dealing with like modifying binary numbers directly there. That long story short is how that works. It's a small tip I learned when I was trying to turn my 20 FPS game into 300 FPS, which I somehow succeeded. Woo! Fun. Yeah, a while back I was, for my tag game, I don't know if you remember when I was doing that I might also go back to at some point. My ultimate tag thing I was doing for a school project, and I kind of want to keep working on it because, yeah, it was interesting how that was turning out. Mainly with all the pathfinding stuff I was doing. But with that pathfinding stuff, at one point... or that somewhere like in the code in start, there's actually it's not really in start, it's custom editor code that I press a button and it runs to do a bunch of calculations for me, so I don't have to do it myself. But I had a triple for loop of like a for loop in a for loop in a for loop, where each one of those repeated 4,500 times. And when that's happening, it really starts to matter what's going on in those for loops. Where I really, at first there were like dictionaries, I changed them to lists, like that I was doing stuff with, and I changed those lists to just normal arrays, and then they were all for each loops, so I changed them to just normal for loops, and like, those two changes made it so much faster. But, yeah. Then, the ultimate tag was a pretty awesome idea. It was pretty cool. Yeah, I would like to at some point. In fact, actually, I have my outrageous idea. Well, I'll say in a second. I'll read this. Another thing in Scratch, in a non-published prototype, I tried doing a tri-shot, but the higher and lower projectile jet to where the one going straight hit. I have it if key pressed W, repeat until touching enemy or edge, move forward 5. Wait, so higher and lower projectile jet, we're going where the one going straight until hit. Oh, like that's the code you have for that? Were you able to get that working successfully, or was that having weird problems? Until like touching enemy edge, move forward 5. Yeah. Oh yeah, it repeats the moving forward 5 until it touches enemy edge. Yeah, okay, I mean that seems, with what I remember of Scratch's logic, then yeah, this is an issue. Oh, did I misread? What was the problem? Try doing it. What was the problem though? Like you had a tri-shot with a higher and lower projectile, higher and low projectile set to where the one going straight hit. Like, do you mean that you're trying to have 3 projectiles moving separately, but they were like on the same spot? Is that what you mean your problem was? Well, if they spawn in the same place and then you just tell them all to move forward the same, then they're going to move the same. So you need to do something to tell them to move differently. Even if, like, you have them move forward relative to their whatever way they're facing, but then you rotate them differently when you spawn them, so they go blah, blah, blah. I've done stuff like that before when I've done some coding with a top-down shooter before, but yeah. Oh, that big message. Okay. On Roblox, which uses Lua. Here, while I'm reading all this chat and then rambling, let's, hold on. Is this gonna break? And one memento. Rather than just staring at nothing, you get to stare at the fruits of our labor, which is this actually working. In a moment. Wow, fancy. Anyways, on Roblox, which uses Lua, I fell into a while loop trap all the time. The way the while loops worked was while condition do, then you had your code, and for the condition, a lot of the time I used true, so that it always ran, but when you do that, you have to use a function called wait, which waits however many seconds you use. I always forget to put wait, so it would straight crash everything. That right there is why I try to use while loops as rarely as possible in Unity, because Unity is the same. If you have a while loop and you don't do it right, and then you get into a while loop, Unity just completely freezes, and you have to close Unity, and then yeah. So I try to purposely not use while loops so that I don't accidentally run into such things. I try to use for loops where I can, or do the thing differently. There are times where I do, so it's not like I never use while loops. Like actually, yesterday I was doing programming stuff where I did stuff with a while loop. Mainly having a coroutine that I just repeated infinitely. So it's like, wait this amount of time, do the thing, go back to the top, wait. So having like yield return stuff in coroutines in a while loop, like that stuff can do things. Like that's a use of coroutines that's fine. Yeah. They go separately, but if one hits something, the rest go to the hit point. Oh, interesting. I don't think I've ever used them in Unity, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, you rarely do, because like update kind of is your while loop, right? So yeah, it's only in rare situations usually when you do that sort of thing. Where like coroutines are a good example of how I've used them in the past, where it's like, yeah. Anyways, but yeah, Seja streams. They shouldn't go to set hit points. So, okay. I'm trying to think of why would that be. I don't know Scratch enough, but whatever code that you have of like when they hit the object do stuff, I would maybe look into that code, because that would seem to be where the problem would be happening. Possibly. Oh, and William, ayo, how's it going, man? Hi, hello, welcome. We are doing this. We did this all through animation, and not only that, but like they can move more differently than just this. Like I can, wow, and the different ones, like they bend at different amounts, but yeah, very cool. Nop. Yes, it means nothing. Yeah, no operation in assembly code. Lua has too many loop functions. It even has a function called repeat, and it's like repeat code in here until condition. Oh yeah, fun. I mean, there's a do while loop. That's a thing in like C# where it's like a while loop, but it's guaranteed to run at least once, which has its uses, I guess. It's like a while loop, but the condition's at the bottom instead of the top. Yeah. That's actually so cool. It is. I've been experimenting with a bunch of just I've been doing one procedural animation thing. Well, actually a few, I guess. But I want to, continue to experiment with a bunch of different procedural animation things and do things in code that means I don't have to do them manually through animation, which just makes my life a lot easier. And this is more fun to do than the tedium of animating sometimes. Well, okay, I mean, it's not all bad, but any tedium I can remove is good. Now, it is more of a performance cost, but that's fine. This is actually not being done through rigid body stuff, so yeah. Getting a lot of messages now. like how like how is that different from a while? People like it exists, like, so I guess people use them somehow, but like it's guaranteed to run once, where a normal while loop I guess isn't. So you know, sometimes when you go to have a while loop, you'll have some preparation at the top of the while loop, I guess. See, it's a way to not need that, I guess. Also, I see Such Teams redeemed the Rubik's Cube thing and productivity levels dropping. Yes, they are. But while I have a lot of people actually saying stuff, I'm a ramble. And have you played around with Unity's particle system much? I have a while ago. Actually, want to see an example of like in this project we have like a smoke system, wherever that is. I'm trying to find the prefab directly. So prefabs level. Actually, excuse me. There's one on the ride here, but excuse me. Oh well, here. Bam. Bam. Smoke. So yeah, particle systems. Now, Unity, the Universal Render Pipeline, the HD Render Pipeline have this whole visual effects graph that I really want to learn some point. I just haven't gotten around to it, but it seems like absolute wizardry. I'm trying to learn the GFX graph. Oh, yeah, that thing. Yeah, because the particle system is a bit outdated and more performance intense, I'm pretty sure. I believe so. I think the visual effects thing does more GPU stuff, and there's just way more that you can do with it if you really know what you're doing. Very, very cool. But it can be confusing. Oh yeah, it seems so. I've never actually done anything with it. I just know aware that it exists. Like seriously though, like it's actually, and shaders as well. Just like shader graph stuff is also very, very cool. That sounds pretty interesting. Yeah, take a look at this Unity visual effects graph. Like the wizardry that people do. Yeah, and probably blocking some things with my head. Let me move to this side for a minute. Yeah. I'm not finding like the examples of things I'm looking for. Yeah, this actually might be more just directly shader things. Actually, I'm not sure. This wouldn't be a visual effects graph thing, would it? I'm not sure. Yeah. And cool things. I'm still not actually finding the things. Like, hold on. Yeah, I've seen lots of people making like explosions. There we go. Here. How do you like do? You can like make these GIFs, right? There's a way of. Bring on things actually in motion. Blam. Well, okay, that's probably, if I had to guess, that would be combined with like I would think that the models here aren't part of visual effects graph stuff. That's probably like spawned in with the explosion and maybe with some rigid body stuff. But yeah, absolute wizardry. OMG shader graph is more confusing than Blender nodes to me. It is very complicated. I've dabbled in it like a bit, but and I'd like to more, but yeah. Blender is probably more advanced though, because it's like a one-time render, not constantly rendering a game engine, you know. Yes, but the on the Unity end, because programming, actually you can do programming in Blender, in Python, but because Unity's more, I guess, built around programming. If you're using Unity, you may be more familiar with the programming side of Unity. You can do a lot of programming in conjunction with shader graph things, or like with visual effects graph stuff. Like you could have some code running, and then like the visual effects graph grabs like this int and does stuff with that. And like, yeah. So there, that is things. Like look at that. Very cool. I like the camera effect there. That's one thing I want to experiment also a lot more with Hangman with Unicycle is camera things, because lots of like little camera effects. Well, okay, there can be overdoing it to the point of causing motion sickness, but little camera movements like that can do a number at making a game look cool. Yeah. Unity, yeah, using game is pretty crazy. UE5 better watch out. Ha ha. I do want to experiment with using Unreal Engine at some point. Actually, it's funny that something made in the Unreal Engine is what inspired this stream today. I showed it at the beginning of the stream. I won't bring it back up now, but actually I can probably just Google thing. Hold on. No. So, Crash 4, It's About Time. Some of the animation stuff in that probably was not done through procedural animation. Probably was done manually, but it looks so real that's like, I could try to replicate that through programming, and then, yeah. Mainly with, so one character, if any of you are familiar with the Crash series, the main villain, the yellow guy, Neo Cortex, in that game, in the new one specifically, okay, what I'm about to say isn't spoilers of the game, but the way that he moves, like, the way his hair is, like, moves in this kind of antenna fashion in some of the better cutscenes, I guess. Like, the non-in-game cutscenes, like, even a bit. But, yeah, no, but, yeah, like, his hair kind of, like, fooshes, foosh. So, that was actually, me seeing that was, like, the inspiration between me doing the car antenna thing that I'm doing right now. To then be able to be potentially applied to, like, tails and ears and like antennas as we have now, but just I imagine we could apply this to a bunch of different like little random background things or on characters. And yeah, can I link you a video of a game made in Unity? Actually looks really good. Yeah, go for it. I remember playing Crash on my PS1. OMG, I'm talking about the newest one. That's like, I actually don't know how old it is. It took like a year or so to actually get on PC, so that was when I played it. And actually, well, I could show it, like, the cutscene that I'm referring to that's, like, a good example of this, but is the cutscene that is, like, the biggest spoiler in the entire game. So, yeah. Yeah. I don't remember much about it because I was, like, 6 or 7, but I remember playing it. It was one of my favorites. Yeah. 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 Anyway, actually, well, I don't know. Cube. I'm going to ramble things. I'm like, no, let me, someone redeem this. I'll do this and get that all, done. Let's, get my timer up. I was about to go YouTube things, but, with the cutscene I was talking about, but, well, it's not just a specific cutscene, like, any cutscene with Cortex in it, basically, but, yeah, anyways, whatever. Okay, ready? Yeah, I could look at this in advance, but I'm not going to. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Ha! And, oh, that was unnecessary. It's fine. It's fine. Let's keep this in frame, shall we? Oh no. Why can't I find... Yeah, I almost dropped it. It's fine. Why can't I... Half of me trying to solve this is me just not being able to find pieces that I'm looking for. That's not how that's supposed to go. No. Making all the unnecessary turns. That's fine. And OLL cases I don't know. That's gonna... I really need to learn all the OLL cases one day. That's okay. The one I'm... It's weird. Not used to seeing. This one... No, I turned it the wrong way. How? No. Still beat a minute. That's fine. Despite my complaining. Oh, also I bashed it right up against the mic, so sorry. But yeah, it did the thing. Wow. I did beat a minute. I could have been slightly faster. Made many tiny mistakes that added up. And right at the end, I turned it the wrong way as supposed to, but... Meh, still did good. At some point, I want to, like, properly... Like, kind of get into speed queuing again. Well, mainly just... finish learning all the OLL and PLL algorithms and stuff like that. Anyways, let's go back to here. Icy Link. This is Escape from Tarkov. I haven't heard of that. It was crazy good. It was made with Unity. I greatly appreciate... Ooh, great looking games. Great looking Unity games. Looks very good. Battle for Concordia. Very cool. Very realistic. The lighting and all that. Is there supposed to be sound? I'm not really hearing sound, but I also have the other music playing. Where'd that go? All my tabs. Hold on. I hear, like, bits of walking. I guess it's also extremely, like, it's quiet for me. It's extremely quiet for you. Let me raise that up. But, yeah. Very... As Concordia. Is... I don't even know what to, like... pretend to know whatever story this is in this game. Could be, like, I see apocalypse things. It could be zombies. Would maybe be my first guess. Cool shadows. Oh no, a dude. Oh no, he's alive. Okay. But no, this is very cool. And yeah, the inside lighting and yeah, a preach. Very cool. Yeah, I played it. Sound is very impressive. Cool. I don't have much experience with audio with game stuff. A little bit, but definitely like good sound design, music and sound effects all really add to the game's experience. Like you take a game and you play it, and then you beat it and continue playing it, it's a lot, less. I don't know. Like music really, yeah. Well, it can also make a game worse if done badly, but music and mainly sound effects I more so mean really heighten. Very. I might just kind of skipping through some of the rest of it, but yeah, very cool looking, very good graphically, and yeah. Cool. Now, just like first-person shooters like that aren't really my style of game, but yeah. But no, it looks very cool graphically. It's a FPS RPG. Oh, that makes it sound way more interesting. You deploy on missions to certain maps to scavenge for gear and stuff. If you die, you lose everything you took with you. Ooh. Oh, it's like Rust? Okay, that actually sounds way cooler. I thought at first like, it was seeming more like a COD or a Battlefield kind of thing. But no, that's very, very, very cool. Yeah. Very cool. Anyways, let's shabam, and let me close the million tabs I had open. I can find with that one. Okay, cool. I think there was something else I was gonna ramble about. Something someone else in the chat said. Ultimate Tag, right. Someone mentioned Ultra Tag earlier, and that's like a game I was working on ages ago. Oh, let me just, yeah. Game I was working on ages ago. Oh, nope, didn't need to do that. Hold on, 1 second. 1 second, I did. 1 second, hold on, technical difficulties. It's fine. It can, so, Ultra Tag being a game that I'm... Gotta have extra viewer that is my phone. Hold on. Okay, that's working again. Okay. Productivity is all dropping. Oh, I know. I wanted to do this ramble real quick. So, I have an idea, a plan, a ploy, if you will. So, I have another game that I was working on a while ago for a school project. Just generic called, like, the name kept changing. It was like Extreme Tag, then it was Ultimate Tag, then it was Ultra Tag. I don't know, something with tag in the name. I don't even think the actual game, like, if I want to continue working on it, I don't think I'll continue to have tag in the name, but that's just because the school assignment was to make a tag game. So, yeah. But with that game, I did some really cool pathfinding stuff that I think was pretty neat. And I did not use any of, like, Unity's built-in nav mesh stuff. I maybe should have. But I didn't. I was like, I'm gonna try to do stuff manually, and it'll be cool. And it kind of worked. I would say it works on the ground. I tried to do stuff with jumping and be able to fall and all that. That does not work. Like last time, like where we left it, it still quite buggy. But yeah, still quite cool. And I would like to potentially continue to work on that. Mainly, like one primary reason why is that I want to soonish dabble in the world that is networking and like Unity, networking, like how, online multiplayer type things. And that game would be the perfect testing ground for doing that. So yeah, that'd be a cool thing. But also, yeah, I just want to keep working on the game. Now, I'm also working on the Handyman with the Unicycle, and that's going to be more my primary thing that I have way more planned out in my head anyway, of where I want to take the Handyman with the Unicycle. In fact, that's actually the project we're working in right now. So I had an idea, though. So to maybe work on both games at the same time. But like, oh, won't that take twice as long? Basically, what if I gave both games a similar art style and shared a lot of assets between them? Mostly coding-related assets, but I thought that could be a thing I could do, is sort of work on some of the one game, work on some of the other, and sort of be working on them back and forth, and yeah, share a lot of assets between them. Despite the fact that they're both different genres of games, and I'm using both of them as excuses to work on different types of things. And especially a lot with this procedural animation stuff, I could 100% see me applying a lot of this to both games. So, yeah, that would be a thing. But I think immediately after like when I finish a lot of my school stuff, we're gonna be focusing more on the unicycle game more so. That'd be my primary thing. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. This is like plans that I've thought about that I haven't actually enacted yet. So I don't know. We'll see what actually happens. It can also help, less burnout or whatever. Not that I feel burned out on this in the slightest, but yeah, I think in the long run. You should definitely learn NavMesh. No, I've used Unity NavMesh before. I've used Unity NavMesh before. I opted not to. I actually right over yonder. I'll read the rest of that message in a second. I just gotta do a thing. Over on ye old hold on. Over on ye old Steam, I actually have over here. Shabam. 1 second. This is a game I made in high school. This uses quite a lot of NavMesh stuff, which actually causes a lot of lag in a certain level. So I'm well familiar with NavMesh, and now I know what was sort of causing the lag and how to have that not happen, but back then I didn't. This is Washed Up Wizard. Good, yeah, that actually I'll be able to get AI up and running with my board game within an hour, and that includes watering and chasing, just getting the AI to start walking and pathfinding, usually done in 5 minutes. Oh yeah, I play it, very fun. Yeah, so, yeah. I've learned a lot with this game. I learned a lot of what not to do. It's not terrible. Yeah. It is a game, and it is technically a finished game. And, like, as someone who has a million unfinished projects, this is something that I can say technically is a complete thing. So there is that. Yeah, so that exists. I made the trailer myself, did video editing and all that. The video editing software I was using at the time crashed like 3 times in the process of me making the trailer, but yeah. Mainly the boss fights are like the highlight of this game. This game has like 5 or 6 boss fights, something like that, and yeah. Cool. And all the music is like royalty-free stuff, and game kind of has cutscenes, so that's that. Amazing top-tier cutscenes. Yeah. Also, like some of the humanoid models in that are like some of the first humanoid models that I've ever made, so at the time. I think so. Yeah. I think that wizard model was like the 3rd human model I had made, or maybe 4th. Something like that. But anyways, yeah, very, very cool. So now, yeah, we are, I have learned and hopefully make better things. Although, again, that requires actually finishing things, so. But anyways, oh, another thing I was going to say, though, with the Unity NavMesh thing, part of why I didn't use it to start was, well, two big reasons. One, there's certain things that the Unity NavMesh can't do that I wanted to try and do, and actually doing more looking into it. So NavMesh stuff can't jump. There's kind of a system for jumping, but it's like weird and like, well, it's not this weird. It's like, it's very manual. You have to like make designated like jump points, and like, yeah, it's a strange thing, but that is technically a way of jumping. I wanted to see if I can basically do a lot more manual hands-off jumping and falling and getting characters to do that in a tag game environment. Also, it can't walk up walls, which isn't a thing in my tag game yet, but I think it'd be cool to see if I could get AI to actually, like, do, like, running up walls and, like, anti-grav type stuff and get that to work. But, yeah, anyways, I want to experiment with more pathfinding things and maybe actually get it to work more properly. Oh, the other big thing is that, in that game, all the AIs running around the map all share a lot of information with their pathfinding, which makes each additional one very minimal on additional performance, which is why so originally the game is like, 1v1 tag, I made you chasing like 2 people, stuff like that. But another thing I could just dabble with to be a more interesting tag game is the fact that I could potentially have like 100 characters running around in a map. Now, like, the biggest performance cost on that currently is just, like, from the meshes, the models that are the characters, and the performance cost that comes with that. So maybe I could make it more low poly and then, you know, get away with even more characters. Like actually getting to 100 with like a stable frame rate. Because it's not the coding is not a frame rate issue with that anyway. I mean, it's still a little buggy in terms of actually successfully doing pathfinding, but yeah. There's also then just the whole thing of like how does one balance 100-player tag in a way that like makes sense. That would be stuff I would be dabbling with. I also want to experiment with, like, it's not just tag, but having, like, weapons of, like, to slow people down behind you, or if you're chasing someone to, like, slow them down or, like, stun them. Different things like that. Having lots of hazards in the maps would be cool. Having a bit of a story to the game. Not as in-depth as I would like Handmaiden with a Unicycle to be. I have a lot of story plans for that, hopefully. Anyways, also just because the code could support it, originally it was just be like a tag game. I'm thinking of potentially like using a lot of the tag functionality to sort of turn it into other game mode types. Like you could have like a capture the flag sort of thing. You could have like a team tag thing of some kind. Having like almost like a hot potato sort of thing where somebody has like a bomb and you pass it off to other people and then people get like eliminated. Having something with like a zombie tag or army tag or that kind of thing where one person starts being hit and when you tag someone now you're both it, and that with like 100 people could be interesting. You need like really massive maps to make that actually work. Anyways though, that Ultra Tech thing is for another time. For now, we're focusing on this. Let's get back to the actual coding, shall we? We got our, like, swaying antenna things that are looking quite cool. We're going to continue to dabble with more functionality of it. The things that I want to continue to add is having these actually, like, spring up when they stop, which, to just show what I mean by that. I keep recapping myself every like once in a while for new people that are dropping in. Also, just anything that I'm doing is making sense, even kinda. Basically, currently, when it like this snaps up to being up, next time we do it on this one, like it smoothly goes up, which is fine. But I want to get more of a bendy, like a spring-like antenna system going on. So we're going to experiment with that. And then I want stuff to do with, like, if I moved this, like, up, it would bend down, and if I moved it down, it was bent, like, it kind of, like, have moving it, like, this way influence the bending just at all, which it currently is not. And I just mean, like, relative to the way it's facing. So that would be equivalent to moving this one out. Having this influence the way it bends would be cool. As well, I want to try to have it be able to be a bit influenced by gravity. So that would be cool. And then also having be able to apply wind. Yeah. So let's do that. Well, let's attempt to do that. We were in the middle of doing that, and then let's get back into what we're doing. So I can comment out. That and that. So currently we have this happening through LARPing. Oh, let me turn back down the volume. Can anyone guess what game this music is from? Possibly. Okay, so what was I doing? So we were going to set up a velocity system, or specifically treating this value like an acceleration, that we change our velocity to accelerate towards, using velocity and acceleration equations. Sound cool? Cool. So first thing, we need to actually, so we're going to be setting this manually, but then we need to set whatever, actually no, we'll do that at the end of the frame. Yeah, no, we'll need to basically set this to whatever this was, yeah? So, let me basically at the end of this, after we've done the moving, bone velocities, that equals, bone velocities, blah, right? So, then, if this is an acceleration, as a, actually, well, this is, let's call this the acceleration, axis to center. call this their acceleration. Actually, I guess I could also just put this on the end of this if I wanted to reduce the lines, but not that matters that much. So acceleration is this. Then we want to take that acceleration and turn it into. So this is just a high school, well, like a grade 12 or maybe grade 11, depending on what school you went to. Physics thing. We have acceleration. We have our first velocity. We have time. And we need to calculate our second velocity. So, yeah. So accelerate, so like acceleration being, v2 minus v1 divided by t. Instead, we're gonna have bone velocities I equals, wait, I can do math in my head. So, yeah, it's gonna be the acceleration times time. Time in this case is time dot delta time because it's going to be the time between the two velocities, which is a single frame. And then I say, wait, so v2 is v2 minus v1, which means going to be plus. Yeah, just make sure I'm doing this right. Yeah, plus the last velocity. That there. So this would be our velocity, and then we need to take that velocity and turn it into our... okay, let me also correct that. This is angular velocities. I'm just not putting angular in the names of everything. It's too much math on my screen. My brain's gonna collapse. Yeah, I get that feeling. I don't even know if this is gonna work, but I've done stuff like this before. That's why I kind of have an idea of what I'm doing. But also, that was with actual positions. This is all rotational now, but it's still vector 3, so it's fine. We're basically, yeah, we're basically having the bone, if you imagine the antenna, go like whoosh. It's like accelerating upwards in a way so that it'll pass and then have to like now accelerate the other way and other way until it kind of stops. Could put in like a if the velocity's below blah, then stop it, but yeah. That's the plan anyway. Want to see my spooky game? Ooh! Progress being made on that? Yeah, sure. We'll send along. Okay, so bone velocity, what am I doing? So rotation that we're treating like a position. It's, yeah. Some of the terminology I'm using here might be kind of wrong, but that's okay. So bone rotations plus equals, I'll check the game in a second. I just want to finish like the math I'm doing in my head. So, rather than being plus equals axis to center, which isn't even the name of it anymore. Do I need the last position then for all of these to then properly do that? Just double checking before I go through doing it. Yep, bone last pause. Which actually could mean I don't need this, but, well, I'll keep it for now. Okay. Except this being this. Now, I will need to go through and set all these, so just to make sure that they are... Wait, can they just be local? I'll let them be... I guess it doesn't... I don't know if it matters. Wait, no. It needs to be the same as this. In fact, it's not even... Those aren't positions. These are going to be rotations, but as the vector 3 versions of the rotations. And I'm going to have the full name. So that when I look back at this... in like a week from now, I'll actually just more remember what it is I'm doing. So bone rotations, blah, and last this equals this. So we have the start rotation, whatever our current rotation is, and whatever rotation we had last frame. And yeah, I guess we need all that stuff to make this work. So that is going to equal bone rotations, blah. This happening like at the end of the frame, so that like by the next frame it'll be what it was last frame. Make sense? So bone rotations I is going to equal same thing, but with bone velocities I and this being last rotation, right? And then I just forget if this needs to be like a plus equals thing. Just accelerate like that way. You're accelerating in a direction, then given what the velocity was before, you're not going to have a velocity like that, and given what the velocity is, you're then going to have a rotation that, yeah. I guess also, technically, I don't even need to store this, because I could do this all in one frame, but, nah. Just... yeah, see if this makes sense. Okay. So, is there anything I need to change? I don't think so. Let's see if this just works first try. I'm gonna go bold on this one. Well, that's anticlimactic. Okay, why not? Oh, errors. Okay, no, errors are fine. Well, errors are not fine, but errors mean that I know what the problem is. What didn't get set up properly? Did I miss something? Did I not set up last velocities? Oh, I think I meant to copy and paste this and then do this here or something. I don't know. Lost velocities, just for consistency or something, I'll do this, even though that is what its default value would be. Even velocities would be. Just so I don't know, probably good practice to do so or something. And since I'm doing it with all these other ones. And I'm also just gonna reorder these. So rotation, last rotation, rotation, last rotation, velocity, last velocity. I don't need to store the acceleration. Okay. See if this just works. First try. Come on. Oh hey, what are they doing? What in the what? No. That's not how that should be doing. But also, why are these ones not doing anything? They have a mind of their own. Okay. So why? Well, I'm thinking I will check out your game, Austin. Haunted Escape. Ah. I'll turn up the audio. I'm probably about to get jump scared in a second. Oh, hold on, let me back up. But first of all, like, menu looks cool. I see hunted, there's a creepy figure in the distance. Cool, cool. I like the font and all that. Like the background thing. Very cool. No, not yet because I'm Larry Lazy Boy. Not a problem. I usually wait late in development to add music because I'm going to be listening to like the same like music a million times over. The later I add it, the less I'll be sick of it by the end. But yeah, very cool. Like the grain filter. Yeah. Cool, cool. Also, it's like all the environmental stuff you got. Very neat. Oh no! Run away! Ah. Oh, it's actually right behind you. That is creepy. It not having animation stuff. Ah. Great, great. No, that actually is creepy. So, you've done a good job. AI is taking over. Ah. Yes, it is. I recorded twice. The first time it caught me when I wasn't looking, it actually scared me. Oh no. This is why I don't make horror games. You can't pay me enough to do so. We'll just wait until we make the horror game level in the Handmaid with the Unicycle. Ooh, we're not actually doing that, but I can't count the times I've been jump scared testing the code. Hey, that means it works. Yeah, it does. Yeah. If there's one recommendation, it might be something that you're still working on. Just the jump scare at the end, maybe. Well, one just like when it's like coming towards your face, it's like maybe just been with the way the lighting was, you could barely see the face coming to kill you. So maybe doing something, being able to better see the jump scare could be a potential improvement. But no, that all looked very, very cool. Very cool. And even some of like the fact that it just like was always facing you, moving towards you. How that adds to the like the creepiness and the horror game creepiness. But yeah. Very cool. I like. Anyway, fix that. Yeah. It's funny that I've also been jump scared by my own code with the tag game. It's not even a horror game. It's just AIs run around a map. But yeah, they jump scared me on many occasions. Just from moving sporadically and not how they should. Yeah, I do want to rework the jump scares. They're pretty wonky at times. We all remember that. Meow. Meow. I know what some games will do for like a jump scare to help it be consistent is that you pre-render the sort of jump scare, and then like that just being like it could be like a sprite animation thing that's like a UI element or something, or like a separate camera thing. Something that basically plays like on top of everything that's not like coming from the model in the scene, affected by the lighting in the scene. So it's sort of affected by its own lighting, without it be consistent. That's a thing. Yeah. Even just having like, so when a jump scare happens, swap out the model for like the jump scare model, and that jump scare model has its own light that like, I don't know, maybe moves with it or is like purposely behind the player or something. That light only affects that one model, and you can do that through like layer stuff of like what lights affect what layers of game objects. The idea that I'm pitching off the top of my head, you do like some research, maybe you can find something even better, easier to implement. Yeah, but that's the idea I came up with off the top of my head. So, yeah. Actually, specifically because in this game I do something vaguely in the ballpark. If I go to my not that, go to my test level here. If you remember with this game, the loading screens. Okay, hold on. Yeah. The loading screens here, this curtain, that is affected by its own lighting. So that's an example of what I'm talking about. So that no matter the camera angle, no matter how the skybox is, no matter like anything, this curtain will look the exact same every time. And then also, when I go from one scene to another, when the skybox is changing and all that, that's not going to suddenly change how the curtain looks. It's affected by its own lighting and all that stuff. However, though, unfortunately, although, well, good news, bad news, is that I have some ideas for changes I plan to make this game eventually, where some of the coding behind that curtain will maybe stay the same, but I might actually be getting rid of that curtain in the way that it's currently implemented, but replacing it with something that, if done well, will be a million times better and be really cool. And by that I mean basically having no loading screens, or should I say masked loading screens behind gameplay, where to the viewer it looks like there was no loading, but there actually was loading through the power of additive scenes and yeah, having multiple scenes active at the same time and destroying scenes, but like, yeah. And it actually happened kind of accidentally in terms of like how some of the planning I've been doing has like allowed me to do this, where, let me read the message first. So, I was gonna try and make it so that when the player is, oh, let me also, hold on, mute this. I was gonna try to make it so that when the player is stood still for a second, or is in front of a wall or object facing it, I was gonna spawn the AI behind them, wait for them to turn around, and then jump scare them, but that would be hard. Oh, cool. That would be cool. It'd be hard to maybe, like, if they're up against a wall, having behind them not accidentally spawn the monster through the walls, but stuff like that could be cool. You could maybe, if you said you had to have them collect stuff, or like I saw in your game, they like collect like keys and stuff. You could have like a key that's in the corner of a room, or like up on a table, where like you could only really grab the key from one specific way of facing it. And when you grab the key, then it spawns the monster behind them as like a fixed position. Like that could be a thing, for example. Sure, that's not as random, but it would maybe be easier to program for some like, yeah, things. Yeah. And there's no way to know when the player is going to turn around unless there's something in front of them, and they obviously have to at some point. Yeah, that's true. If the monster spawns behind them and they don't realize it, and then they just randomly die because it spawned behind them, yeah, that could be a problem. So yeah. Ooh, you're right. I could have a way to do that because the way the keys are set up. Yeah. Even like dead end. Well, dead ends could then lead to dying, but they hit a dead end, turn around, there's the monster. Oh, you know what you could also maybe do is have to just also help in the player not accidentally dying is have. Well, could again also require more programming. Is that the let's say with the key thing, they grab the key, the monster spawns. Like they have to go that way to get out of wherever they are. But the monster is standing still until they turn around, and once they can see the monster, then the monster starts moving. That could make sure that they don't accidentally get hit from behind or something like that. I think Outlast does a similar thing. I know there's some times in that game where you do stuff and there's enemies that chase you and you. Like one specific part of the game I know that like I'm pretty sure it's only like once you actually turn around. I might be wrong on that now that I think about it. I'm not sure. But hi Luzka, hi, hello. Yeah, we're rambling about well, Austin made a horror game thing and rambling about that. And also I'm working on not this game, but a thing for that game. Some procedural antenna things that we're dabbling with. That are currently broken, but they were working earlier. We're making them better in the way that they ricochet back to being upright. But yeah, it's being cool. But I was about to say something. I forgot what it was. Oh, one thing that I know that Outlast does at like one specific jump scare thing is sometimes when you grab a key, if you know like if you're familiar with horror games, you'll expect that when you turn around there'll be something. Outlast has this one moment where I guess. Mitigating spoilers, I guess, you have to go collect a thing, and right when you get the thing, you see it's in a dark room, and there's like a light shining on it, it's in the middle of a table you have to go around and get, and you're like, yep, when I get this thing, I'm gonna look up and there's gonna be something there. And you get the thing, you pick it up, and there's nothing there. Oh, okay. And then you turn to your left, and then there's something there that jump scares you. So it's like, oh, there's gonna be something there? No, there isn't. And now there is. It's like immediately after. So that's a thing that game does. Yeah. Try to predict what the player is going to think's going to happen, and then don't do that thing. Keep them on their toes. Then true. The way I make it so the monster sees the player is ray tracing. Oh, yeah, yeah. I don't know. Does that count as ray tracing? I guess it maybe does. Like you casting a ray or ray casting, I think is the term. But I don't know if ray tracing can be applied in that context. Maybe it can. I don't know. It is casting a ray and then tracing what it hit and stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. Anyways, but if it sees you, it's turned around. Because I'm not doing some advanced trigonometry calculus angles. I don't know. Oh, no. Yeah, no, definitely that seemed like that would be something you don't have to do. Then ray casting, yes, wrong word, lol. Yeah, no worries. One thing you could do to cheat it is just have like a big box or like a cone or a cylinder attached to the player that's invisible, like a collider, like a trigger collider that's attached to the player and goes really far in front of them. And then you just see when things enter that trigger, that means that the player is looking at them. That could be a quick way of doing it without math. So yeah. And then how long it is sort of then can help with how far the player is sort of seeing distances. If you do it with like a cone, then it would branch out in a way that looks kind of like how the camera is. Or you could or I don't know if it's just a cube would be better. But that could maybe do things. I don't know. There might be a better way. I think there is a function to say can the camera currently see this object? I think there's a function for that, which then might be more exact for what you need. I'd maybe look into something like that. I think there's code things to do such things, but yeah. I was thinking I could maybe shoot 2 rays, one forward relative to the player, one towards the monster, getting an angle between them and comparing it for an FOV variable or something maybe, I don't know. Yeah, that also does sound, complicated, but definitely possible. But maybe look into just Googling Unity, test if the camera can see something. I think there's something with that. I'm not 100% sure though. Well, I mean, occlusion culling, or however it's pronounced, works off that principle, where stuff that's outside of what the camera can see doesn't get rendered, basically. So like there's stuff that can detect whether something's being viewed by the camera, because that's how graphics works at being optimal. Yeah, anyways though. But the thing I was gonna ramble about for a second though was that in this, I said I might swap out that camera or the curtain thing for something different. I like the idea of that the hub world in this game. So again, reminder of just a little bit of the story is that you are part of a traveling carnival, that their business model is every single day, at the end of the day, they tear apart the whole carnival, ship it all somewhere else, and then build it back up again, which is why everything's breaking all the time, which is why you're the repair handyman trying to fix everything. And also that every day it's opened in a new location, so different levels and wildly different scenarios that don't have to make a lot of sense. Like, the side of a mountain, sure. Underground, ice cave, you got it. In a volcano, have fun. So, yeah. But I was like, if I want a hub world, how about like whatever the transportation services that gets the things from point A to point B? It's like, if it's going around the world, then why not have it be flying? So I want this like big flying ship. And actually I think it'd be cool, it's not just one giant ship, but like a bunch of tiny ships, bunch of small ships that are all flying together that all look different, and would be cool. Because then part of the hub would be getting like launched between the ships, and I thought that could be just a cool way of doing the hub, make the hub interesting to traverse. So if the thing's in the sky, that's kind of above every level, I thought it could be an interesting thing if basically you leaving every level is you get like a cannon and you get shot into the sky, use clouds to mask a loading screen, and then you just land in the hub. And then that would be like the transition in and out of the hub. And then when you fall through some clouds, mask a loading screen, and then you just fall into the level. I thought would be a cool thing. And when you restart a level, they maybe have like the curtain for that. I don't know, but yeah, that was the thing I thought of that would be cool. And then it would make it look like there's not really loading screens. Yeah. And then maybe like I say, like use clouds to mask it. That might not even be necessary. Like you could be down in the level and you look up and you can see basically the hub, and it's there and like loaded if it's not too, or maybe using like mip maps or like doing like low poly stuff in the distance, blah blah blah, stuff to make it like optimized. But then you get in the cannon and you just go up, and then now you're up there. And then there's like in the hub world, there's like how you change what level that you're at. And that would be like the planes like whoosh, flying, the skybox would change. I'd have to figure out how to make that do good. Maybe like how you're switching between the levels, you're like in an interior so you can't see the outside temporarily. So you fly over and then you're in another place and then you look down and then you can see the level. Now the one problem with that I'm trying to still figure out is that I think I would like that, let's say you look down and you can see the whole level environment. Even though it is kind of this sandboxy thing like this, I would still kind of like to control where the player starts the level, not let them just fall into anywhere necessarily. So I might try to do something to control where they're allowed to land, or somehow make it look natural in a way that they kind of get pushed into, somehow forcefully like landing where I want them to if they fall into the level. But I don't know, we'll figure that out. Or maybe instead of falling, they do still take a cannon that like launches them over, and then I can control the arc of it. But I don't know, we'll plan that. Because also cannon, like circus cannon, you have circus-y things that people get launched out of cannons. Like, yeah, having some hazards and whatnot that are circus-themed would be, one of them would be that kind of thing. And even like in the level, there could be a cannon that just launches you to the other side of the level. That would be cool things. Anyways, I'm missing chat messages. I actually used that for performance at OMG. It's the main thing that made the game go from 20 FPS to 30 or 300. So everyone here who uses Unity, set up a collision culling ASAP. It's crazy how much performance difference it makes. Okay, I thought it was a thing that happens by default, so oops. I think you do have to be careful though. Sometimes I think if implemented poorly, you'll have like, if something's half on screen, and things go wonky, it'll like disappear, or like it's casting a shadow. If it goes off screen, it'll stop casting a shadow. There's stuff like that you have to, I guess, mess with. But no, definitely, it's probably like worth it. There's also a practice of having you replace models with lower poly models when they're really far in the distance. Super Mario 64 is an example that makes use of this. And Unity has a built-in system called, I forget what it's called, for doing that sort of thing. And you can do the same thing with textures, where maybe it could be the same model, but like the textures get more low res the further something is in the distance, and that can help. Oh yeah, there's the curtains in the sky. The player can't actually see those curtains in the sky. They're just up there. But yeah. Whoa, that'd be awesome. Yeah, with the cloud thing. I love that cloud idea though. Yeah, it does not. You have to stop. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, the cloud idea I think it could be cool. And I have other crazy cool ideas like that. Hopefully, maybe. Actually, with the skybox, I could potentially still make that work if there's some way where I could like have skybox A and skybox B. Like, let's say like between two levels, you know, wildly different skies. Like one it's like day and one it's night. If I could do something where like one skybox fades into being the other skybox, and maybe that could look good. Maybe that could be something like then that could totally work for like you see the skybox change and the level like come in below you, and yeah, that could be cool. And mip mapping, then you can blend them across a gradient. Yeah, I don't know how to do that, but I'm hoping that it's maybe possible. I haven't dabbled with skyboxes that much in general. Usually I either go with like solid color things, or I've done a little bit of skybox stuff before, but yeah, very, very little. But yeah, there's probably a way to, like, if you have two skyboxes, blend between them. Yeah. Like, any game that has, like, a day-night cycle probably does that kind of thing, so it's gotta be a thing. And mip mapping, yeah. Mip mapping is the thing with textures. I think it has a different name for, like, models. I think it's LOD scaling, like level of detail scaling or something like that. But I like doing clouds with 4D Perlin noise. Oh, procedural clouds. I guess I could dabble with that kind of thing. Would be interesting. I actually don't know what I'm doing for skyboxes yet. And even like, if we are having this plane that's flying through the clouds shouldn't only be skybox things. Yeah, it would be a good idea to have like some actual object clouds, like that aren't just images in the distance, right? Yeah, would be cool. Oh, also, so one thing I was about to say that also, it would almost restrict me if I do the falling and the rocket or the cannon launching you into the sky to get in and out of the hub world. I was gonna say that one thing that would maybe be a problem, but I think I have a good way around it, is that would restrict level entrances to being exteriors. When like, what do I do if I want interior levels, like an underground cave and yada yada. Like, I don't think that's actually a problem. I could just have like the entrance to the level be that you fall down a big hole and then you bam land at the start of the level. So I was gonna just say that, yeah, I think I do have a plan for handling those kind of scenarios. And like another thing is I want a prison level. Like, that sounds very like out there. Like, what? I thought this was a circus. I have plans for a prison level, and it'll be great. And yeah, that'd be one of the more story-focused levels, because the game's gonna have story and such. Actually, there's like, I have a lot of plans of how the game will change and be quite different from what you currently see before you with this. A lot of changes and a lot of mostly additions. There's not a lot I'm scrapping here. I don't know if I'm keeping the clock the way that it is. One thing for sure, I don't want a day number on the clock anymore, because I want you to be able to kind of do some levels out of order and just make that way easier to like this. There's no point in this being here. It just made the clock look kind of more like a Ferris wheel, which is like, that looks cool, but it doesn't. Like, there's no reason for the day counter to be there. It's not really integral to the game at all, and it would just be easier to not. Anyways, and also I said, I want levels be done out of order, and also levels that can just be in the middle of the night. It's like, it passes midnight. Does the change? No. It's fine. Anyways, yeah. And other just like bunch of little changes and ideas that I have. Anyways, though, let's get back to this, though, shall we? It is past midnight for me. I don't know how much longer I'll be doing this, but I'd like to get, like I said, more of this done. So this springing thing, it just straight up didn't work, and also the ones on the walls just kind of, yeah, just didn't do anything. So, I'm not sure where to really check first. So I calculate the acceleration, I calculate, trying to think of, like, also there's just a quick way I could set up, like, set up something to test this. Well, Here. I'm actually gonna just temporarily put this in a else thing. I don't actually want it like that, but it'll just make it easier to see the difference between me moving and then it trying to, and then I let go and then it kind of tries to snap back up to the center, which it seems to not be doing. And those ones in the distance are just, I don't know what's going on with them, but we'll get it figured eventually. Oh. Excuse me? How are you not doing anything? What? Like, if I... Oh, wait, no. Right, well, this needs to happen out here. I guess technically it still can. But, oh no. Okay, never mind. We're not gonna do the if else thing. Like, I thought that would just make something easier to test, but never mind. It would be more trouble than it's worth. Yeah. Oh, also, I didn't realize. Wild card. Hi. I didn't realize this was your first time typing in chat. Hello. Your name is the same color almost as someone that was talking earlier. So for a second, I thought you were them. I just glanced over and saw you're a different person. Hi. Hello. Welcome. But yeah. What if I had jump scare spots that activate when the player is near them and has a chance of spawning the AI at them when the player nears, and when the player looks at it, it jump scares. Ooh, yeah, that could be cool. More of the spooks. Especially randomness helps, yeah, make it more, especially on like repeat playthroughs, not be able to just predict when everything's gonna happen and keeping you on your toes. Although you can have some like not random jump scares in there. That's like totally fine. Yeah, sometimes like a planned or like perfectly orchestrated jump scare can be better. Yeah. Anyways, what was I doing? So, okay, this is the code before that was like working, but I'm trying to make it better with this whole acceleration thing. So my first prediction is that. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I'm overriding this, of course. Right, I need to plus equals. Oh. No. That's, not gonna work, right? Is it? No. No. I need basically this to sort of add on, like, I need to basically do this, and then, but this is like a, how much, like, turn this much now, turn this much now. Well, actually, I guess if it's like a velocity, maybe I could just add the velocity. And then I don't even need the last rotation. Wait a minute, that might actually work. And then I might not even need, like, I can combine that into one line. Interesting. Yeah, I have jump scares for doors, so when you open them, it jump scares. Nice. But then there's a chance that it happens and it lowers each time you get jump scares at the same... door doesn't jump scare you 30 times in a row somehow. Ah, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, very cool. Okay, let's see if this way decides to work. It'd be great if it did. Oh, that's not promising. Can this one at least work? It's... So, no. The answer is... No. It's not. I mean, it's, you know, cool to see it being, like, bent like that or whatever, but that's just not... My god. Those are just going faster and faster? Is that what's happening? Okay. We're just focusing on the flat versions first, even though, like, they should be identical. Like, it should be local. It should all be relative to, like, the way that they're rotated, but it's not, so I'll have to figure that out. So why did this not work? So on the side ones, it was just constantly, like... an ever-increasing velocity, but on the ground ones, it was like this was always 0. That's what it felt like. So the acceleration could just be 0 on the ones on the ground. I have a quick way of testing that thing with this guy. Blah and blah. Basically, this will just be only one of the 6 is actually gonna print it. OMG, they're going crazy. Yeah, not what is supposed to be happening. If you could tell. Oh yeah, okay, still. Well, no, right. I didn't change the actual functionality. I'm just hoping I can get some results from these. Okay, so it's never not being 0, which means that I think just my cross product is wrong. So the acceleration is supposed to basically be like, it's like an angular acceleration towards its starting rotation, which was facing straight up. And that's telling it how to rotate, or it should be, in theory. But I am trying to apply, like, 2D, or I'm trying to apply, like, moving velocities, like the concept behind changing that onto angular velocities, and there's probably a large degree to which it doesn't work the same. I know it's different. Quaternions and all that, but okay, but either way, so the acceleration is wrong. Like, so, or it seems to be wrong. So let's just start there. I'm probably doing this cross product wrong. Right, well, sorry, this acceleration is like an angle to turn. It's kind of how this is. Which also means that, yeah, I'm probably actually not using this right. No, yes. Well, well, okay, I think the cross product thing is probably just wrong. I don't think it shouldn't be 0. So let's just start there. Some of this later stuff might be able to be wrong, but let's just start with the fact that this should not be always 0. I'm taking the cross product between whatever rotation we started with. Actually, maybe we should flip around again. That shouldn't change, like, the magnitude of it. That'll just change the direction. Make it, like, negative, but... Oh, that's not how that's supposed to do. There, right? Yeah, okay, so... I cross product the, the bone's relative up direction, which is basically like what way it's facing right now, and its starting rotation. So where it is and where it's trying to go. I'm basically trying to get sort of the, in basically the reverse way of how I turned it away. I'm basically sort of doing the inverse of this, except instead of turning based on the velocity. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, no, this is... It's like, the way we're going, or way we want to go... That's way we want to go, way we currently are. And this becomes way we need to turn. Where this is way we are, way we want to turn. So I thought it would be... Like, this would basically be kind of like the inverse. If they were... Or at least the same direction. If I need to, like, make it negative, I just need, like, the axis of rotation, and also for it to not be 0. Are you sure it's not more easy to set the antenna like a spring? And, wait. Are you sure it's not more easy to set the antenna like a spring and let the mass of the ball do its thing? So, I'm trying to do this in a way that's generic, that can be applied to a bunch of different scenarios where having movement like this would be nice to have. Like a tail. If a character had a tail, like a dinosaur thing I made a little bit ago. And yeah, not really sure what's the end goal here. It's partially just experimenting with what I can do. And also, well, yeah, some notepad stuff I have set up. So here, let me show you, first of all, how it was just working a moment ago. Actually make sure that is even still working. Yeah. Un momento. So, well, two things. I can show two things to explain what I'm trying to do. So, first of all, this is how the movement was working a moment ago, which is, like, fine. And it's, yeah, sounds useful. Basically, what I'm trying to do is there's lots of cases, well... So animating can be tedious, and I'm trying to do some cool fancy programming to remove some of that tedium. Some things that I could do through pure Blender animation if I wanted to spend the time doing. And of course, if I was doing this on a single antenna, then yeah, I'd probably just do something like this manually. But one, having to be able to actually respond to movement in Unity is cool, so it can be more dynamic. And two, you know, if I have like a bunch of not specifically these antennas, but stuff with this kind of movement on a bunch of different objects, like antennas, trees. This could work on trees. It's like trees to look like trees that are acting under wind, flowers, long grass, a character with a tail, like a character like a rabbit with like big floppy ears, maybe. Certain hairstyles with big like sticking up hair. All of these different scenarios. I'm trying to make something, and actually even like this, as in its current form, could be applied to those types of things, and make it so that as they move, the hair like flops around, or the ears or the tail flops around, and it means I don't have to animate them, and it does a lot to make it look more alive and more realistic and all that sort of stuff. So basically, we have this and it works, and I'm sort of giving it more functionality and making it work better. And I'm also trying to have the restriction of only doing it through directly modifying transform values and not doing any rigid body stuff because of the performance cost associated with doing those things. We're like doing this in the assumption as if this could be applied to 100 random unimportant background elements, and we don't want that to be a huge performance cost on the actual game. Now, yeah, doing cross-procs and all that has its own performance costs, but I think it's less overall than a bunch of things with rigid bodies. Especially, like, if it's, like, on part of an object. Like, an animated character with a tail, and getting something like this to affect the tail without messing up the whole of the rest of them. And stuff like that. So, yeah. Yeah, it sounds good. It's like very simple ragdoll animation. Yes, but it's not just that, it's also just learning procedural animations, because there's more I want to do with this. Like, for example, I want to experiment with doing inverse kinematics manually at one point. I know that there's Unity things to do inverse kinematic stuff, but I just want to experiment with just attempting to do inverse kinematics manually because I can, because I want to learn things and do more procedural animation stuff because it's cool. And this is kind of like the baby steps towards making that. Yeah, and then yeah, I also, yeah, you know that you could do ragdoll animation stuff in Unity as well. Did you guys see that Will Smith smacked Chris Rock? I saw like a gif of it. I know some of the story behind it. Actually, no, I know some stuff about it, but I haven't seen as much as most people have seen probably. Do you want this to work with ECS? I don't know what that is, so I don't know. For me, it was more funny to see the face of the other people there. Literally the same, though. Oh, but the other thing I was gonna say, in terms of, like, the motion I'm trying to get after right now. So you saw, like, as it was just moving, it was like, the way it moves and I let go, it, like, goes back up to being straight up. Whereas, for example, you see on my unicycle man here, you see how when I stop moving him, how he, like, pushes back to the top? This is happening through physics, which it's fine on the player. The player gets to have more of a performance budget. Also, eventually he'll be an actual human. That is still in the works. And also, I want to have his legs do inverse kinematic stuff on the pedals, so that's something I'm gonna fiddle with at some point. With either I might do that through some manual, like, whatever add-ons and, like, whatever tools that Unity has. But I still want to experiment with procedural IK stuff, or, like, manual, yeah, because there's things I want to attempt to do with it. Beyond just foot tracking. I mean, even still, it would be cool to do that, just have that exist in the game. Oh, actually, okay, this character doesn't need foot tracking. That would be for, like, NPCs and stuff. Or also the fact that there might be animated cutscenes. I don't know to what extent that'll actually happen, but I have technically made cutscenes before, and, you know, if I want to make cool, artsy things, a lot of this programming stuff that can make the artsy things easier and less tedious would be great. But anyway, so with this kind of motion, I want to see if I can basically do this through code. Through direct transform manipulation, which I'm very close to getting it to happen. I'm just like, have something slightly wrong with some of the logic. Yeah. Anyways, and also then being able to control the amount of bounciness. Chris Rock made a joke about Will Snipes' hair. Yeah, I know of that part. Basically, she's bulk of the medical condition and it triggered him. Yeah, but yeah, it was fake. Was it? Sure. I didn't even know the Oscars were going on or care too much about them. But my friend did IK on Roblox once with Rake. I was like, oh gosh, yeah. It sounds like you want a custom joint and spring system. Kind of. But yeah, emphasis on the custom. I know that Unity has, if I select something random here, I know that Unity has joint, like character joint, fixed joint. I know that these are things that exist. I'm purposely not using them. One, because some of them I just have never used before, but just, there's more stuff one, because I can. Two, because there's more stuff that I want to do with them that I want to have more direct control over. Yada yada. More excuses that allow me to continue doing what I'm doing. Anyways, so back to continue what it is I am attempting to do. So currently, movement be like this, right? And when I stop it, it goes back to just being straight up through burping, which works and is fine and dandy. But I swear that I'm very close to having this method of having it do basically a very similar thing. I didn't either, and I'm very impressed because some trash Flash team got voted for more. Got voted for more than the 3 spoilers. I've seen it, but spoilers for other people. How can you see the Flash running like an idiot more than 2 OG? Yeah, okay, that is, I am against that. I agree with ya. I have not seen any of the Flash, but yeah, no, Spider-Man movie was great, very, very great. Yeah. Anyway, though, right. Right, so this still isn't working, and my current theory is that I'm not doing cross-product stuff correctly, and I'm not 100% sure why. So let me do one thing as a... No, that shouldn't be... I was gonna say, take this part out temporarily, that shouldn't matter. That should actually be making the acceleration be more, but I haven't seen any of those movies. Yeah, spoilers. Yeah, I'm very angry because apparently Avengers assembly scene was in there as well. Wasn't that more than a year ago though? That's probably a lie though, because that would have most definitely won unless the Oscars are rigged. Well, I don't keep up with the Oscars much. Again, I didn't even know it was going wrong. I didn't even know it was going on. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah. And also often aren't a lot of those the term more like oh yeah, cool celebrity, do cool celebrity thing more than the content of some of the things. Maybe, I don't know. To some degree, I can see it definitely just being a popularity contest, probably. But I don't know. Who am I to speculate? Anywho, okay, so what am I trying to do again? Oh yeah, the acceleration is being 0, and I don't entirely know why. So let me make sure that these values are what I think they are. Let's try that. So, yeah, what am I? No, that's not what I want. Cause, yeah, wait a minute. Why am I multiplying this by up speed? Wait a minute. Wait, how is this working this way? Now that I think about this, that's not how cross product works, is it? No. Yeah. In this case, down speed should be out here, And also, this should be out here. But I don't think that would have been making a difference. Or if it was, it would have been not, right way. I didn't either, until Twitter got flooded with yeah, the Will Smith thing. And Dwayne The Rock Johnson making the same face he always does. Rigged House, like 35 people that vote. It's what they like. It's not rigged. It's just, they don't care what you care about. Fair enough. No, I don't care that much. I'm speculating off of no knowledge or whatever or yada yada. I don't know. It's not something I keep up with. I hear people say it's rigged. I was just giving a potential explanation that I have no basis on, or yeah. Anywho. But, yeah, again, I have no idea what the process is behind the Oscars of how things even get nominated into the Oscars or voted to, I don't keep up with any of that, or, yeah. I'm just like, oh, that thing won? Yeah, cool. Ah, movie I've never heard of? Cool. Anywho, yeah. Okay, so, what was I keep forgetting what it is I was doing. Right, this isn't gonna suddenly fix my problem, right? Oh yeah, I forgot that I'm only printing on the first bone. Was I moving the third one expecting the first one to print anything? Oh, okay, this still is 0, but... Okay. Let me print the other things and make sure that they're what I think they are, because they probably aren't. Because, so, for the record, is that, like, to my knowledge... So this is working, which means that this plan, I think, can work. Wait a minute. How? Oh, no, never mind. The fact that this is not 0 means that I think this plan can work, because this should basically be doing the inverse number, but not based off of this, but based off of... Like, this should basically be this. Is it? Because now that I think about it, it actually might very much not be. I think I may have found the crux of the issue. Two things that I'm assuming are similar are not. And keyword is similar because I know that they're not exactly the same, and that's why I'm using this one and not this one. Yeah. Yeah, I don't care for the Oscars. Yeah, I forget it exists most of the time. Yeah, if people like it, then, yeah, no. Like, yeah, like what you like. Yeah. Okay, so... Currently, it's a 1, and then those are all 0s. In the current state, that's fine. It's when they move... Okay, very different. Got it. Okay. Okay, so... Well, okay, they should be in the opposite direction, so they're not going to be exactly the same. Let me look kind of more at the beginning here, so... The position of the thing starts in the standing position, yeah. Instead of trying to figure it out again, you could save the rotation relative points of the joints and then slip them backwards to normal again. I am not just trying to make it go up. I'm doing it based on like a velocity and acceleration thing so that it overshoots on purpose and then it goes back so it does. I got it to work with a lerp-esque thing. Well, actually just through lerping the rotations. It actually didn't need to be S-lerp in the way that I was using it. But I'm trying to basically calculate like if it's here and it wants to become... I need to rotate the right thing. Which one are you? This one. It is here. I want it to become this. So I'm basically saying, like, what is the... I want to say, what is the direction that it needs to go? Yeah, like, what is the direction that this needs to go to be up? That's what I'm currently trying to calculate, which should be the opposite of the way that it turned down. But I'm seeing that I have definitely the wrong... I think the wrong numbers that I'm getting. So I thought that its up direction would be what I want, but no, I guess not. Maybe it's Maybe like a forward, or would be its forward direction because it's gonna be different depending on how it leans. Ah, I'm missing lots of messages. No, you. Oh, right. Have it. Yeah. If I going back to, I was way better than 3 is Spyro swinging. Man, let's see the whole universe. Real goofy. I'd rather. Yeah. Well, my first see was not it. You're kind of controller overshoots and kind of building a PID controller where it overshoots and falls backwards. I don't know what that is, a PID controller, but maybe. Specifically, it's like the motion is this. I have an example implemented differently in a way that I can't just directly copy. And again, I think I'm like really close to this working. I just need to cross product the right numbers, and then I think it'll work. This spring motion, like when I let go, that, well, not that, but this kind of springing back up, but it doesn't just go straight up, it overshoots and then corrects itself. That is what I'm trying to have happen. Which, again, I think I'm close. I need to get the direction to turn. And that's what I'm currently not calculating right, which is why the acceleration is 0. The problem is that this base velocity of how this turns doesn't, like, exist anymore once I'm here wanting to turn back up. It's not a matter of just turning this in the opposite direction, because that's just not how the velocity will, like, yeah, be. Oh wait, well again, it's yeah, oh no, right, that's the velocity of the base, right? So yeah, when the base isn't moving, this will be 0. So like I don't have what direction that was, and also like it's a matter of like it's not just a matter of doing that direction but inverted. Like the velocity can swirl around, and then whatever it's at, it needs to then go back up. Yeah. Well, I do wonder if I could maybe have it like still keep some of that sort of angular velocity. Could be interesting. Have it like whoosh. That could be interesting. But anyway, oh, still a lot more messages. Because that's an optimal way to run. It's literally skating method. I haven't seen whatever flash clip you're all referring to, but I've seen videos of his run still. Though the slow motion was not it. It should have been fast. I don't want to see this dude running at 2 miles an hour. I want to see him break the light speed rule. Sure. So you wanted to see the last 2 seconds. Then it broke the speed of light. You watched him break it and make it take 2 seconds last entire episode. Holly do it surely. Yeah. Y'all like what you like. I've just never seen the Flash. Like I don't know, if I did see it, I would like. I don't know. I don't have time for movies. I busy doing procedural animation here. But again, I think I'm really close with here. Let me fix. Oh wait a minute. Right, these don't need to be the same. This isn't the replacement for this. This is the replacement for this. Wait, so this should be fine the way that it is. Except, wait, no, then yeah, what's the problem? What's the, let me also just double check a thing. I should be free and clear to do this and not have any issues, because that should be the same thing. Let me double check that, because if it's not, that might be where some of the issues. No, it's, well, the acceleration is still 0, but I did start, yeah, you at 0. Like, and shabam and ha. All right, the numbers I'm putting aren't even helpful right now. Still just not start rotations. Okay, I think I know what the problem might be. That this is global, and I think this is local. And I think that, or the other way around, maybe. I don't even remember now. What are you? What sets you? No, you are global. Okay. Oh no, I'm an idiot. Of course this isn't right. This isn't what this is. This is not what this is at all. This is not. I'm not going to cross this with start rotations. This is not a direction. It's a rotation. It's not a direction to rotate to. This is all zeros. Or it'd be 90, 0, 0. No, this is all zeros, which is why the other thing ain't rotating right. Ah, okay, I fixed the problem. Let me catch up on messages. I know what the problem is. I don't know what to replace it with, but I know what the problem is now. Basically, this is all zero, so it's not doing things right, of course. Hold on. Many messages. I'm just gonna skim past all the debate between Flash and not Flash. Which is a magic anti-force field. You can, TV shows and movies can do whatever fancy stuff they want. If it looks cool, then all power to. I have a guy riding a unicycle. I mean, that's not realistic, but most of the stuff in this game will not be realistic. Well, that's an exaggeration. It has the freedom to be cartoony. I mean, not realistic in terms of the scenario of a carnival being built in all these dangerous locations is what I mean, anyways. And Superman done, there's Barkle, Super yeah, it's all I do. What do you expect? Waiting for a return of writing before I bother with movies again. Hollywood can't even get history accurate. Ooh. Hollywood can't even get present day Hollywood. Was there some movie that came out recently about Hollywood that was bad or something? Or was not portrayed well? I could see that. Anyway, so yeah, this is just totally the wrong thing. This was meant to be, as I said, the replacement for... okay. This needs to be a vector pointing in... Here, let me just, as a temporary thing, this will... Actually, no, fine, take. This will fix the ones that are on the ground, this will break the ones that are on the wall, but this is like my test, is if I just put the global vector 3 dot up. I could use the bases up! Okay, I'll do that next. I think I have a fix. I have a fix. I think I do anyway. We'll see. So, ignore those ones. The fact that they moved up is actually a promising sign. Yeah! First of all, the fact that I can get this movement, so now I could get something to be like teetering back and forth. Let me do it on this one because there's more movement involved with, like, basically, again, reminder, the version of this is like straight, 1 bendy point, 2 bendy points. Look at that! That's with a higher, the number is too low. But that's like the movement I wanted, kind of. No, it's not. Well, okay, maybe I spoke too soon. That's not the movement I wanted. But it's... Okay, hold on. It's moving, kind of. And it is swaying back and forth. I just need to, I think, better deal with how it... Like, the way the speed scales. Like, the closer to the top it is, it should get a lot less. So it doesn't get stuck in this perpetual swaying. Although it could be cool to, if I wanted something to be in such a, like a perpetual sway, I guess I can. But that's not what I was going for. But just to make this consistent with the one on the walls again, I believe if I just make this based on the, if I make these based on the pedestal, like the bases up direction, which is transform.up, then it'll still be doing the same thing, but the one on the walls will, I think, will be consistent. Just Hollywood in general. I'm in the middle of building a universe sim. Ooh, cool. I'm trying to be as accurate as possible, making gameplay reasonable. So when are you making quarks? No, Chroma, are you able to watch a 5-minute movie clip, or you not want to risk it? The last time I did, I think the last 2 times I did, last time I did, it got copyright claimed, and I'd rather maybe not, so and it was on an old movie, so yeah, I'd rather maybe play it safe. Chroma, is it the Flash clip? Is that what it is? Because, I mean, maybe it'd be fine. If it's like 5 minutes, maybe too much, but, yeah, it's gonna be a hard one. Awesome. I made comic web galaxies and star systems so far. Okay, woo, that's actually really cool. I'm working on atmosphere effects right now. Very, very cool. not looking bad. It's close. With this? Yeah. What are you making it in wildcard? Unity client side, Python server side. Ooh, servers and all that. Very cool. I want to dabble in that eventually. Ooh, nice. Quirks only come into play when you look for them. Yeah, the flash clip, it's 4 minutes and 10 seconds. What flash is it? Because there's like multiple iterations of, like there's like there's like a TV show and there's like the Flash and the DC universe being different. And there was like a crossover between them at one point, I think, right? Or I don't even know what like, yeah, Flash is referring to. But no, I think I'll pass for now just because, yeah, I want to have issues. Mostly with, the YouTube. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, wah. So, wait, what did I change again? I made the value, it's too small. Yeah, let me just bot. Okay, so basically, the higher this is, the faster it should get to being in a state of not moving because it's up all the way. In theory. Lots of things. Actually, no, what are you ending stream? I don't know. We'll see. When I get tired is usually the answer. Movie. I do have classes tomorrow, so I can't like be up all night. So there will be a cutting off point at some point, but or keep going for now. There's a TV show, yeah, and then a movie, and they had a crossover in the TV show. Yeah. You're saying Flash? I was totally thinking Adobe Flash plugin. Ha! It's Zack Snyder's Justice League. If I'm still awake, you end stream. I'd like to call you and show you a few things with the, yeah, sure. All right. Yeah, I don't know how long I'll be going, but, yeah, cool. Okay, so, yeah, what were we doing here? So I got, like, it's close, I think. And I might focus more on the one bone version. It'll be easier to get that right. And in theory, if I get that one right, then the other one will work properly. It might not want this on the going up, but I'll keep it for right now because get the bottom bone to work first and then see how it sort of translates, how it perpetuates upwards. So I need what again? So this is the acceleration that scales depending on like, I think how close these are together. Does it? I don't remember if it does or not. Let me double check something that this actually does do the thing that I think it does, because it might not. Like, when these are on top of each other, this should be 0, I would think. Or hold on, this in here, so it's basically just printing on the one game object that has the unique name. We finally got photos of black holes after theories with them forever. Yeah, well, that happened like a while back. But yeah, very cool. I actually took an astronomy class in my first year of university. It's a full year class that basically boiled down to memorizing tons of space facts. Why did you break? You were working. Excuse me? No. You have an acceleration that's jittering back and forth. Oh. Wait. Why'd the base turn? The base isn't supposed to turn. Oh no, it looked like it did. It didn't. Never mind. Okay, I have a theory. Oh wait, no, I know why. I know why. Because this is wrong. This is not the base. It is, but isn't. Dot parent dot up might do the trick. But yeah, that is a variable I could save when I go into play mode. But yeah, yeah, I'll probably be sleepy. Let me know when you're free tomorrow. We can call. I'll be. Oh, that's doing funky things. But just need a product of exotic matter to keep it open. Heck yeah, I can get that stuff on eBay for 20 bucks, easy. Sure, I imagine some reference to something, some sci-fi thing that I'm unfamiliar with, but don't type that at eBay just to see what happens. Well, if we never hear from you again, then we'll know what happened. CIA busting down your door, and I don't know. Okay, let me put this back to vector theta up because this was working. My way of getting the base is not. So the wall one is still going to be broken, but yeah, for a moment now this one will work again. Which, yeah. So I want to get this to actually be. So why are you doing what you're doing? So how's the. I want to see basically just how is the acceleration behaving. So it is scaling, but not as I would like it to. It's like I need to almost have like an amount of friction maybe, because in theory in a perfect vacuum this actually makes sense that it is going to keep swaying back and forth as a pendulum. So physically this makes sense. It's not what I want. I basically need to so I almost need, it's like I would need force in the other direction, which could be done by reducing the acceleration, or maybe reducing the velocity would just be better in my case. It doesn't need to be perfect like physics-y stuff. Hold on. Let me read things. So, okay, good night, everyone. Alright, see you, Francesco. Thanks for dropping by and all that. No, dude, the Space Force be knocking his door. I'm disappointed with eBay. It's all t-shirts. No. Unbelievable. What a scam of a site. Looks like you have no dampening. Yeah, oh, that would be the thing. Try dampening at, like, 0.5. So, yes. I'm just trying to remember, like, I want to apply that to, like, the acceleration or to the velocity, or which it makes most sense physically, but, let's try just... Just trying to think of how I want to implement this. I know what I need to do. I'm trying to think of the best way of... I want to maybe not have another variable. Actually, also this is now like acceleration, kind of, but whatever. We're up force. Names are fine. So this is almost like how stiff it is. Yeah, I guess I'm bringing this bit back. Stiffness. In the context of the antenna. Stiffness. Rather than damping could make sense as well, but whatever. It's fine. It's just a variable name. So that every one that it overshoots, cut it in half. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, do I apply that to the... Like, I multiply it somewhere. I'm just thinking of, like, would it be best do I apply it to the... Actually... Do I, like, I multiply it by 0.5... Oh, no, yeah, I should multiply it. Do I put it basically here... here or here? Actually, well, it'd be here to the acceleration. I remember. I'm trying to remember like how actual. But I think actually I want to do it on the velocity. Yeah, I'm gonna do it on the velocity. I think. I don't know. The stiffness should get larger with every pass. If it's basically, if it just keeps halving the velocity, that should make it just get smaller over time. Because that'll decrease how much it's actually moving. Will it? Or, okay, I might have it in the wrong place. But let me just set it up on all of these. So I said that I'm multiplying, so stiffness is going to be like a 0.5. Actually, okay, the variable name doesn't make sense because it's like, I would like it to be like, the higher it is, the stiffer it is, which is the opposite of how it currently is. But whatever, just get it to like, let's see if it even works in concept. Oh, okay, ones in the distance are still being weird, but that's fine. Okay, do you eventually stop? Might need to make the number itself actually a lot smaller. What? I thought That's not what No. Okay, wait. But, wait a minute. Will it ever reach 0? Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. It needs to be like just close. I could have a thing where if it's acceleration or velocity is like 0.001, then just like cut it off. I can have like a minimum amount, but for now I shouldn't need it. It should get like really close and just be very tiny vibrating, or if like not at all. Okay, hold on. Let me just. I'm too tired to math out where this number needs to be, so I'm just gonna put it in every position until it works. But I might divide by the stiffness so that it, the higher it is, the more it's dividing by, because that's how I'd rather have the number plot. Let's just try like 10. Super stiff. Yeah. I like how it mutes itself for the ads. It's very nice of it, unless you're an advertiser, I guess. Is that what Twitch is doing? Sure. Didn't know it did that, but fair enough. Yeah. Okay. No, this is like... No, this is like making it move slower, but not... slow down. Why is it not... Why is dampening not, like, working the way I think it should be working? Where do you... Why can't I remember how this do? I've done physics once upon a time. Unity. One second. Let me just look at... This is something I've looked at ages ago. You do take the velocity... Like how Unity calculates this drag, kind of. Yeah, you multiply it by the velocity? Well... No, but the higher... Wait, what? But the higher the drag, the slower it moves. So it had to be... You wouldn't multiply by it. 1 minus... I just... Okay, there's... What's VSAT? Velocity? Okay. Yeah, you're dividing by... Oh, so it is your acceleration. Okay. Acceleration divided by drag. I don't need to copy this one-to-one. I'm just thinking, like... Yeah, where does one apply it? Yeah. But how are you... Oh, right. No, it's you have it be a force that you apply in the opposite direction. Yeah, okay. Yeah. You can either increase the stiffness per pass, or you can use a quadratic system, or you can use a unity curve and just draw it. I don't think I would have to, like, calculate when, as it, every time it passes the top. I don't think. Like, it should just be, the closer it gets to the top, the more stiff it is. So it should be more of a proportional thing. As the closer it is to the top, the more stiff it becomes. Which the acceleration is already decreasing as it gets to the top. So I'd like it to sort of go off of that. Maybe. Because I have nothing in place currently to track every time it hits the top. And I shouldn't need such a thing, in theory. And yay, StarCraft songs? This is not, StarCraft. This be Sonic Adventure 1. Yeah. Random, playlist of just a bunch of random video game music. Yeah. Okay, so da-da-da-da. Right, I do take the last velocity into account. Yeah. So, right, of course, acceleration is change of velocity. If the acceleration, I'm decreasing the acceleration, then the velocity is not going to change. If anything, I want the velocity to change quicker. Wait, do I want just a higher acceleration then? Almost. Oh, well, no, because it's going to speed up a lot more. You can do that with dot product easily. Can I now? Oh yeah, dot product does things. I forget. Yeah, how to properly use it. What dot product does. But okay. Multiply dot product times unity curve and apply it as an opposite force. Why do I need a unity curve? Or would I be using that acceleration that basically is kind of my curve in this case? And then what? It does sound almost the same. Haha. Fair enough. Yeah. Hold on. I need to remind myself how dot product do. Just in general stuff. I remember how to calculate, but I forget what it represents. It's where you just get a float as a result. You You project one vector onto another vector by some angle. Yeah. But how does that apply here? In terms of if you use a unity curve, you can tweak it so it looks good instead of mucking with trivial math. Well, I think I should be able to get it to look good with so-called trivial math, just because, just it being kind of physically accurate, almost, with just values I can, just the sort of stiffness value to change should be good enough in theory. But okay, the weird thing is I've done something like this before on a, I'm trying to remember how I did it before. Literally over, I could go open up that project, but I'm trying to not take a while to open. Over here, bam! The ball is moving through a lot of manual physics. A lot of acceleration and velocity stuff. There is a rigid body on it that's doing a little bit of gravity and to collision detection stuff. But yeah. Oh, this is another thing. Actually, extension of what that idea turned into. Or actually, I think like this. No, not that one. This is the thing I was working on a while ago. This here. Why do I have my submarine video in here? That's not supposed to be in there. Wrong folder. But yeah. Dot product is so as the difference in angles between the joints and up gets towards 0, increase stiffness. Well, in that case, I have the angle, which is basically this thing's magnitude, basically. As this gets smaller, increase the stiffness, which would be, I mean, I can go, hold on. So, times equals acceleration dot magnitude times the stiffness. So as stiffness divided by the magnitude, assuming the magnitude is not 0, because division by 0 problems. But I had to enjoy this stream as always, Crow. Thanks for dropping by, Austin. I don't know how much I'll be streaming in the near future because I'm gonna be doing other schoolwork that I still have to get done. This is kind of like a break day of me being ahead in other school things. So something I just wanted to experiment with. Tomorrow might be, well, I don't know, but what I'll be doing specifically. But soon I'll be having to get back into finishing more other school assignments that I don't think I'll be streaming. But we'll see. One I definitely won't be. The other is a wild card. We'll see. But after those two things are done, then I'll be streaming more regularly, I think. Mainly working on my Raccoon VR game. That's also a school thing. So look forward to that. And I'll be working on that quite regularly until that's done. And that's a group project, so that'll be a thing as well. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah. But, okay, let me see what this is doing. I don't think this is going to do... I'm not sure if this will do what I want it to, but let's just see what happens. Oh, right, well, okay, ignoring division by 0 errors. Well, okay, yeah, you're not happy with that. What I do if it's do... I mean, if it's 0, then do nothing, I guess. Yeah, if the acceleration is 0, then don't do anything. Or more specifically, I guess these two would be the same, or would be very, very close to each other. If, I guess I should have done this in some way anyways. If the acceleration tends towards 0, acceleration increases there. Yeah, yes, VR game? Yeah, very cool. That is what's currently, is it happening? Or maybe, my ability to do cognitive thinking is decreasing as I get more tired. No. So I don't like to. I don't. You know what? You're not supposed to just compare a bunch of floats directly like that. So I'm actually just going to use vector 3 dot distance is greater than or equal to, or this. If it's greater than or equal to 0. Let's go to 0, 1. So like basically on top of each other. If it's greater than, then do this stuff. That should not have any division by 0 problems anymore. Oh wait, that means, hold on, wait, no. This is gonna cut off when it hits the top. That's not gonna work. Well, actually, I don't know why I just then didn't move at all. Oh no, because it's upright, so it's not gonna move. Right. That's not how that works. Ha 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 ha. Hold on. Okay, let me instead. I was gonna try something else and I forget what it was. What was it? Increase the closer these are. Increase the acceleration, but that is what's the acceleration's going down when it gets closer. It should be going up. That's the issue. Hold on. Wait. That might be only more of what the problem is. The acceleration is going down the closer it gets. The acceleration should be going up. So this should be like an inverse of what happens if I just try doing a 1 divided by here, where I then put stiffness in where's habit times at the end? Except all this in brackets. I might move it again, but this might work. I was sort of implementing some of the logic here wrong. Yeah. I have some wrong bracket somewhere. Why? Because you're a 1. You're like, well, how do you do like an inverse of or I don't need to do 1 divided on the whole thing. It'd be like, well, just on the cross product. Why am I what's the math here? But 1F. Oh, well, I think the problem is that it's dividing a float by a vector 3 is I think more the issue here. So I'm more so. Wait, do I want to just? Yeah, it's probably gotta be a quick unity function first. So unity inverse, not inverse, reciprocal of vector. If I can spell. But it's yeah. I mean, okay, I could. I do. That's a lot of a performance. No, is the reciprocal what I want here? I mean, I want the closer it is for it to go higher. Oh, that's a vector? Yeah. I think there's something, I just need, so right now, it's not even with any of this, it's this number, and actually I do need this number to still increase as this goes up. So actually this number should be outside of the bracket, if anything. And if anything, like, actually, the 1 over should actually, I think, just be applied to this. But, is it 1 over? I don't, I just need to, like, so, as these two things get closer, I need the acceleration to go up. But currently these are going down. I need these to not go down, I need them to go up. Towards infinity? Oh, I guess they would end up going to, and having an acceleration of infinity does not seem like a good idea if I had perfect, like, reciprocal stuff going on. So, okay. Okay, here's an idea. Here's a better idea. I use this to just have the direction. Okay. Here's the plan. Actually, yeah. No, I can do this in one line. I just need this to have the direction. Right? Times, oops. Or this dot, maybe not magnitude, dot normalized. And then multiply it by vector 3 dot distance between these two. And that's a float that I can do the whole 1/over thing on. And see how that works. And I could maybe set like a max velocity so it doesn't go to infinity, but let's just see what happens. So get the direction, get a thing that's gonna scale up the closer we get, multiply it by just a constant, like a speed, and then these are doing the same thing. So that stiffness is also not doing what I want it to. It's like this stiffness should maybe be. Hold on. What do I just do? No, I know where that stiffness should be now. It should be. Why is the brackets wrong? What's wrong with the brackets before I go any further? That should be here. But I was gonna put that here. Yeah. It's basically a multiplier on this distance, is how I'm gonna treat it. Let's see if this works. I might have to change the values of things. But, let's see, it worked first try. Oh, no. Okay, still. Because this could be 0, right, of course. Of course. And we're gonna assume that the stiffness is not 0, because that's a public variable. Well, maybe I'll have something for it in a second, but if the distance here is, well, equal to 0, do one thing. I should have some default value for this, else do something else. And we're gonna, I guess, make this out there. Alright, I got this. And then this. So what's the default? If, I mean, I guess it's, actually, if it's at 0, if the distance is a perfect 0 by somehow, then it should just have no acceleration. So just go vector 3.0. Get rid of this. And change that to a not equals. Yeah. Which even, wait, what's your problem? No, yeah. Which even, yeah, okay, let's just, so it might be tweaked a bit, but let's just try it. Because I might actually want to make it like, if it's like, greater than some tiny number. Well, let's just, okay. We're gonna ignore the ones on the walls. Because we can't ignore that. We got a fidget spinner. A flux capacitor. This one's gonna be extra weird. Okay, so it is, I think the, now the acceleration's going, what, too high? Oh, right, I do still have them absolutely massive, I do still have the massive stiffness values that should maybe be less. Just put them at 1, so they're kind of out of the equation right now. Multiplying vectors, is that okay? Yeah, multiplying vectors does a dot product, I believe. No, it doesn't. No, multiplying vectors, what does that multiplying vectors do? I think that does, well, it depends on what you're multiplying by. By a scalar, which actually, no, that is what I'm doing here. This is a vector's direction multiplied by, this is a scalar, by scalar, by scalar, by scalar. So it just multiplies each individual thing. The X by this, Y by that, Z by that. Yeah. I think if you multiply two vectors together, I think it does it like component-wise, like X times the X, Y times the Y, Z times Z, or something like that. I might be wrong on that. Okay, so it is... Okay. So... Okay. Weird behavior, yet again. Surprising this is rotating this thing when it shouldn't be. Oh well. Okay, so why? Why is that happening? So, my rate of increasing this might be too much now. Because, like, this is gonna be 1 over this is jumping to infinity when it's basically 0, and that seems like a problem. There should be some max acceleration. I guess we'll try having a max acceleration. That, How did it work on my, unicycle guys? Like it's the same concept, just rather than having it happen automatically, I'm sort of trying to recreate some of the physics in a very rudimentary way. Okay. I can't. What is a vector 3? Can you clamp vector 3? If acceleration. Oh no, you can clamp the magnitude, right? Dot magnitude is greater than max acceleration, then acceleration equals acceleration dot normalized times max acceleration. Here, clamped. Usually it makes the vector longer, yeah. Okay, well, let me go out and back into play mode. Oh, actually, so currently it has a max acceleration of 0, which means it's not going to accelerate. But hey, nothing's broken right now. I put this to like a 1. So you have a very low max acceleration, just as a test before everything goes wrong. Right, okay, yep, that makes sense. You're still not coming to a stop. So, the accelerating past in order to overshoot is overdoing itself. So I thought having more acceleration the closer it is was the answer. Maybe it's not. Okay. So it's like, actually, okay, so what if instead... Let me just, for the moment, go back to the pendulum kind of thing we had a moment ago. Just to temporarily kind of unbreak some things. Which would have just been this, I think. And even without the stiffness value. And... Could I basically replicate just applying a force in the other direction? Maybe that's what I do. Because that's how drag or friction or air resistance is. It is applying a force in the opposite direction. Oh yeah, if those are still broken, we're ignoring those for right now. Okay, so it's back to like this, where it's now a perfect pendulum, which is fine. Well, it's not... It's fine if that's what I wanted. Which, in theory, with a drag value of 0, then we could leave something in a pendulum like this. Oh, even that's doing funky things. It would be... how are you doing the things that you're doing? Okay. So, okay. The multi-boned ones might take more work, because in theory, even this one in a perfect pendulum, it'd be great if it was more of a... If it was still like a perfect kind of a bend, rather than what it's doing now, which... Yeah, is these kind of being what I guess I would call out of sync. But we're not going to worry about that yet. Let's get this one how I would like it, and then propagate it down the line. So I had the other idea of... I would make 20 parts on it and make it a bit more stiff. It was already a pain to set up the 3. For an actual, like, scenario where we use this in a level thing, I would have more bones on it. Just for now, for testing sake, it's easier to test with less bones. So that's what we're doing for now. But, like, with the principle of ideally it would work for any number of bones. Hopefully. But, like, right now, like, the 3 bones aren't cooperating. 20 bones has no chance of cooperating. One thing I do is, that I might want to not do, is actually this calculation here. That actually might be what's making them be out of sync. So let me actually just try that first. Is that the higher, basically the higher the bone, it's like applying more force, but it like maybe shouldn't be. Let me just dabble with such things for a minute. Oh hey, oh wow, that actually worked. Okay, so I'm gonna leave that like that for now. If I turn it more, it eventually gets out of sync. If the going straight up was better, then I think it would straighten itself out a lot easier. Yeah, but it's still cool though. Okay, yeah, it does not work well when it goes like below where it's supposed to. That's why I wanted to do that clamping thing I was doing ages ago to prevent this, but that's fine. Could be something we readdress. Okay, what was I doing now? So trying to find a different way of... Not a different way. Well, yeah, kind of... Well, yes, a different way of applying force. The force that is kind of my drag force. So let me bring back... So the stiffness. I'll call it drag, because it's what I'm trying to replicate. Maybe I'll keep the max acceleration for now. Wow. I'll do the variable anyway. Oh, that was so close to... Yeah, it is. It feels like it's very close. I'm just missing one little thing to make it work. But, okay, so... Acceleration, So... If I were to just... Wait, wouldn't I just be... Wouldn't I just, like, add... Rather than multiplying, wouldn't I add drag in the opposite direction? That might be what I kind of need to do. So I have, if this is the direction, basically it's going to be the direction that I'm moving. Actually, it's, well, the acceleration that I'm trying to apply force in. Yeah, apply force in the other direction. Yeah, that's how drag works. That's how that do. So I'm actually then just going to make this easier. I'm just going to make this, another variable. Vector 3, turn direction, I don't know, equals all that, just so I can copy it. Wait a minute, equals, negative turn direction times, drag. That might just be what it is. Maybe. I will have to change, what variables? Drag, I just made be a thing. Let's try giving it something really high, like 10. Which, actually, if it's too high, it basically will look like it just won't move. But, well, let's see. Let's see what happens. Actually, wait, it should probably have to be... Oh. Just realizing that it's actually, I think it actually can't be... With the way I have it currently, it shouldn't be higher than up speed. I'm just realizing. Hold on. Let me back up on that. Okay. Because then it's like applying more force. Where also I'm just realizing it maybe should be well. Yeah, let's see what happens. Okay. No, it's still now. What are you doing? Why are you doing? What is any of? Why? So, if drag is 0, it should be like there's no drag, right? Oh, sorry, plus equals. Oh, I'm applying only the drag. That's the problem. Oops, I thought I put a plus equals there. I did not. So, okay, that was just because it was applying only drag. Yeah, that would do that. Okay, again, ignore the ones in the background. Okay. Put you higher? Can you be? Oh. Changing it mid-thing might be weird, but... Wait a minute. Am I putting you in the right place? I guess, like, drag should be applied always, almost, but... Well, no, because the direction will be... Why are you doing that? Oops, 1 second. I'm back. Okay, no worries. Okay, yep. Just got a bit of a noise complaint, so I have to be quieter. Alright, let's continue, shall we? Okay, so this still didn't work, and I don't know why. So, is it... Wait, am I applying it in the proper... To make this negative, it should be applying it in the opposite direction, I thought. But... and adding it onto what we had as the others before. Fine, doth not know. Okay, me, like... Okay, I really thought this would work. No. Well, this is also like to turn to center direction. I guess I want to make that more specific for right now. And max acceleration being 0 isn't a problem right now because I'm not using it here. Oh, I thought this would work. No. I thought many of the ideas that I was trying to do would work, but yeah, no, not really happening. Oh, let's make this, yeah. But why is the question? Like, however, well, if it's like however we're moving, I'm applying force in the other direction. I mean, I guess that is, maybe it is just basically the same. It's just like this, but like a lower speed, which isn't what I want. Just not replicating drag properly. I look at more drag-related things, mayhaps. Physics drag formula. Uses delta time in its calculation, sure. And like, this is close enough, I don't need something perfect. That's just so that So you apply drag when it comes to, yeah, the velocity, not at the acceleration. Currently, my velocity being this. I mean, I could try it and see. Equal, well, times equals. A lot of time at delta time. Or my drag value, yeah. Don't need brackets. Try something like that. See if that does anything. Just seems like I need the opposite direction somewhere. Like that just seems like it's, I'm just. I don't know. This just randomly works. I'll be very surprised. Why did that work? What? That's exactly what I was trying to get to happen. There we go. Well, okay, I just bumped up the value a ton, so now it's gonna be super stiff in how it moves. If I make it more of a, let's mess with different values. And then this might also, yeah, look, well, okay, actually, it's not 100% what I want. Close, but, well, okay, let me just mess with more values. That maybe, okay, maybe a high drag combined with a high speed. Let's try 10 and 10 for a minute. Just see what's gonna happen. That's it! Yes! Alright, there we go. Okay. So now this is kind of being more unity-ified. Okay, it'd be nice if I didn't have to... technically, I can ignore the base for a minute, and I don't have to keep jumping between the objects, but... Booyah! That's all I was missing? That's all I was missing was... And I don't even need the maximum acceleration. I'm fine with not having that if it's not needed. Yeah, all I was missing, like, basically was just this line. Like, I did change this. That made one thing just work better. Okay, hold up. Actually, let me not speak too soon. I have not tested this on how it's affecting the other things. Let's find it. Oh, I just got rid of those values of what things were set to. 1 second. And I gotta get the ones in the back to work. But I know what's wrong with them, I just haven't got about fixing them. And nice. Yeah, very nice. Okay, wow. And, so up speed I made like, I went 10 and 10 and I thought that worked. Or maybe his drag was 8 or something. Let's go 6. There's gonna be a bit of bounciness, just like, it stiffens just in general and pretty quick. And I still have the max turn angle is 45, so they can't turn more than 45, or they're not supposed to. Each correction, each individual bone is not supposed to be able to turn more than 45. No, wait, no, hold on, I'm not even using that. Sorry, never mind. I forgot that I got rid of that. Never mind. But it was going to be that each bone could turn a certain amount. Anyways, let's just see if it's working here. Yeah! And it's so customizable, too. I can have things be really stiff or, like, very not. Okay. Wow. Well then, let me just play more with this one and just, like, see what I can do. Like, I can still let it continue to be like this. Are you local? Don't be. I can have it be very, like, floppy around if I want it to be. And, I can have it be very not that way if I don't. I have a lot of customizability, and it's doing what I wanted it to. Very cool. I just want to see what happens if I put both of these at, like, 100. I'm just curious of what that's gonna do. Oh, well, okay. The drag ramps up a lot more than the speed. Okay, so now I can again make it very snappy, but also very fast if I wanted to. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That is the kind of movement I wanted. Ha ha! It's so good. Oh. Okay, sometimes it breaks, but it's... Okay, it's not perfect, but this is the most progress we've had. I will take it. Okay, so there's something... So, okay, this would be somewhere... Something with, clamping the angles might actually be a good thing, but also... Okay, huh. I kind of understand why that's happening. Okay, I don't understand why that's happening, but... Okay, I had kind of an idea in mind. But still, it's still very good. I'm happy with this progress. And also, some of this might be because of the wonkiness of me moving it directly in the editor. It might behave a little better if it was moved by actual code. So that's just something to keep in mind. I'm actually just going to copy... Oh yeah, I can increase the down speed too. Hold on, let me play around with this a bit more. I increase basically how quickly it tries to go down. Interesting. Well, that is it now, also trying to be very hard to snap back up. I could make it that when it's going down, it doesn't try to go up, but that would make it then very easy for it to go all the way around. But also, I think the Bouncy doesn't need to be that high anyways. I don't know, we can still dabble with it more, but let me just copy these values here that currently exist. And I'm just going to paste them on all of them. I think low values. Oh wait, no, I think I had a slightly lower grade. Yeah, very cool. Very, very, very cool. All of the cool. Okay, so also I'm fine with getting rid of the lerp thing that was there. So woo, did a lot of good improvements. And yeah. No, okay, I think I'm gonna do one more thing and then call it for the night. And I just want to see if I can fix the ones in the back that were broken, because I think I know why. Well, I know why they're broken, I just don't know how to fix them. But now let's see if we can try to. So you see right now, basically they're just going like globally up. I broke the thing. Oh no. Since when? Wait, were you having errors before? Oh, I didn't even notice that. Was I having the whole time? I just didn't even acknowledge. Why? Wait, what line did you say? 63? Here. Bones I should exist. Utter. How do you even know no reference exception on that line? Like bones I should exist. You're a bunch of transforms. Oh, well, okay, actually, I don't know if this is the problem, but one problem I didn't realize is that all of these have a thing, like, .end on the end that's not supposed to, that's just an empty game object. It is getting bent. I feel it still shouldn't be the problem, but it is something I should be getting rid of. That don't waste the calculations on rotating it. Just actually putting this in a -1 would do that. Actually, maybe I should just make sure that. Actually, I'm gonna actually do it in a way that's make sure that like if I'm not in this sort of situation, it's not gonna do it. This thing ends with an _end. But if I had like a manual rig that like doesn't have that, I just want to make sure it's not gonna break. So I'm not gonna hard code assuming that thing is there. If can I go? Let's say I was gonna go like can you find a child with this name? Just realized that might be can I go? What's deputative? Find. I need a whole name. I can't just say find a child that ends with that name. Okay, you know, I'll worry about that later. It's fine. I'll come back to that. The fixing the ones that are not straight up, or the ones that are like on the walls that are being straight up. What was that problem? That was somewhere around the crossfire. It's the fact that this is using vector 3.up, and I need to use something different. I want this needs to be the upwards direction of what the each bone is trying to turn back to, which I thought I was going to try to make be the base. However, the base is that thing's relative up direction. That will require me to get that game object though. It would be better though if it's relative off of each bone's starting rotation, so that I can, if I wanted to, have an antenna that starts being bent and will try to go back to being in that bent position despite bending a little bit. Because that's another fancy thing that we can do, is not everything has to be straight. If I do things the way that I'm about to say I'm going to try and do them, everything will go back to whatever it started as. So that'd be nice and handy if we want like a different default position. For example, a tail, or like a rabbit's ear that's like it's droopy or something. I don't know. Yeah. So we need now. We do have. This rotation. Where are you? Start rotation. So I do have the starting rotation of the bone that we're on, but that rotation is not a direction. Now, there's a way to like get Unity get direction from rotation. Now, actually, this is a rotation that is a XYZ like in Unity, so that's not a quaternion. Excuse me. For an object's rotation, that's not. So I'm not using the quaternion in this case. I can get what the quaternion equivalent is, but I think there's a better way. Oh, look rotation. Okay, that assumes quaternion stuff. No, that gets a rotation facing a direction. I'm trying to say, so like a rotation of 0, 0, 0 points straight up, you go 9 degrees on the X, you're pointing like certain directions. How can you convert it's a Euler angles, maybe, convert Euler angles to direction vector, something like that. Whether it's normalized or not doesn't matter that much. Actually, it probably matters a bit, but yeah. Transform.4 is not like, because I need the... Actually, no, wait a minute. I almost need, I could actually just calculate it to start, and that would be better on performance rather than calculating it all. It's basically whatever this is on the first frame, and just save that rather than calculating it or whatever. That would be better on performance anyway, so... So start rotations. Okay. Well, no, wait, what? Start rotate. Oh, start. Yeah, start. Well, I'm gonna call this bone start rotations because it's more descriptive. Because that's what it is. Yeah. And then bone rotations, and now there's gonna be bone rotation directions. I guess. No, bone up directions. That's better. I'm also actually just gonna move this to here to match with what I have below, and this to here. Yeah, sure. Okay. Bone up directions equals bones I dot oh yeah, I forgot that I have to set the initial ones on these. Oops. Oh, I'll do that in a second. Bone up directions I equals bones I dot up, as I said, yeah. But also, these all need to be set. There should be as many of these as there are of these. So, if there's not enough. So you have bones, you have start rotations, you have rotations, all this on the very first one needs to be set. Can I have to set the 0 for it being special? Well, not with all of these, just, well, with this one mainly. It's fine. It doesn't need to be right on performance. In fact, actually, this one could just be transformed up, because that's also what it is. This, like, yeah, this and this start as the same thing, but then this one stays like a no, this is last one too. This one stays like a constant. Yeah. Okay. We good? Oh, use that variable. I need to actually use the thing I just did all the calculating with. Might also just, well, I usually like to order these better and like make it nicer. Okay, so what am I looking for? What did I just say? The thing I just made. Up directions, that's it. And I need you in, yeah. And this is starting up directions, which is different than this. Well, okay, I'll put it in the name. Guide me, red lines. Okay. And now, it should work. Maybe. Oh wait, did I even solve what those errors were? I don't even remember. No. Okay, well, they don't seem to be... They weren't breaking things from not running before, so I'll see if they can continue that way. Or maybe they are. Oh. Okay. Let me fix whatever this is, because that's definitely no good. What's your problem? Here, let me go basically in and out so I can see what the very first error was, because usually it can be a cascading mess of errors. This is how that do. What's the first one? Transform child out of bounds. How would you think you had? Wait, since when? Child 0, wait, what? Start at 1. You, what? When? And how? And when? On all of them? Oh, well, it's because of the -1, but that still shouldn't have... Well, okay, I'll do it. I'll undo that, but I don't see why that was a problem. I don't know. Whatever. I'll look into it later. Not sure. No, still doesn't like it. What? Right now? So that was not the problem. What did I break just recently? How did I just break something? No. But this is... What? How? This was working before. In what world? These are all zeros. I start at 1 on purpose, but I set up the 0 case for this to work properly. I don't understand what's going on. Don't. What? How? And, like, I could put in print statements and stuff, but, like... Okay, let's see here. I can... Did I accidentally, Oh, I have a theory. I did! I set this to 4. When that happened? Okay, that's the problem. That's supposed to be 0. Okay. I don't know when I set that to 4, but I must have done it by accident. Okay. Woo! It's not supposed to be 4. I mean, I should have it so that it doesn't error if it is 4, but, like, that was the problem. It's supposed to be 0 because I basically have it calculate itself automatically. Oh, it's because I copied when I was in play mode. Oh, and for the record, so it's this that was behind my head. This variable, I have it public because I might sometimes want to manually set it. If for some reason I had, like, imagine like a claw arm, or I want to be like, do this to thing on like the arm, but stop at a certain point unless the rest of the arm do different things, like the hand or something. So basically it allows me to sort of set a cutoff by number of bones. Maybe, I don't know, it'd be better to have like a drag and drop reference for the end or something, but yeah. Okay, let's actually test this now. I don't remember what it is I was initially testing, but let's just see it. Wow, it works. Oh yeah. The wall one should work now. And then the normal one should continue to work. Hey, Chroma, can I show you something? Yeah, sure. Show away. Oops, I'm stuck on the wrong one. Yeah, they work! The wall ones work! Huzzah! It does seem to break a bit when I spin it a whole bunch, but one, if it was moving through like pure, like, oh, what the heck is happening there? Oh no, that one got all twisted. Oh no. Okay, so some things to fix, mayhaps. But again, if it was moving not through me dragging around, I think it would move a bit smoother, and then maybe not break less, but also we can continue to refine it. But that'll be a matter of constraints, because that's actually it turning on the axis of itself, which it shouldn't do. Yeah. So I gotta maybe have it not do that. That'll be part of like the clamping stuff, I figure. But I am perfectly, happy with this for now. It's great. Oh, you're still... Yeah, I think this is, again, because of it being turned weirdly, which we can dabble with. Anyways, but I think I'm gonna do this print statement, and say that for now it is working. Woo! Your willpower is increased by 109.99. That's a message that I get on a game right now. We're trying to reach 110. Oh my. Oh my. Get that 110. Anywho. But yeah, this is working. Woo! Huzzah! You see that message 100 times to reach it, and then it'll be 0.01. It'll keep adding a 0 right before. Yeah. But yeah. Alright, I think we did this, and I might call it for today, because it is 2:30 in the morning, and I do got stuff to do tomorrow, but I am happy with the progress that we've made. Cool. And yeah. Now, actually, let me bring back the hover script just to like continue to show off this the things that we can sort of combine onto each other. It's all working together. Actually, I just have to activate this again. And on the ones on the wall, I put a -1 here, and the one here, I put a +1 here. Actually, I'm gonna do one last little thing. On this hover script, I would like to add a random option. So that, like, I give a bunch of things the same speed, same distances, but they all start at, like, slightly different points in the cycle. Public, bool, random start. Okay, and then, if random start, then how do I want to do this? Okay, then make it private, float random offset. So this will be 0 normally, otherwise it's going to equal 1 somewhere in between a cycle of what this is. So random dot range between 0, it could randomize to be 0, and what do you need to go by? By 1, is it? Or not by 1, but by, to basically like 1 cycle of whatever this is. This is an amplitude. This is like the period, which needs to then be. I mean, this is gonna be 0. This is just an additional if I want to set an offset like manually to have things be like perfectly out of sync. It would be speed, wouldn't it? Or because otherwise it'd just be we'd go off of 1. Yeah, I think so. It's false by default, so everything else that has that script will be randomized. No. And then random start. Okay. So now they should start randomly, but then also be doing funky movement. Yeah. Woo! It works. This one's been a little bit funky, but it is working. And I could still mess with the values of them, and also the amount that the whole clamping thing I was experimenting with before. I actually got that working properly. Yeah, very cool. Woo. I do want to experiment with one more thing though. More so just messing with values. If I do, so first of all, let me actually put this back down to something more sensible that was working more consistently before. Make sure that that's working. What did I do? I was gonna... an idea of something I was gonna do, but... Oh wait, random start didn't seem to work. I just realized that. You start times of 5. Oh, because this needs to be, well, I mean, you are afloat. To be needs a float, but I don't know if they both need to be floats for the... Oh, because I need to actually use this. Yeah, that helps. Okay. Do things. Alright. Are you working? There we go. Now they can be out of sync. Huzzah! Those two happen to be very close to being in sync, but sure, that is how randomness do. Yeah, very cool. And then I could, you know, actually do stuff like move more patterns, like maybe I could make another thing, make something, if I want something to move in a perfect circle, or like an ellipse or something, I could do that. That shouldn't be too hard. Making one of these move around in a circle would be interesting. How overboard am I going to go with all this? All of the overboard. I don't remember though. I said I was going to maybe experiment with something. I don't remember where that was. These values, this is something more, as I said, sensible. I had an idea and I just lost it. I don't know. I am getting quite tired. Well, I could mess with how this works if I put my bobbing up and down script on it. I don't think it'll do anything that I want it to. But let me just see what happens. I have a, what do I call it? Grow shrink. Yeah. And then I don't know what values these need to be. Let's probably give that a random offset too. Let's go speed 0.1. So this is gonna go like this. I'm just curious to see what that kind of looks like. These actually work. And it's because the whole thing as one thing. Okay. Okay, now they're gonna go small to giant. I don't know. Just yeah. Oh, there we go. That's a thing. What? Just things we can mess with. Oh, now they do that. I don't know, just messing around with what could be done. Ooh. And this is all for visual flair. Like, well, I mean, you could stick trigger colliders on things, sure, but there's no physics going on here, which I wanted on purpose. I could make similar versions of some of these things if I wanted this to be like hazards that the player can actually touch. I mean, like something that'd be more like physically touch, you know, physically bouncing off of or whatever. But I don't think I want that for, like, I purposely made these to be background things, or at the very least like just visual things. Yeah. Anyways, though. Yeah, very very cool. It's cool, yeah. Also, the way that I can stack these and combine them, it's cool. So I just continue to make more. Now, currently, I do have it set up that I have the actual sway script on the child object. Like I have it on basically the parent of the bone, rather than the top of it. Or like, I mean, rather than like the parent game object. That was on purpose. So that, for example, if I had a whole, oops. But, okay, don't I? Okay, so I pressed my other scene thing there. Like, what did I say? I can have. Nope, I've lost it. With just combining different of these animation things that I made. Oh, but also the this is a child game object rather than being on the parent thing, so I can be like, oh, here's a big complicated object. Just sway this thing, like this tail on this character and stuff like that. Also just less, having a million things on the parent game object, maybe. Just, yeah. Make that part of a trap for the unicycle, haha. It would be cool. Having things that sway back and forth and you gotta cross at the right time, yeah. Especially also applied to not antennas. Like imagine I put a big spinny saw blade on the top, and then that's just like going back and forth. That'd be cool. Yeah, could stick it upside down and then do stuff with it, maybe. Yeah, lots of options. And then even, one thing I think would also be cool is just to display that there's wind. In addition to maybe some other particle effects, but having things look like they're blowing in the wind could look cool. Especially for like, in a level where wind is a hazard.
showing that like the environment stuff is being affected by wind, just by having these things blow, and hopefully not just blowing where they're just like purposely like permanently stuck like this, but having them like would be cool. And also I just remember the thing that I wanted to mess with, which was having this be in a not the starting state, and the fact that it should bend to go back that way. Is that how low that was? I'm not sure. The bending points here, like, that's just because of Blender. I didn't really set the bending points up that properly, but let's just say he has like a broken TV antenna. This should stay like that, and then when I move it, it should sway to continue trying to kind of be like that. Okay, these are moving a lot, so it's hard to do. But if I turn off the grow and shrink, put these back to this, turn off the hover, yeah. See, also cool. Haha. And see how easy that was to set up and change? Do that with your... Oh no. Okay, again, clamping will fix this, maybe. Do that with your spring colliders. Or spring joints, whatever. I know you probably could, way faster than what I did. Oh, those are tiny. Something to do with the... Oh, coming back. Oh, the speed's at like a 0.1. Oh, that's why. Okay, I don't know when I had Howard, I did that, but whatever. Anyways, but it was cool. Even like just this here is cool. The applications of such things. This is like he's trying to like a boxing glove, trying to punch someone. It's also not intended, but yeah, such things we could apply. Like imagine a giant boss with big hands that was like trying to punch you. And we do that with some procedural animation that's like locked onto the player. Things like that would be really cool. So we take like, this is like where we start with random environment stuff like this, and we grow bigger and bigger to what we can accomplish with all this cool programming stuff. I have plans. Oh, and then also, well, plans and then also making things more optimized and yada yada. I have ideas, but we'll get to such things eventually. Okay, I'm gonna leave. Yeah, this is my attempt at clamping. I'll leave that code down there because it looks like I should apply it at some point. And with that, I think we will call it for today's stream. Yeah, made good progress and actually got this thing working, which was a delight. Very cool. Yeah, very, very cool. And we might still experiment with more of these things, as I said, at some point. We got this. We didn't do these things. I'm not going to bother saving this notepad document. I'll remember what I want to do, hopefully. But yeah, very cool. And we'll maybe continue to add more functionality for these kind of things, and then move on to other types of procedural animation. Well, I say that. This was, as I said earlier, this was kind of like a break day for me. Some of like my school stuff that I'm doing kind of was ahead of schedule, but I do have to get back to a lot of the schoolwork I was doing. So I probably, I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow or not. Hard to tell right now, but soon I basically won't be, because I'll be really deep into getting done some of these school things that I gotta get done, that, as I said, I probably won't be streaming. But when they're done, then I'll be back working on maybe a bit more of this, and then going into the the raccoon thing. One thing I wanted to dabble in with this was something with baking animations, and that's gonna be another complicated thing where we do more like text file things, and I have some ideas of things to experiment with that could be cool. Yeah, anyway, but we'll get to that when we get there, if we get there. And then eventually also with this, we will get into actually making more
things with the handmade with the unicycle. I want to experiment with some of this procedural stuff on the side because it's cool to mess with and learn with, and at least also spark more ideas for non-procedural animation things, like there could be hazards and just different things we could have in our game. Yeah. Anyways, though, I think that'll wrap it up for today's stream and my ears. Yeah, so have anything else to say? I don't think so. So yeah. Oh, hey! UnityCoder.com. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I'm just about to wrap it up here. It is almost 3 a.m. for me, so that's also why I'm trying to be a bit quieter. Yeah. I was about to wrap things up, but I can quickly show you if you just came on in. This is what we've been working on, and it's awesome. Once it loads. So basically, procedural animation with antennas. Let me have the speed of these be a lot less real quick. Do these guys. Also this grow and shrink thing, just because it was a thing I was experimenting with. Yeah, I saw it internet up. Yeah, it is very cool. I think so. I do say so myself. But yeah, very, very cool. Maybe I'll have it this speed a lot slower so you can see them more. And even like the wall ones are working, which in theory should mean like any angle is working. I don't know if upside down will work. I'd like to think so, but we can dabble with more of that stuff eventually. Yeah. Oh, another thing I just thought of, even like putting like a particle system on the end of something like this could do interesting things. Even again, like we have the single bone version. We could do stuff with that, like a single, like a jet engine on like a moving platform where it's like whoosh, whoosh. There's like tons of applications of something like this, and more stuff that we will be continuing to make, I hope. Okay, still some problems with it, but it is working better than I thought it would. Oh, even that's like, yeah, we will dabble. When I get the constraints thing working, that should fix this. In theory. It'd be nice to... Mainly just the constraints of it turning around itself, I think, would help with whatever's happening right now. Or I think also just once it passes 180 degrees, the axis of where it's trying to rotate becomes like it's rotating down, I think. Or something like that. I don't know. I don't know. The top one's working perfectly, though. So, there's that. And actually, the ones on the walls are working good. And these ones are working good, like, most of the time. When they were. Oh. Oof. Okay, maybe there are still... The longer let's run, the more problems that are arising. Just end it. No, we'll continue to dabble. But anyways, I think we're gonna end things off here for today. So, that'll do it for this live stream. If you liked it, look forward to more. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I'll see you around. Oh, there's my mouse. My mouse is there. All right. Bye.